The black-haired teenager lowered his head and saw the boy's white palm already red, to the point of it turning purple. The black-haired teenager's heart ached for him as he said with a sigh, "Man, don't you know how to skive? I purposely brought Dad away so that you could rest, but you, sigh. Why don't you stop practicing the pig slaughtering knife?" "No." The boy rounded his eyes with a stare as he said while shaking his head, "Dad said that if the pig slaughtering knife is not stabbed inaccurately, the big white pig will feel a lot of pain, much more painful than me. So, I need to diligently practice so that I can stab it accurately. Brother, leave me alone. It's not that painful. I'm no longer a 3 or 4-year-old. There's no need for brother to be worried, not." The black-haired teenager gave a wry smile as he stroked the boy on the head and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You are 5 this year, so you must pay attention to your safety and health, got it? Dad might look very strict, but he is actually secretly feeling the pain in his heart. As for you, there's plenty of time left. You can slowly practice the pig slaughtering knife." When the boy heard this, he fell into a moment of thought. Suddenly he shook his head resolutely and pursed his lips to say, "No. I'm too stupid. I can't stab that tiny hole. Dad said that without diligence, I'm hopeless with my stupidity. Furthermore, brother previously said that failure is the mother of success. The more you fail, the earlier baby success will be born." The black-haired teenager gaped and was at a loss as to what to say. He had said so in the past to console the young boy who had suffered numerous failures. He never expected the boy to take his words to heart, to the point of using it to encourage himself. Was such a matter good or bad? The black-haired teenager could only say, "Let's go. It's time to return for our meal." The boy's eyes immediately lit up as he nodded his head vigorously. He was very, very hungry at that moment. The black-haired teenager walked to the other side and held the boy's left hand, as the two headed home. "I like mother failure." As the boy walked, he suddenly looked up and asked, "Oh right, brother, when is mother coming back? I still haven't seen her, . The black-haired teenager's footsteps came to a halt as he turned his head gently to the side. As though he was hiding something, he said softly, "Mother? She went to a very, very far place. I don't know when she will be back as well. However, she is always very concerned with Xiaobai. She must definitely wish to see Xiaobai." The boy gave an ORH and did not speak further. The evening glow cast long shadows of the two. The shadows of the hands were bound together, as though they would never separate. Failure is the mother of success. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai constructed another psionic sword. In a short span of 10 minutes, his psionic sword had shattered more than 20 times. His clothes were riddled with holes and there were bloody wounds on his body. When it came to sword techniques, Shi Xiaobai truly was unable to compare to Heartless, who had activated his Heartless sword truth. Without any suspense, he was defeated and retreated in a sorry state. The amount of psionic power and stamina he had was greatly drained. If not for unleaking turtle aura, which forcefully allowed him to persist on, he would have long suffered true defeat from his exhaustion. However, Shi Xiaobai was still persisting on. Despite having lost in the sparring of sword techniques for more than 20 times, the battle had yet to end. Heartless did not show any mercy, nor did he hesitate. After Shi Xiaobai retreated, he would draw close once again. It was as though he would only end after obtaining true victory. "The next strike shall end this duel." Suddenly, Heartless, who had been silent for a long while, spoke. His voice was calm and cold, as though he was an emotionless machine stating an objective fact. His auric pressure increased once again. "This king thinks so too." Shi Xiaobai nodded in approval and said, "For with the next strike, you will be defeated by this king's sword truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 287, Excalibur. Chapter 287, Excalibur. For the next strike, you will be defeated by this king's sword truth. The moment Shi Xiaobai said this, points of near-transparent golden dots of light floated up from the ground as they rapidly surged towards Shi Xiaobai. The golden points of light gathered and merged into Shi Xiaobai's body. A translucent golden light enveloped Shi Xiaobai in a membrane. Two golden vortices appeared in his black eyes. This king's sword truth Excalibur. There was a sudden hint of divinity in Shi Xiaobai's voice. Shi Xiaobai had been defeated by Sunless 653 times in their consciousness sparring. He went from only knowing sword techniques to grasping sword intent. He was also extremely close to creating a sword truth that was unique to him. And at this moment, against Heartless, who had activated his sword truth, Heartless, he had suffered one defeat after another, to the point of being powerless to resist. But through this, Shi Xiaobai completed another metamorphosis. Growing from failures, that was Shi Xiaobai. He had created a sword truth that belonged to himself. This sword truth was born out of failure, so Shi Xiaobai wanted to call it success, but he suddenly thought of a sword technique which the lowly sword spirit had previously mentioned to him. It was a sword technique that left a deep impression on him, Excalibur 1. Hence, the thought of naming his sword truth, Excalibur, could not be stopped. Victory born out of countless defeats. Wasn't that exactly the most persistent and resolute victory? For victory, he was willing to steadfastly progress forward despite thousands of failures. This was Excalibur. This was a symbol of Shi Xiaobai's divine kingship, and it was also Shi Xiaobai's sword truth that near-transparent golden light enveloped Shi Xiaobai. His aura soared to its maximum as he activated his sword truth. Heartless was deadpan. He had frozen all his emotions. Even though the scene in front of him was horrifying and thrilling, he would remain indifferent. However, his aura was similarly soaring. This was because he wanted to end the duel with the next strike. Black gases emitted from the ground as they circled Heartless' psionic sword. Heartless raised his sword high as black mist shrouded it. Slowly, a gigantic black sword projection appeared. Heaven shrouding. Heartless yelled as he held his sword with both hands. From more than 10 meters away, he slashed at Shi Xiaobai. Eclipse. A humongous black sword projection fell from the sky as it shrouded the heavens. The sword projected was like a gigantic black mountain as it crashed down at Shi Xiaobai. This black sword projection nearly covered every inch of the arena. Surging sword intent emanated from the sword projection as countless sword beams stirred, as though it was tearing apart space itself. Shi Xiaobai could not avoid it. But he would not avoid it as well. With sword in his left hand, the golden points of light around Shi Xiaobai's body surged towards the psionic sword. The white psionic sword emitted a dazzling golden light, as though it was a treasured sword made out of gold. All the psionic power in Shi Xiaobai's body spewed out at the instant. It was constantly being gathered, compressed, and converged to a single point. The golden psionic sword's sword tip immediately burst out a light more glaring than sunlight. Why was it Excalibur? By using all his strength, exhausting his everything, concentrating his commitment to victory, he would slash out the final strike with absolutely no regrets. This was the Excalibur Shi Xiaobai understood. He may have not seen this strike before, but he could create it himself. He recalled the moment when the blonde woman with coiled hair produced that strike that made him possess the thought of this king wants to learn swords. He then used the line of thought with how turtle speed divine punch constantly compressed psionic power, and the inspiration from compressing all his strength through the use of 1-second Shura. By combining three factors together, he created a sword technique that belonged to him alone. This strike was Shi Xiaobai's full strength. It was meant for victory, leaving no room for escape. This was the finale strike. This strike was Excalibur. More and more golden points of light gathered towards the sword's body as psionic power that was continuously compressed made the sword's edge appear even more dazzling. Suddenly, a gigantic golden sword projection rose to the sky. At the same time, the black sword projection of heaven-shrouding eclipse that Heartless had slashed out came crashing down like a mountain. The golden sword projection went past the black sword projection, as though sunlight tearing through the haze. Shi Xiaobai's eyes grew brighter as though they were shimmering stars. Excalibur! Shi Xiaobai roared as he slashed out. The gigantic golden sword projection slashed vertically, splitting the black sword projection into two. Boom! The golden sword projection exploded as though a star had gone supernova. The golden light burst out, filling the world. The fragments of the black sword projection were instantly engulfed. The golden light enveloped everything, as though gold was the only color in the entire world. Shi Xiaobai's psionic sword shattered and the glow from his body dimmed. His mind went blurry as his feet went limp. He nearly fell backwards. Through the expedient use of unleaking turtle aura, he prevented himself from fainting. He had created his own sword truth, and from the foundation of his sword truth, created a sword technique that belonged to him. This strike was named Excalibur by him. Although this strike did not possess the terrifying power that came from using 1-second Shura, Shi Xiaobai had used all his mental efforts in an instant to create such a strike. This strike could only be used once in a short period of time. There was no turning back. It was truly the finale strike. The dazzling golden light filled the world for a few moments before it slowly dissipated. And Heartless, who had been enveloped by the golden light, was slowly revealed. At this moment, Heartless was already lying on the ground. His clothes were torn and the upper half of his body was naked. His eyes were closed, but he was still breathing slightly. It appeared as though he had fainted. An authoritative voice immediately resounded above the arena. The duel is over, with Shi Xiaobai emerging victorious. The victor will be sent to the 5th level in 10 seconds and the loser will be sent out of the training ground. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai revealed a smile. He struggled to take a few steps towards the black and white swords. The two swords simultaneously issued crisp sword hums. When Shi Xiaobai neared the two swords, he frowned and discovered a problem. His right hand had been sealed by the Absolute Choice's punishment. He temporarily could not use his superpower in his right hand, preventing him from transforming the two swords into energy to store them. At this moment, he can only use his left hand, so how could he hold two swords in one hand? It was tiresome just thinking of it. Both of you, fused together. Shi Xiaobai stared at the black and white swords as he said in an incontestable manner. Half a minute later, Shi Xiaobai had arrived in the 5th level. His mind gradually turned lucid as he surveyed his surroundings. He discovered himself in a sparse forest. The ground beneath him was slightly muddy and there were the faint sounds of bird chirping. Shi Xiaobai was holding a sword in his left hand. It did not look any different in terms of appearance compared to a normal sword, but there was something extremely odd about this sword. This was because the sword was constantly changing its color. One moment, it would be pure white, and the next moment, it would be pure black. At times, it would be a mix of black and white, as though the black and white colors were scrambling to be the sword's only color. This sword was of course the fusion of Holy Radiance and the Black Sword. When Shi Xiaobai said in an incontestable manner, "Both of you fused together," the two swords had really fused together. However, after their fusion, they entered a competition for the color of the sword's surface. Clearly, the two swords were very reluctant about the fusion. Shi Xiaobai was very pleased with the two sensible swords. Shi Xiaobai stood there for a moment waiting, and soon the authoritative voice boomed in his head. As usual, the rules of the levels trial would be announced upon stepping into each level. Welcome to the 9 Revolutions Transcendental World's 5th level, Land of Life and Death. In Land of Life and Death, on every trial taker's shoulder will appear a life epaulet. If the life epaulet is shattered, the trial taker will be transported out of the tower. Every 10 minutes, there will be one trial taker whose life epaulet will transform into the death epaulet. The assessment program will inform all trial takers in the Land of Life and Death the identity of the trial taker with the death epaulet, as well as the information of the trial taker's location for up to 10 seconds. Once trial takers with the life epaulet succeed at destroying the death epaulet, it will be considered as a successful clear of the level and the trial taker will be sent to the 6th level. Every death epaulet can only have one destroyer. Simultaneous destruction will be considered null and void. If the trial taker wearing the death epaulet is able to prevent the death epaulet from shattering for 10 minutes, the trial taker will be considered as having cleared the level and the trial taker will be sent to the 6th level. But the 5th level's level lord, Death Aristocrat, has been awakened. It will descend in 8 hours. Please make haste. Gentle reminder, do not easily trust anyone. Wishing you the best of luck. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he could not help but glance at his shoulder. And indeed, an epaulet had appeared on his shoulder. It was a silver epaulet the size of a coin that had no patterns. This epaulet was the life epaulet. He would be eliminated if it was shattered. This level's rule set was probably one of the most cruel ones out of the 5 levels so far. Only one person could clear the level every 10 minutes. The trial taker who had his epaulet changed to a death epaulet was equivalent to a fugitive on the run. The trial taker had to survive for 10 minutes in order to clear the level. The remaining 100 or 200 trial takers would be equivalent to pursuers. They would definitely gather to kill the death epaulet trial taker in order to clear the level. The assessment program would even provide the pursuer's identity of the fugitive, as well as 10 seconds of the fugitive's location. In this trial, the fugitive would find it difficult to survive, while the pursuers needed to compete with another 100 or 200 people, only for one person to clear the level. If the death epaulet was simultaneously shattered, it would be void. Therefore, even a 0.01 second advantage was something to strive for. The cruel competitiveness of this level's trial was obvious. After Shi Xiaobai considered the rules, he lay down on the ground for a moment. Although the side effects were not as exaggerated as using 1 second Shura after he slashed his self-made Excalibur strike, his psionic power was somewhat drained. He needed to recover for a moment. Shi Xiaobai rested for several minutes. Suddenly, the authoritative voice resounded in the sky, throughout the world. The 31st round shall begin immediately. Death epaulet wearer has been randomly chosen. The wearer's name is Yi Shang. When the voice faded away, an image immediately appeared in Shi Xiaobai's mind. There was a freckled youth fleeing in panic amid the mountains. At the same time, a gigantic map appeared in his mind. There were only 2 points on the map. One point was motionless, while the other was moving extremely fast. Shi Xiaobai immediately understood. The immobile point was him, while the rapidly moving point was the freckled youth who had become the fugitive. The assessment program had indeed provided the identity and location of the fugitive. Shi Xiaobai could not help but stare with widened eyes. This was because he discovered a fascinating thing. The freckled youth was nearing him, and running straight towards his position. Holy shit, was this some welfare that was given to him? Should this king just sit here and wait, or to sit here and wait? 1. A literal translation of Excalibur in Chinese is Vow of Victory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, How do you wish to die? Chapter 288, How do you wish to die? The 2 images in his head only lasted for 10 seconds, but Shi Xiaobai had confirmed that the Yi Shang, who had been chosen as the fugitive, was heading towards him. According to his speed, he would arrive in about a minute. Shi Xiaobai immediately jumped up to a tree and looked towards the direction where Yi Shang was. Where he was situated was probably in a mountain. However, the vegetation was sparse and the trees were not thick-set. Hence, a single glance made the area abnormally expansive. Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings. He immediately noticed figures appearing along the horizon. The nearby trial takers were rushing here in an attempt to intercept Yi Shang. A few seconds later, a freckled youth was running in panic at the ends of the horizon. There were 7 or 8 trial takers behind him in pursuit. From time to time, someone would shoot a psionic arrow at Yi Shang, who could only dodge in a sorry state while running desperately. On a careful look, he noticed that there was a white crystal covering Yi Shang's shoulder. Clearly, he had used psionic power to protect the death epaulet. Yi Shang was blindly running and did not know that people were weltering towards him from all directions. They had completely surrounded him. Regardless of the direction in which he went, he would eventually meet pursuers. How difficult was it to last 10 minutes against 100 or 200 trial takers' combined efforts? Of course, it was not easy to snatch the outcome of shattering the death epaulet out of 100 or 200 people. Shi Xiaobai did not wait. This was a bonus that came to his doorstep. He obviously would not give it away. Shi Xiaobai leaped down from the tree and used crab steps and headed towards Yi Shang at a blistering speed. The ground beneath his feet was soft. Every step left a deep depression into the ground. There were noisy sounds sounding off from everywhere in the sparse forest. The sounds of the pursuers' footsteps were closing in. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up slightly. In front of him, he could see Yi Shang. Yi Shang clearly saw Shi Xiaobai approaching him as well. Immediately, he screamed as though he had seen a ghost. Tu da hei. Yi Shang's face paled. He hurriedly did a reversal by changing his direction to the right. He apparently knew that it was impossible for him to escape Tu da hei in a head-on clash. Don't you go running. Shi Xiaobai laughed loudly. With an extremely fast speed, he chased after him and instantly, the gap between them shrank. Yi Shang turned his head and his eyes were filled with horror. Fuck, how exaggerated was this speed? In just a few seconds, the distance between Shi Xiaobai and Yi Shang was less than 5 meters. He would be caught at the very next moment. Shi Xiaobai had already reached out his left arm. The sword that was switching black and white colors seemed extremely strange in his left hand, but Yi Shang knew without a doubt that the sword could instantly cut his arm off. In this pursuit, although the life epaulet represented life, the life epaulet was just the size of a coin. Furthermore, it was adhered tightly attached to the shoulder. In the bid to grab an opportunity, few trial takers would show any mercy. Yi Shang had witnessed several fugitives guarding the epaulets with their lives. Their shoulders ended being cleaved, penetrated, exploded, and various tragic outcomes. In this life and death assault, it did not seem like life would be a problem on the surface, but reality was frequently cruel. Pang, dot. At this moment, the sound of a gunshot was heard from a distance. Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows twitched as he slashed out with his sword 5 meters away from Yi Shang. A transparent sword beam shot straight at Yi Shang's shoulder. Ah! Yi Shang screamed as he crouched down to the ground in fright. But all he saw was a bullet that had been split into half dropping on his shoulder. The bullet emitted boiling hot gases with the smell of gunpowder. At the next moment, gunshots, that resembled the sound of a rainstorm pattering the ground, were heard. Bang! 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 The terrifying sounds of the gunshots did not resemble the constant shots from a machine gun. Instead, it was as though hundreds, if not thousands of guns had shot at the same moment in succession. Yi Shang hurriedly turned his head over and nearly peed his pants. He saw bullets that filled the sky pouring down on him at an extremely fast speed. The bullets were like dark clouds that shrouded the sky. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not discern them. Yi Shang could not react in time as his eyes glazed over. A look of despair suffused his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him almost instantaneously. A black and white sword slashed out at the bullets that filled the sky. As the sword fell, a strong wind howled. Kung! 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 The violent sword wind scattered the dense rain of bullets. Each bullet was shattered as it fell down. Pang! 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 Dot! The rain of bullets that was blown into two pelted down on the soft ground, riddling it with holes. The ground immediately appeared to fill with crevices. Yi Sheng's body had curled up. He looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared to sweep the rain of bullets away. A look of disbelief appeared in his blank expression. It was Tu Dahei. Tu Dahei had saved him. At this moment, 7 other rookies that were chasing him came surrounding him. There were also figures that began appearing at the end of one's vision. Yi Sheng finally realized that he had been surrounded. He was surrounded by pursuers. Furthermore, the rain of bullets might fall once again. He was in a hopeless situation. Yi Sheng recalled the terrible states of the last few pursuers. His lips turned pale as they shivered. To last 10 minutes? That's impossible. As Yi Sheng ruminated, a look of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly looked up and shouted, "All you bunch of madmen! You want to shatter my epaulette? Dream on! I'll rather be eliminated than to give it to you." Yi Sheng seemed to be in a frenzy and his voice sounded hysteric. When the rookies surrounding him heard this, they realized something and shouted, "No!" However, no one could prevent Yi Sheng, who had been scared out of his wits. He yelled with his throat hoarsened, "Open sesame!" The 2 words were the exit command. Shi Xiaobai turned his head in astonishment as he saw Yi Sheng transform into a golden beam of light that shot towards the sky. He had vanished from the trials. At the same time, the authoritative voice resounded through the entire world. The fugitive has exited the trials. This round's life and death assault is null and void. The next life and death assault will begin in 7 minutes. The rookies that came in pursuit stopped and looked at each other. They began grumbling. Sai, another coward that used the exit command. This won't do. If every fugitive were to use the exit command at their last struggling moment, how are we to clear the level before the level lord descends? We can only do it by surprise. We have to sneak up on the fugitives before they can even react and destroy their death epaulets. However, that is very difficult as well. The main reason is because the previous fugitives ended up in a terrible state. All of them were stubbornly persisting to the point of suffering grievous injuries. One of them even died a terrible death. So now when the fugitive is surrounded, the fugitive would hurriedly exit the trials. We would do the same if we were in their shoes. The scene was just too bloody and gross. If you aren't careful, your shoulder might disappear as well. In short, it is very difficult for a pursuer to clear the level. Sai, it's difficult for a pursuer to clear, but it's even more difficult for a fugitive. With so many people chasing after the fugitive, it's just too difficult to last 10 minutes. The rookies that came in pursuit discussed as they left separately. They were waiting for the next round to begin in 7 minutes. Shi Xiaobai fell silent for a moment. Suddenly he turned towards where the rain of bullets came. Clearly, he had missed a chance of clearing the level by a sliver. However, Shi Xiaobai did not regret it. He could have indeed chosen to shatter the death epaulette on Yi Sheng's shoulder, but Yi Sheng would very likely be riddled in holes by the rain of bullets. Shi Xiaobai obviously would not choose to do such a despicable act that was oblivious of life in order to clear the level. Therefore, he had rushed in front of Yi Sheng immediately, using the Sword of Wind from the Kuan-Peng sword technique against the rain of bullets. However, Shi Xiaobai was furious. The bastard who had shot the rain of bullets had shown complete disregard for Yi Sheng's life. Such a ruthless act infuriated Shi Xiaobai. And the crux of the matter was that the thing that was in the bag flew away just like that. How could Shi Xiaobai tolerate this? Shi Xiaobai was extremely fast as he quickly traversed through the forest. Soon, a figure entered his vision. He was a lanky short-haired teenager, wearing black clothes, but his eyes were cold. Both of his hands were in his pockets, but his expression looked somewhat incensed. Shi Xiaobai stopped and frowned slightly. "It's you?" Shi Xiaobai's nose twitched and smelt the faint and dissipating smell of gunpowder. Immediately staring at the short-haired teenager, he coldly said, "It's you." Shi Xiaobai never expected that the bastard who had ruined his plan dared to stand at his original spot. The short-haired teenager squinted his eyes slightly. His slender single eyelids narrowed into a slit, while his expression looked somewhat cold. With a cold tone, he said, "How do you want to die?" Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai immediately laughed. "Yo, this bastard is rather overbearing." Shi Xiaobai slowly raised his black and white sword. Although he had just used Excalibur a short while ago, the little amount of psionic power he had regained was enough to beat the shit out of the bastard in front of him. Shi Xiaobai was seldom angered, but the bastard in front of him had truly angered him. At this moment, circular rings of yellow light began to light up as guns of all sorts, shapes and sizes appeared out of the circular rings of light. Densely packed guns filled the sky as they distributed all around Shi Xiaobai. Even the sky above his head was filled with guns. "How do you want to die?" The short-haired teenager's hands were still in his pockets as he leered at him. He looked insufferably arrogant. It was the same sentence, but the extent of its terror was completely different. The first sentence of "How do you want to die" was like a threatening scare, but when the densely packed guns appeared out of thin air, this sentence sounded like the declaration of a death sentence. If it were any ordinary person facing all these guns, they would probably pee themselves and hurriedly shout the exit command. However, the person the short-haired teenager was currently talking to and had all the gun barrels pointed at was Shi Xiaobai. He was Shi Xiaobai, who remained intrepid even when facing the legion of skeleton soldiers, the bat riders that shrouded the sky, and the demonic army that filled Demon City. This king loves to teach a lesson to foolish mortals who think that they are better than others. Shi Xiaobai said coldly as he took a step forward. At this moment, the triggers of all the guns that filled the sky were automatically squeezed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 289, You Really Can't Blow Well. Chapter 289, You Really Can't Blow Well. When Shi Xiaobai took a step forward, the multitude of guns had their triggers squeezed simultaneously. Bullets began to envelop Shi Xiaobai like smoke. The bullets came from every direction without leaving even a tiny gap. Shi Xiaobai suddenly revolved his body with sword in hand. Blade Storm. A sword beam that spiraled 360 degrees was slashed out. Each beam contained violent sword winds, blowing away all the densely approaching bullets. The bullets were shattered and dispersed. The multitude of guns were also struck by bladestorm that disintegrated them. A look of surprise flashed in the short-haired teenager's eyes. However, his expression remained cold and calm. Yellow rings of light lit up once again as guns emerged from it. This time, there were even more guns. The moment the guns appeared, their triggers were immediately pulled automatically. However, Shi Xiaobai did not take it head-on. A move like Bladestorm expended a great deal of psionic power. With the remaining reserves of psionic power he had left, he could no longer use it several times. As a result, Shi Xiaobai had used crab steps to charge towards the short-haired teenager after slashing out Bladestorm. He used a sword of wind to take down the guns in front of him and burst through the gap. Shi Xiaobai's speed was so fast that he instantly was beyond the encirclement of the guns. However, the short-haired teenager reacted quickly. He retreated at the instant Shi Xiaobai charged towards him. His hands were still in his pockets, and as though he was cycling, he retreated back at quite a respectable speed. As the short-haired teenager retreated, yellow rings of light constantly lit up. Bullets sprayed out and shot straight at the pursuing Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai could only dodge left and right or forcefully clash head-on with Sword of Wind due to the interference of the bullets. He failed to catch up to the rapidly retreating short-haired teenager as a result of his lacking psionic power. The short-haired teenager looked extremely calm. If it were anyone else, just seeing Shi Xiaobai's unreasonable bladestorm and jaw-dropping crab steps would be startled, much less being able to maintain their calm. However, the short-haired teenager appeared calm from the very beginning. It was as though he was constantly leering. However, Shi Xiaobai's adaptability was extremely exaggerated. He very quickly found the pursuit method that could be done faster. The gap between the two was constantly shrinking. The short-haired teenager's eyes flashed a cold beam as he suddenly pulled the right hand out of his pocket. It was a pale and bloodless hand. When this hand stretched out towards Shi Xiaobai, a golden beam of light bloomed out of his fingertips as a suave-looking black pistol appeared in his right hand. Die! The short-haired teenager spat out the word from his lips as he pointed the barrel in front of him. Without any careful aiming, he squeezed the trigger. There was no sound of the gunshot, but a blackish-gold bullet shot straight at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai immediately sensed a grave danger. Without any hesitation, he twisted his body and ran sideways. Boom! A deafening explosion boomed. At the instant the blackish-gold bullet shot out, a large number of blackish-gold bullets split off and fanned out. It carpeted an area thousands of square meters. The bullets exploded like missiles in an incessant manner, blowing up the ground into shambles. After the short-haired teenager shot the blackish-gold bullet, he left without turning back. It was as though he did not care about the outcome of the shot. On the boundary of the explosive zone, Shi Xiaobai caught his breath. This shot was truly somewhat dangerous. If he was in his optimal state, Shi Xiaobai would have made a breakthrough by clashing with the blackish-gold bullet. However, he had forcefully used the endurance unleaking turtle aura gave him to barely catch up to the short-haired teenager. He could only choose to dodge when he sensed that the blackish-gold bullet would pose a threat. Shi Xiaobai looked to the side at the gigantic fan-shaped scorched ground. He was slightly alarmed. The range of the blast was as though a missile had been launched. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary missile that a psionic barrier could easily defend against. Such a bullet was likely extremely valuable for the short-haired teenager, or he would not have used it only when he was out of options. After using it, he decisively left. The short-haired teenager quickly disappeared from his sights, while Shi Xiaobai did not pursue him either. His psionic power was nearly drained, so he was in urgent need to restore it. Forget it, this king will let you go scot-free for a moment. Shi Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. He found it somewhat regretful. If he was still in his optimal state, or even just half his optimal state, the short-haired teenager would never be able to escape him. Unfortunately, he had drained most of his psionic power in his battle with Heartless. He could only let the bastard go scot-free for a moment. Shi Xiaobai rested for a minute before strolling through the mountainous woods. There were still a few more minutes left before the next life-and-death assault. He had nothing to do, so he walked around, hoping to see if he could encounter someone familiar. It was unknown if Sunless, Motzi, Muyuesheng, and Kevin had arrived in the 5th level or not. He wished to reunite with them as soon as possible. Shi Xiaobai strolled through the mountain forests. His psionic power was quickly recovering along the way. Although unleaking turtle aura was an extremely special endurance technique, it also had the conventional ability of accelerating the recovery of psionic power. After walking for a while, Shi Xiaobai still did not encounter anyone else. Suddenly, a surprised cry came from the distance. "Save me!" The voice sounded distant and was rather weak by the time it propagated to him. However, Shi Xiaobai had a very good sense of hearing. He could hear it very well and could even sense the anxiety within the voice. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised. Someone was crying for help? Shi Xiaobai hurriedly used crab steps to head towards the voice. Shi Xiaobai ran very fast, so he quickly saw a frail girl running in front of him. There were 4 youths chasing after her like hungry predators. They were catching up very soon. The girl yelled for help as her eyes were filled with anxiety. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were messy. One of the youths chasing after her shouted with a grin, "Keep shouting. Even if you tear your throat shouting, no one will save you." The moment the youth finished his sentence, Shi Xiaobai happened to appear in front of the girl's escape path. The four youths came to a sudden halt as though they had seen a ghost. The girl appeared as though she had seen her savior as she exclaimed, "Tu Dahe! Tu Dahe, quickly save me!" The girl hurriedly fled behind Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai frowned and asked, "What happened?" The girl hurriedly said, They want to destroy my epaulet." Shi Xiaobai turned his head to glance at the epaulet on the girl's shoulder. It was a life epaulet and not a death epaulet. Why were these four youths engaging in hot pursuit in an attempt to destroy the girl's epaulet? At this moment, a youth coldly said, "Tu Dahe, I respect you as a good man because you dared to spar with Pulp Farmer. However, it's best you mind your own business. By destroying this bitch's life epaulet, everyone will have one fewer competitor. It's also beneficial for you, Shi Xiaobai asked aloud, "Do you have a feud?" Shi Xiaobai was not a nosy person, nor was he a goody two-shoes who would help a person for no reason. The girl hurriedly said, "No, I don't even know them." "They are hunters." Shi Xiaobai asked, "What are hunters?" The girl immediately said, "Some people realize that others can be eliminated as long as you destroy their life epaulets at this level. In order to reduce the number of competitors, and increase the chances of clearing the level, they have formed teams to hunt others. The four of them belong to a group of hunters." Shi Xiaobai was surprised. People actually did this? But on careful thought, it was not without reason. The fewer people there were on this level, the number of competitors as pursuers would decrease. The fugitives that were being pursued would also have their chances of clearing the level enhanced. As no one knew when they would become a fugitive, only people with great mutual trust would form groups. As a result, most rookies were left alone. By grouping up to hunt rookies, it would be extremely easy. After all, it was just the shattering of a life epaulet. How hard was it for four people to destroy a person's epaulet? The four youths did not plan on denying as well. One of them persuaded Shi Xiaobai, "Tu Dahe, this is a selection, a competition. It's only wise to reasonably make use of the rules. We will not harm her either. We will just destroy the epaulet on her shoulder. You can pretend as though you did not see a thing. We will be the bad guys here. Of course, we will welcome you if you wish on joining us." Shi Xiaobai burst out laughing as he said, "A competition has the premise of fairness before it's called a competition. By having four of you bullying her. No offense, that is the mark of a spicy chicken." Just as Shi Xiaobai spoke halfway, a dagger stabbed from behind, piercing through Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. The four youths immediately revealed sinister smiles. "Fool, you have been tricked." What looked like a frail and weak girl no longer looked frail at all. Her face was extremely cold as a derisive smile suffused across her lips. Her dagger had stabbed through Shi Xiaobai's shoulder where his epaulet was. However, the imagined blood that splattered out did not appear. When she stabbed through the shoulder, it did not possess any realism. The girl and the four youths stared at the Shi Xiaobai in front of the girl, which was suddenly penetrated by the sunlight. Slowly, it dissipated like a mirage. Phantom image. The girl exclaimed and hurriedly turned her head, but she noticed that Shi Xiaobai was already standing behind her with an expression that read, "You are the fool" instead. The girl hurriedly retreated and said in surprise, "How did you realize it?" The four youths immediately charged forward and came to the girl's side while pulling out their weapons. Shi Xiaobai sighed and said, "Your acting is too average." It was almost unbearable for this king to watch. This king suggests you to go to Steel City if you have the time to find an Oscar-winning actress named Yang Weiwei and learn from her. The girl immediately said angrily, "You are courting death. Don't think that you are safe having avoided that strike. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible for you to be able to fight the five of us combined." Shi Xiaobai laughed coldly but did not say another word. He slowly raised his sword. He detested such a so-called hunter team. He could ignore them joining forces to gank someone, but they were shameless to use such a common scheme. The five raised their weapons, as the battle was about to spark off. Suddenly, the sound of melodious flute music came from nearby. The flute music sounded clear and distant. It was ethereal, as though the tune were the rustling of pines through the blowing of winds. The girl suddenly widened her eyes as she said in shock, "Demonic flute and MO?" A youth hurriedly said, "Quickly cover your ears." Another youth muttered, "It's too late." With that, his eyes closed as he planted his face to the ground. The girl held her forehead and stumbled a few steps before sprawling to the ground. The other three youths were also knocked unconscious. As the melodious tune softly floated over, the five were knocked unconscious in less than 10 seconds. The flute's tune was still continuing on, and accompanying it was the sound of approaching footsteps. Very soon, a figure appeared at the end of Shi Xiaobai's vision. It was a white-dressed youth. He had black hair that reached his waist. He was lanky and had a handsome look. His skin was rather pale and his eyes sparkled. He held a rosewood flute in his hands, which was placed by his mouth as he gently played. The white-dressed youth looked as warm as jade. After playing for a while, he lowered his flute and looking at Shi Xiaobai, he said in surprise, "You are unaffected listening to half the lullaby tune despite having caught off guard?" Shi Xiaobai carefully sized up the white-dressed youth and said with a shake of his head, "No, this king feels as though his ears have been polluted. That tune is all right, but you really can't blow." When an MO heard this, the corner of his lips twitched slightly. This was the first time someone criticized his flute-playing skills. He hesitated slightly before saying, "I just played it casually just now, and it's indeed harsh on the ears. If this brother doesn't mind, do you mind listening to me play another tune?" "Ah? Again?" Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Realizing how he did not have any pertinent things to do, it was not like he could not give this person a chance to prove himself. Shi Xiaobai finally nodded and said, "Blow it." And MO nodded, and without saying any nonsense, he immediately began blowing. The flute's tune was similarly melodious, but it contained a chilling killing intent. And MO observed Shi Xiaobai's face and was amazed to realize that Shi Xiaobai was still unaffected. Other than him being unable to hide the repulsiveness on his face, there was no other expression. What was going on? Why was the tune of the demonic flute useless against this person? And MO was extremely surprised, so he began to blow even harder. The strength of the demonic music grew in intensity, but Shi Xiaobai remained indifferent. Midway, Shi Xiaobai suddenly sighed and said, "Enough. This king can't tolerate listening to such an unpleasant flute tune. You really can't blow well. This king suggests you to go to. Forget it. That person is on Earth. You probably can't go there." And MO remained silent. He was regretting why his feet did such a stupid thing as walking out. And MO did not dare to speak to Shi Xiaobai again, afraid that his broken heart would experience another trauma. He walked towards the unconscious five. With a wave of his flute, the life epaulets on their shoulders immediately shattered. Soon, they transformed into golden light as they were transported out of the trial. Shi Xiaobai obviously would not stop it. For hunters to be hunted, it was something they deserved. When Shi Xiaobai noticed how the white-dressed youth no longer paid him any attention, he planned on turning around and leave. At this moment, the authoritative voice resounded through the world. "The 32nd round shall begin immediately. Death Epaulet wearer has been randomly chosen. The wearer's name is Sunless Yi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 290, so as to eliminate her personally. Chapter 290, so as to eliminate her personally. The 32nd round shall begin immediately. Death Epaulet wearer has been randomly chosen. The wearer's name is Sunless Yi. The moment the authoritative voice faded away, two images appeared in Shi Xiaobai's mind once again. One of them was the entire map of the mountainous region, indicating where his and Sunless' respective locations were on the map. At this moment, the two were separated by a great distance, almost more than half the entire mountainous range. The other image was fixed on Sunless. She was dressed in an azure dress and she was expressionless. Her eyes looked somewhat in a daze, but her beauty made people have the feeling that this girl should be in heaven. The mortal world could not afford her. Compared to Yi Shang's wretched form of fleeing, the current Sunless was standing in the same spot motionless, as though she had no intentions of fleeing. Sunless had given up? Of course not. Just as the 10 seconds of the image were up, a rookie had appeared at the boundary of the image. Clearly, the rookie was one of the eager pursuers. However, before he reached 100 meters away from Sunless, a strong wind blew, sending the rookie flying backwards. The life epaulette on his shoulder suddenly shattered as the rookie transformed into a beam of golden light and was transported out of the trial. Sunless held a silver sword in hand and remained expressionless. She did not even turn her head to look at the rookie that had suddenly appeared. She was just standing there quietly. Her silence was golden, but she also exuded an inexplicable dominance. Life and death assault? Why must I run? I'll stand here waiting for all of you. If you have the guts, then try your best. Let's see who kills who. The image slowly dissipated. Shi Xiaobai could not help but reveal a smile. Sunless had done what he was thinking. They were just a bunch of spicy chickens, what was the need to flee? If one came, kill one. If a group came, kill a group. Who cares what monsters or demons they were, they would be killed, And Mo was a little alarmed as he said with a frown, "This is Sunless, third on the rookie forecast? Although this courage is commendable, isn't this too reckless? Indeed, no one is her match in a one-on-one situation, but if it were 1 against 10, or 1 against 100, how is she to deal with it? Why doesn't she flee and attack at the same time? With her strength, it is not a problem to protect her epaulette while running." Shi Xiaobai heard this and glanced at an Mo. He said, "No wonder your flute's music sounds terrible, it's because your thoughts are problematic. This king shall bestow you a sentence, the value of a treasured sword depends on whether you regard it as a treasure or a sword." After saying that, Shi Xiaobai ran off without even turning his head again. Although he was not worried for Sunless, she was his friend. And in a sense, she was his confidant. With her being in a situation with others laying a siege on her, he obviously could not sit idle. Shi Xiaobai ran towards Sunless' location at full speed. And Mo stared at Shi Xiaobai's back blankly as his brows furrowed even deeper. Is my flute's music really that terrible? Why must you say that my thoughts are problematic? And Mo ruminated over the final words Shi Xiaobai had said. Moments later, he shook his head as he said with a sigh, "The value of a treasured sword depends on whether you regard it as a treasure or a sword?" As for what profound meaning this sentence has, I really can't figure it out. And Mo thought for a moment before he gave up thinking. He then began heading towards Sunless' location. The value of a treasured sword. Was this problem something worthy of study? If he had the time, he might as well investigate the price of this large treasured sword. In the quiet woods, the area was reeking with smoke as whispers filled the air. Sunless was standing alone on an empty plain. There were no trees around her in 100-meter radius. She stood there silently with her eyes calm. She looked somewhat indifferent, and to a stranger, she looked like an ice beauty who could topple countries with her beauty. The life and death assault had gone on for 3 minutes. During this period, there was no lack of pursuers that had rushed here. However, they were in no hurry to charge through the forbidden zone of 100 meters. Even the best rookies of first-tier organizations could not withstand more than a few strikes. The 100-meter zone seemed to be an area no one could step through. Droves of rookies that came in pursuit had their life epaulettes shattered one after another. The most one could reach was a distance of 50 meters. It was no doubt a thrashing. Sunless was this year's super rookie, a rare sword fanatic that appeared once a century. She was forecast to be third among the rookies, and her strength was redoubtable. She was on a completely different level from the other rookies. The rookies obviously realized that attempting to make a breakthrough one after another was impossible. However, they were unwilling to give up at this moment. Hence, they began to spontaneously wait in the forest 100 meters away from Sunless. They were waiting for enough pursuers to arrive. One person was not enough, so were 10. But if 100 people charged forward at the same time, regardless of how powerful Sunless was, there was no way for her to instantly kill 100 people in those short 100 meters. And if they could eliminate Sunless, who was bound to take a spot in the top 10, they would have an additional chance of entering the top 10 candidates for the collective training. Hence, this was not a simple life and death assault. It had deeper meaning behind it, so it was worth it to do it at all costs, despicable or not. More and more rookies gathered in the forest 100 meters away. They were in whispers and waiting for their numbers to accumulate. They planned on rushing forward at the same time. Sunless was still standing there silently. Even though the atmosphere which resembled the calm before the storm was repressing, she did not bat an eyelid. She did not choose to take the initiative to attack while the rookies were slowly gathering together. She was only waiting, as though she did not care how many people would rush at her when the time came. In some people's eyes, this was the confidence and the courage of the strong. But in the eyes of others, this was hubris, an act of thinking too highly of herself. At this moment, on one side of the woods 100 meters away from Sunless, there was a bunch of rookies gathered. The numbers were about to exceed 100 people. For a team on such a scale, it naturally needed a leader. It needed a few key figures with the authority to lead. If the timing and procedure to which the attack was carried out was not agreed upon, it would be a waste of time disputing. At this moment, in the middle of the rookies were 3 people clustered together. They had become the temporarily leaders of the 100-man team that would quickly dissolve. They did not need impressive leadership skills. All they needed were strength and reputation to convince the crowd. One of them was a curvaceous girl wearing tight leather clothing. Her hair reached her waist, and her hair was slightly permed. Her looks were delicate, but she was not considered beautiful. However, her eyes that accentuated her appearance seemed to have an intelligence to them. She held a whip that could automatically expand and contract, causing others to involuntarily make weird associations. This girl was rather famous among the rookies. Her name was Zhou Chuchu, ranked 10th on the official forecast. Beside Zhou Chuchu was a youth dressed in armor. He looked average and there was nothing unique about him. However, his solemn expression and serious look in his eyes made him seem very reliable. This person was ranked 9th on the official forecast, Feng Yuanlin. The third person was dressed in loose robes. His hair was coiled up and he held a whisk. He was a youth dressed like a Taoist, named Lu Yu. He was known as the Half-Dao Sage and was ranked 8th on the official forecast. These 3 were superstar rookies ranked 10th, 9th, and 8th on the official forecast. They excelled in a particular domain, so they were well known by many rookies. Hence, these 3 were immediately chosen by the rookies as their leaders. This was because only the 3 of them could command the masses. The trio apparently knew each other and they were gathered together as they spoke softly. Their voices were lowered to the point of whispers. The other rookies did not deliberately eavesdrop, but if they heard the conversation between the trio, they would probably faint from exasperation. Feng Yuanlin said, "What do we do? Bite the bullet and charge forward." Lu Yu said, "Benefactor, this penniless priest notices that your glabella seems dark. That's an ominous portent. Quickly take a look and see if mine is dark as well." Feng Yuanlin nodded and said, "How can it not be dark? That is Sunless. If the 3 of us take the lead in the fight, aren't we just dooming ourselves?" Zhou Chuchu was unconvinced as she said, "Sis Sunless may be mighty, but I can hold her down. Don't look at my ranking. It's actually just an illusion. I just prefer to keep a low profile and only use a tenth of my true strength. Feng Yuanlin said, alright, in terms of bragging, I'll only believe that you, braggart Chu, are the best. However, I choose to believe you this time. Go on, since you are so mighty, you should lead the charge. Zhou Chuchu curled her lips and said, no. It's so bad to have so many people bullying Sis Sunless. I won't be partaking in such an endeavor. I am only here to cheer Sis Sunless on. Lu Yu sighed and said, actually, this penniless priest does not like such form of bullying either. However, this penniless priest has inferred from heavenly Tao and peeked into the secrets of heaven, and from that discovered that it's impossible to defeat Sunless in a one-on-one battle. Feng Yuanlin sighed and said, your inference of the secrets of heaven sure is accurate. It will be a joke if one can win in a one-on-one fight with her. But to fight 100 against 1, I can't do something like that. Shall we not do a thing when the battle begins later? Zhou Chuchu agreed, I was not planning on attacking in the first place. If I were to attack, would there be a need for you? I'll say, I'm here to be a cheerleader for Sis Sunless. Lu Yu said, this penniless priest is in a dilemma as well. If Sunless is eliminated, one of the 10 spots would open up. It's also beneficial for us, but for a group to attack one person, this penniless priest really can't do it. Just as Yuanlin said, we will not make a move when the time comes. Feng Yuanlin added on, we can rush out halfway and retreat during the chaos midway. We can pretend to be sick? Lu Yu and Zhou Chuchu immediately approved of it with a nod of their heads. The rookies were in whispers, discussing as to how to lay siege on Sunless. However, they did not know that their leaders had already betrayed them. At this moment, an exclamation came from the front of the crowd. Pulp Farmer is here. Everyone turned their heads over. They saw a youth about 8 feet tall with thick eyebrows and large eyes, a broad jawline and cut facial features. He held a silver spear in hand as he walked over in a domineering fashion. Who else was it but fourth on the official forecast, Pulp Farmer? A number of people had their expressions drastically changed. This was because they recalled of a rumor. It was rumored that Pulp Farmer had once said in his drunken stupor, only this girl and her sword is something I can never forget. Although the two of them had never interacted before, to the point of not even knowing each other, which heroic youth would not have his heart stirred by a girl as beautiful as a snow lotus like Sunless? When everyone thought of this, they had a sense of foreboding. However, they never expected that when Pulp Farmer came, the first thing he said was, I'm not here to help her, and it's completely the opposite. My goal here is to eliminate her myself. Everyone was startled, as though they vaguely understood what had happened. Someone immediately suggested, since Pulp Farmer is here, what are we waiting for? Let's begin attacking. In the mountains, Shi Xiaobai was proceeding forward at full speed. However, due to the great distance, he needed a little time before he could reach where Sunless was. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai saw a black-robed youth holding a bloody sickle walking slowly in front of him. The way he walked appeared extremely slow, but his speed was actually extremely fast. However, Shi Xiaobai's speed was even faster. In a few seconds, Shi Xiaobai had overtaken the youth. When he passed by the youth, he turned to glance at him. All he saw above the black robe was an ugly face that seemed disfigured, but there was no attempt to hide it. Shi Xiaobai frowned. He could sense an aura from the ugly youth that he extremely detested. He could not help but feel a sense of irritation. However, Shi Xiaobai did not have the time to investigate this. He forcefully repressed the inexplicable sense of irritation as he quickly left the youth behind. The ugly youth looked at Shi Xiaobai's back. Suddenly he took out a crumpled piece of paper, and on it, there were a few names. Sunless, kill. The ugly youth's voice was hoarse and dry, as though he was an old man in his 70s. The list doesn't have, tu dahe. But, there's this urge to kill him. Then he shall be killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, Professional Assist. Chapter 291, Professional Assist. Since Pulp Farmer is here, what are we waiting for? Let's begin the attack together. A rookie suggested, and immediately the crowd echoed him. A few minutes had already passed. If this dragged on, Sunless would safely last the 10 minutes and clear the level successfully. The chances of snatching the opportunity to shatter the death epaulet was minute in a group attack. However, if they could eliminate Sunless, a spot in the 10 openings, which was previously impossible to contend for, would open up. This was extremely alluring for every rookie present. At this moment, Pulp Farmer suddenly said, "Attack together?" "No, all of you can just watch by the side. I said I'll eliminate her myself. None of you need to interfere, and none of you are to interfere." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They never expected Pulp Farmer to have such an intention. Immediately, a rookie who was not afraid to maliciously speculate shouted, "You want to hoard the death epaulet yourself? Or do you actually plan on helping Sunless clear the level? Are you deliberately using a duel to buy her time?" Immediately, someone followed up, "He must be doing this to help Sunless. It's already rumored that Pulp Farmer likes Sunless. So how can he bear to hurt her?" Everyone began a flurry of discussions. "Pulp Farmer, you are truly strong, but Sunless' official forecast ranking is one spot higher than yours. Do you think you can eliminate Sunless yourself? There's no need to think further. He must be here to help Sunless. Don't fall for it, everyone. I will never agree to Pulp Farmer's suggestion anyway. If we are attacking, all of us are to attack. We can let Pulp Farmer take the lead, but anything else is out of question." The crowd immediately started to clamor. They did not believe Pulp Farmer would attack Sunless to begin with. And now, they found it impossible to believe that Pulp Farmer could eliminate Sunless alone. Conspiracy theories were abound. Pulp Farmer's eyes turned extremely cold as he suddenly stabbed his spear deep into the ground, causing the earth to shake. Everyone jumped in fright. Pulp Farmer was dressed in armor and looked majestic. He exuded a domineering air that made it unbearable for others to look at him straight. Pulp Farmer surveyed the crowd and said with a sneer, "A bunch of fools. Even if 100 of you were to rush forward, none of you are Sunless match. Got it? If you do not want to be eliminated now, wait here obediently. This is not a suggestion but a warning. If you really want to attack together, go ahead. I'll clean up all of you spicy chickens in a minute." The moment this was said, everyone was immediately infuriated as they raised their weapons. "Fuck, that's so arrogant. Brothers, can we still tolerate this? I want to kill him. Pulp Farmer, are you courting death?" "No, he's here to die in her place. He's trying to buy time for Sunless." The crowd's anger could not be appeased. Pulp Farmer did not engage in any further banter with them as he raised his spear and aimed it at the crowd. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, Feng Yuanlin jostled out of the crowd and gestured with his hands, "Everyone, calm down. This is a good thing. Why are you stopping this?" Everyone looked at Feng Yuanlin with perplexed looks. This was a good thing? Feng Yuanlin said earnestly, "Think about it. If Pulp Farmer were to battle Sunless alone, we can sit back and wait for the internecine struggle to end so as to reap the eventual benefits. When the battle between Sunless and Pulp Farmer ends, there will be great losses regardless of the outcome. When the time comes, we can charge over. Wouldn't we be able to eliminate the both of them as a result? If Pulp Farmer were to buy time for Sunless, that wouldn't be a problem either. Sunless will clear the level and run away, but where is Pulp Farmer to run? When the time comes, we can join forces and eliminate him. We would still eliminate someone from the top 10. Think about it, how different is third and fourth place? So just let Pulp Farmer eliminate Sunless himself. If we are lucky, we can even eliminate the both of them together. After Feng Yuanlin said this, everyone was dumbfounded as they fell silent. They realized what Feng Yuanlin said was very reasonable. They had nothing to offer to his viewpoint. However, wasn't Pulp Farmer just beside you? How can you vocalize such a shameless plot? Are you treating Pulp Farmer as a fool or as though he was deaf? However, Pulp Farmer was not angered. Instead, he said with a laugh, a very good suggestion. Follow what he had just said. Also, I have always been perfectly open in all my actions. Since I said I would eliminate Sunless, I would definitely use all my strength. I would not be like all of you and have such despicable thoughts. Once Pulp Farmer finished his sentence, he lifted his spear and walked forward. There were struggles in the eyes of the rookies blocking him, but they eventually chose to make way. The aura Pulp Farmer exuded was as formidable as a tiger. They really lacked the courage to stop him. And it had to be said that Feng Yuanlin's words had really changed their minds. Even if they could not eliminate Sunless, they had every reason to vent their anger on Pulp Farmer. There was little effect to whichever person they eliminated. If they were lucky, they might be able to eliminate both. Let's go. Everyone form a circle. Do not let Pulp Farmer escape. Immediately, someone whispered. Everyone immediately echoed it and began taking action. They formed a circle so as to attack at any time. They could also prevent Pulp Farmer from escaping. When Feng Yuanlin saw this, he gave a delighted smile to Liu Yu and Zhou Chuchu, who were beside him, and said, "How was it? Wasn't I awesome? Quickly, praise me." With just a few words, I had not only prevented a tough battle, I have also extricated us from this situation. Sigh, I feel as though I'm a reincarnation of a masterful genius. A dark look filled Liu Yu's face as he said, "Aren't you afraid that your words will enrage Pulp Farmer to slaughter you first?" Zhou Chuchu also rolled her eyes at Feng Yuanlin and said, "Your suggestion was tailored to trap Pulp Farmer." Feng Yuanlin smacked his lips and said, "Everything is within my plans. Anyway, Pulp Farmer is just a bore. He's no way like a fairy like Sunless, so if I don't con him, who should I con?" The two were left speechless. Nobody could be better than you in tricking someone with such righteous indignation. Pulp Farmer did not seem to mind that Feng Yuanlin's words had ensnared him. He did not even seem to care about the grim situation of the crowd attacking him regardless of the outcome of the upcoming battle. Even though the rookies had formed 100 meters circle around Sunless, as well as him, Pulp Farmer only had eyes on one person. The person was the azure-dressed girl in front of him. However, Sunless did not even look at him. Her head was lowered as she looked at the sword in her hand. It was as though she only cared about swords. Pulp Farmer did not directly walk into the 100-meter zone because he knew that once he took a step forward, Sunless' sword beam would immediately come slashing at him. Without any hesitation, the battle would be triggered. However, before the battle began, Pulp Farmer had something to say. He focused on Sunless and said, "The world thinks I like you. Even your brother thinks so too. But in fact, I'm just like you, a fanatic. You are a sword fanatic, while I'm a martial arts fanatic. Other than martial arts, I do not like anything else, not now, never was, nor ever will be. So, I do not like you in any meaning of the word." With this said, the crowd were appalled. They never expected that the words Pulp Farmer said would be completely opposite to what they had been thinking. Sunless did not make any response, as though she had not heard his words. Pulp Farmer did not anticipate a response either as he continued, "It was rumored that I once said in a drunken stupor, 'Only this girl and her sword is something I can never forget.' This rumor is true, but what I can never forget was the battle when I was 10. That time, I lost. I lost very thoroughly. You made me never forget that defeat. Therefore, I have always been watching you, desperately chasing after you. I'm very happy that you were like me, a fanatic. You are a fanatic in the way of the sword, and you have always been improving, never stagnating. Therefore, I never had the confidence of defeating you up to now." Pulp Farmer's words shocked the crowd. They never expected that what Pulp Farmer found unforgettable was the defeat of a battle at the age of 10. However, for an amazing genius like Pulp Farmer, the number of times he lost to his peers was probably a handful, or maybe only once. Pulp Farmer's expression suddenly turned cold as he said, "But I discovered that you recently changed. Other than you being fanatic in the way of the sword, you appear to have discovered other things that you like. Therefore, the way of your sword has begun to waver. You are unable to be wholeheartedly obsessed with the sword. You are no longer the purest sword fanatic." This discovery greatly disappointed me. I was infuriated as well as lost. This is because the sunless that required me to put in great effort to chase after is about to disappear. Sunless continued ignoring him as her head was lowered towards her sword. However, a look of perplexity flashed in her eyes. Pulp Farmer took a deep breath and said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why your fanaticism for sword arts have wavered is because of a person. That person's name is Tu Dahe." The moment Tu Dahe was mentioned, the expressions of many rookies changed. In fact, there were a number of people present who had experienced the counteroffensive on the Demon City. Tu Dahe was the city destroyer hero in their hearts. As for the rest, they remembered that this name had appeared in the official forecast. He was labeled as a mudslide among the rookies and was ranked at the most special Zeroth place. The name, Tu Dahe, seemed to possess something magical about it. It made many people feel good vibes and had also made Sunless finally raise her head. When Sunless raised her head, her gaze finally left that sword. However, it did not seem to land anywhere else. Her eyes did not focus on anything and appeared unsettled. Anyone could tell that her beautiful eyes were filled with perplexity. "I believe you have not truly recognized your own feelings. This is because you are a pure sword fanatic. Other than swords, you have nearly zero other emotions. On this point, I'm inferior to you." Pulp Farmer said, "But you have been unsettled. This is the best proof. I will only ask you once. No, it should be you asking yourself seriously, do you like Tu Dahe or not?" Everyone held their breaths. They never expected to hear such a bombastic question. How could the purest sword fanatic, Sunless, who was like a snow lotus that could only be watched from afar, like Tu Dahe? How would Sunless answer this question? How long would it take for her, a person who had no idea about feelings, to understand this question? However, something contrary to all expectations happened. Sunless nodded her head without any hesitation. She even softly said a single word. Like she liked Tu Dahe. Heartless had asked this question before. Back then, she had liked the sword arts heritage Tu Dahe had given her. She liked the sword aura from Tu Dahe's body and liked the sword sparring in her consciousness with Tu Dahe. So she had nodded and said yes. Back then, she believed her answer was that she liked it. But in fact, what she liked was still a result of swords. Be it the sword arts heritage, the sword aura, or sword sparring, they were all related to swords. And Tu Dahe was just a prefix to all of this. But now, Sunless did not think so. The amount of effort Tu Dahe had put in for Motzi and Kevin was something she had witnessed. She remembered the wise words Tu Dahe had said when imparting the upper form of the Kuan Pine to her. When they encountered the Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign, Tu Dahe had forced himself to play the bad guy and had saved them through his wisdom. He dared to lead the Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign away and even successfully conquered the Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign. This was the first time Sunless was startled. That was a level lord. With their present strength, it was a terrifying existence that they were unable to put up even the slightest of resistance. However, Tu Dahe had managed to perfectly deal with it. His wisdom, courage, kindness, and sacrifice. If it were anyone in Sunless, Motzi and Company's shoes, they would also feel touched and impressed. Hence, Sunless changed her mind. She still liked things that were related to swords. However, Tu Dahe was no longer an optional prefix. He was a unique and indispensable existence. Sunless nodded firmly. Her unsettledness was not because she liked Tu Dahe or not, but whether her like for Tu Dahe would waver her fanaticism towards swords. This was because she felt that her sword truth had improved as a result. This was something that should not have happened. Her sword truth was fanaticism. If she liked something else or someone else, it should have been weakened. Why did it end up improving? This made Sunless unsettled. The crowd obviously did not know the reason for Sunless' unsettledness. They believed Sunless had affirmed her heart due to Pulp Farmer's question. Everyone lamented. Heavens, the goddess in my heart has fallen. Fuck, this Pulp Farmer is a professional assist, right? This assist. I'm suspecting that Pulp Farmer is an accomplice hired by Tu Dahe. Pulp Farmer did not expect Sunless to give such a resolute answer. His eyes turned cold as he coldly said, "You are no longer the Sunless of the past. By liking someone so resolutely, your fanaticism sword truth will definitely be substantially weakened. I'm very, very disappointed. So, I will take back the victory I deposited with you. If possible, I wish the defeat in this battle would wake you up." As Pulp Farmer said this, he took a step forward. This step placed him into the forbidden zone of 100 meters. Sunless did not hesitate and slashed out. The sword beams that were like a hurricane startled the surrounding rookies' mouths shut. Pulp Farmer's eyes looked cold as he raised his spear and thrust straight at the hurricane-like sword beams. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, The Bullet That Changed the Outcome. Chapter 292, The Bullet That Changed the Outcome. Somewhere in the mountains, 3 people were running. Right in front was a blonde youth. Behind him was a cute girl with long orange-red hair. The girl was carrying another girl with short brown hair that had her eyes shut tightly. The 3 were obviously Kevin, Motzi, and Mu Yuesheng. They had quickly gathered together after arriving at the 5th level. However, Mu Yuesheng was currently unconscious, so Motzi had to carry her. For a petite girl to piggyback another girl, while the guy accompanying her was running ahead as though he had turned a blind eye to it, made other rookies that they occasionally pass curse. Serves him right for being single his entire life. But in fact, no one would believe that with the possession of a Titan bloodline, Motzi's strength was actually much higher than Kevin's. Piggybacking the light Mu Yuesheng was as simple as an ordinary person holding a book. Kevin obviously would not ask for a rebuff by requesting to carry her. Other than Mu Yuesheng refusing it, Motzi would probably not agree to it as well. At this moment, they were running through the mountains. Motzi's speed was rather slow, but the expression on her face was filled with anxiousness and worry. From the looks of it, she was already working hard at speeding. Kevin was running in front and had deliberately slowed down. He turned back and said, "Don't worry. Sunless will definitely be fine." Motzi sighed and said, "Will we be able to make it in time?" Kevin hesitated for a moment and said with a nod, "Our position was just too far away from Sunless. With our present speed, 10 minutes will probably pass by the time we arrive." Motzi said with an aggrieved look, "What shall we do?" Sister Yuesheng suddenly fell unconscious when she made her breakthrough. Sister Sunless is now in danger, yet we can't even help her, but... Kevin lowered his head slightly. He truly could not think of a solution to the problem at the moment. In fact, he was somewhat confused and bewildered. Kevin could only console her. Mu Yuesheng suddenly fell unconscious when she broke through to the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. It probably has something to do with her constitution. I think she will probably recover after resting for a while. Sunless and most of the rookies are on completely different levels. Even if she's surrounded, I believe she will probably be able to handle it. What we can do now is to do our best to rush over. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai should have already reached the 5th level. He must have a solution. Kevin thought, if Shi Xiaobai was around, he would definitely be able to think of a solution very calmly in the present situation. As for him, he could only repeat the word probably. The gap between him and Shi Xiaobai was just too great. Mozi's eyes lit up as a glimmer of hope flashed in them. She said softly, "Yeah, Lord Shi Xiaobai must be rushing to help Sister Sunless. He will definitely be able to protect Sister Sunless. Maybe he will be able to treat Sister Yuesheng as well. Let's hurry over there. I'm very worried about Sister Yuesheng's physical condition." After Mozi said this, she gritted her teeth and sped up. She secretly told herself that she had to work hard at cultivating movement techniques in the future. At this moment, Mu Yuesheng's eyes suddenly opened. An icy blue lightning bolt flashed in her brown eyes. Sunless slashed out, and immediately the sword beams that were like a hurricane startled the surrounding rookies. They pondered for a moment and knew that they would not be able to withstand such a strike. Immediately there was an uproar. However, Pulp Farmer did not appear powerless against the howling hurricane of sword beams. He was calm, and his eyes were cold. He stabbed straight at the hurricane with his spear. Tyrant Spear. Pulp Farmer was majestic and had an imposing aura. As he thrust out, it was as though space was torn apart. Sunlight was shattered into pieces of fragments as a gigantic spear image appeared, clashing right at the sword winds. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred as dust flew up everywhere. Trees were toppled as though they had experienced explosions. The rookies that besieged the two had a drastic change in expressions as they conjured their psionic barriers to protect themselves. This sword and spear's power completely exceeded their expectations. This was just the first strike of this battle? This was indeed the first strike. Furthermore, it appeared as though they had casually attacked, as though it was just a simple appetizer. This was because after slashing out, Sunless did not stop and immediately slashed again. It was just a simple slash, but azure sword beams shot forward. Hundreds or thousands of azure sword beams headed straight for Pulp Farmer, as though they were angry azure birds. Pulp Farmer remained expressionless. The row of rookies behind Pulp Farmer were scared silly. All they saw was azure sword beams that filled the sky, raining down as though they were covering the entire world. Under the sunlight, they scintillated a cold luster. Every sword beam contained a sharp sword intent that others found unbearable to look straight at. They hurriedly scattered because they did not even have the confidence that their psionic barriers were able to withstand the sword beams that filled the sky, even if it was just the fallout. However, Pulp Farmer walked towards the azure sword beams. Suddenly he raised his spear and spun it above his head. The rotations of the spear stirred up a tornado with him in the eye. This was no ordinary tornado, but a storm of power. As the azure sword beams struck the tornado, sonorous sounds were constantly emitted as they were repelled and scattered to the ground. As the sword beams flew randomly, it immediately affected the outlying regions. Explosions constantly boomed as the rookies cried out incessantly and conjured psionic barriers to resist the explosions or flee in panic. All of them looked to be in a sorry state. They are so powerful. How can these two be so strong? These are third and fourth among the rookies? They are completely on a different plane of existence from us. Phew, can 100 of us really defeat the two of them? Don't sell yourselves short. Their attacks might appear relaxed, but they must have used all their strength. Although they are very powerful, that's all to it. They can't fight 1 against 100. Really, they have used all their strength? The rookies were engaged in a flurry of discussion. At this moment, Pulp Farmer had already used his tornado to walk to a distance 50 meters away from Sunless, but she did not immediately produce her third strike. Pulp Farmer suddenly came to a stop as the tornado slowly dissipated. He raised his spear and, bending his back with his right knee up, in a majestic pose, a domineering aura slowly stirred as though he was accumulating strength. Sunless, you defeated me years ago with just 4 strikes. So today, I will defeat you within 3 strikes. This is the 3rd strike, and also the only offensive strike I have. However, it has to be the final strike. I have to take back the victory that belongs to me. Pulp Farmer retracted his right arm and began gathering strength. A domineering aura surged as the light around him began distorting. The rookies hurriedly retreated. They could sense the terrifying power emitted by Pulp Farmer despite the distance. The following strike was Pulp Farmer's full strength. Holy shit, who was the one who said they have already used all their strength? Fuck, this strike has yet to happen, but it's already multiple times more terrifying than the exchange of moves from just now. Gulp, I guess we should take a step back. I'm a bit afraid. Hey, why is Sunless still motionless? By gathering strength for so long, if I were Sunless, I'd quickly interrupt him. If Pulp Farmer were to finish channeling his strength, who could withstand it? That's why you are destined never to be Sunless. The rookies retreated in horror as discussions broke out. Sunless remained motionless. Against Pulp Farmer's channeling strike, she did not channel her strength to produce a defensive strike. Her eyes remained calm, as though she did not care about Pulp Farmer's strike at his full power. Pulp Farmer was slightly surprised, but he was also a bit infuriated. Sunless, do you still think I'm that weakling that was defeated by you after 4 strikes years ago? In order to chase after you, the sweat, blood and hard work I have put in is not something you can even imagine. If you believe you can easily withstand my strike, I will use harsh reality to shatter your pride. Pulp Farmer continued channeling his strength as his eyes turned extremely cold. He said coldly, I will not hold back at all for this strike. Sunless remained indifferent. She even lowered her head to look at her sword, but she said softly, 3rd strike, you lose. With this said, there was an uproar. No one could believe that not only had Sunless not gathered strength to face Pulp Farmer's strike that had gathered maximum strength, she had also thought of countering and defeating Pulp Farmer. Was this confidence or arrogance? Pulp Farmer laughed from his extreme anger as he said, Sunless, I never expected that not only have your sword truth weakened, even your intelligence has lowered. Indeed, the matters of the heart have ruined you. Since you insist on refusing to realize the errors of your ways, receive my attack. Pulp Farmer angrily roared. The strike he had gathered strength for a long time finally was released. A cold beam first burst forward as a dragon-like spear accompanied it from behind. When the spear thrust out, a gigantic phantom image of a dragon dashed straight at Sunless. The dragon roared while the world changed colors. Everyone stared confounded. Seeing the gigantic dragon phantom, they suddenly had the feeling of worshipping it. This dragon phantom was extremely terrifying. The amount of power it contained was beyond imagination. The rookies were sure that if they were struck by this dragon phantom, they would very likely die here even if they were hit only by the shockwaves. This strike, which Pulp Farmer had gathered strength for so long, was truly extremely powerful. However, Sunless still did not bat an eyelid while facing this gigantic dragon phantom. Raising her sword, she was as calm as ever. Suddenly, an azure glow emitted out of Sunless. When Pulp Farmer saw this, his pupils slightly contracted as he exclaimed, "This is sword truth? Your sword truth actually improved again." The azure beam gathered extremely quickly in Sunless' sword. She did not look at the gigantic dragon phantom that filled the sky, which was about to smash downwards. Instead, she thrust straight at Pulp Farmer. Pulp Farmer had a drastic change in expression. He immediately raised his spear while being on high alert. Everyone held their breaths and did not dare to make a single sound. However, a surprising scene unfolded. As they saw Sunless thrust forward, she suddenly forcefully changed her trajectory and stabbed into the ground. As no one could comprehend what had happened, Sunless' sudden stabbing of her sword into the ground caused the azure glow from her sword to transform into an azure barrier that wrapped around her. The gigantic dragon phantom struck the azure barrier, and at the same time, a purplish gold bullet came flying behind Sunless with no one noticing when it was shot. It abruptly struck the azure barrier. As though that second was stretched out, the gigantic dragon phantom and the purple bullet smashed into the azure barrier. Even space was distorted as though time came to a halt. Sharp-sighted rookies hurriedly looked at the purplish gold bullet. This purplish gold bullet had suddenly shot from behind Sunless. It was clearly a sneak attack? Boom! An explosion suddenly boomed as the gigantic dragon phantom disintegrated. The purplish gold bullet was reduced to fragments. The azure barrier had managed to withstand 2 strikes, defeating the terrifying powers of 2 attacks that hit her from the front and back. Pooh! Sunless suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As her body quivered, she had to hold onto her sword with both hands before she could barely find her footing. Her face was extremely pale. The purplish gold bullet that suddenly attacked her from behind forced her to change the trajectory of her sword, making her change from offense to defense. How could her body withstand the sudden reversal in strength? Sunless had very likely been severely injured. Translator's note: there are previews available. Just click the link below to check it out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Who Dares to Touch Her? Chapter 293, Who Dares to Touch Her? The timing of the purplish gold bullet's surprise attack could be said to be fatal. Sunless had just thrust it out with nearly all her strength, but the bullet had come shooting from behind. The bullet's power was not to be underestimated, since it left Sunless no choice but to forcibly change the trajectory of her attack and reversing from offense to defense. The sudden reversal of strength definitely caused damage to one's body. Sunless spat out a mouthful of blood as her face turned pale. Her body trembled a few times and managed to stand firmly with the support of her sword. Clearly, she was already seriously injured. However, the move she made vividly reflected just how strong Sunless was. Despite the fact that forcibly changing the directional force would inevitably lead to a loss of power, she was still able to defend against the gigantic dragon phantom and the purplish gold bullet's pincer attack. It was clear how strong Sunless was. Without a doubt, Sunless would have definitely shattered the dragon phantom and even defeated Pulp Farmer if not for the purplish gold bullet. In this case, Sunless was very likely much stronger than Pulp Farmer. The surrounding crowd was stunned. At the same time, they were enraged. Although they wanted to eliminate Sunless, they could not deny the fact that Sunless was a true goddess in their hearts. How could anyone not feel the wince in their hearts and the anger when a goddess was wounded by a sneak attack? Which shameless jerk sniped? Get the fuck out here. Fuck, what a shameless asshole to actually launch a sneak attack. Which bastard is it? I'll never spare him. The rookies burst into invectives when suddenly someone shouted, "Look, the sniper is there." Everyone immediately looked towards the direction in which that person pointed and were surprised to discover that a short-haired teenager, whose hands were in his pockets, stood proudly at the top of a large tree in the distance. He was the sniper? He actually stood there brazenly for all to see after launching a sneak attack? Suddenly, someone recognized the short-haired teenager's identity and shouted, "Isn't he Sun Senyuan?" Immediately, someone echoed, "That's right. I've recognized him as well. He's the 6th on the official forecast, Sun Senyuan." Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. Sun Senyuan. I remember the official forecast saying that he is a very overbearing person. Why would he launch a sneak attack? An overbearing person might not necessarily mean he's not despicable. And his overbearingness might be an act. He might just be a vile person actually. Ha. This Sun Senyuan is only 6th, yet he dares to attack Sunless in such a sneaky manner. Isn't he afraid her brother will seek revenge? Heartless is fifth after all. There's no need for Heartless. Just Pulp Farmer alone will not spare him since he's such an open and above-board person. How can he forgive such a despicable malefactor undermining his duel with Sunless? Waiting for Pulp Farmer to teach Sin Yuan a lesson. Look at Pulp Farmer's expression. It's as ugly as it can be. There will definitely be a good show coming up. Everyone immediately looked at Pulp Farmer. At this moment, his expression was indeed extremely ugly. However, keen-eyed people could tell that Pulp Farmer was trying to repress his anger. No, it should be said that Pulp Farmer was forcing himself to swallow the anger in his heart. What was going on? Suddenly, everyone saw Pulp Farmer bow towards Sin Yuan, who was on top of the tree. It looked extremely respectful. Pulp Farmer lowered his head and said with a loud voice, "Young master, with your status, there is no need for you to launch a sneak attack." Why? Everyone gasped. Young master, Pulp Farmer addressed Sin Yuan as young master? What was going on? The clamoring crowd gradually quietened down and perked up their ears. A cold, haughty and imperious voice came from the distance. If not for this bullet, you would have been defeated. Although you are just trash, your clan is still rather loyal as a dog. These words astounded everyone. From what Sin Yuan said, Pulp Farmer's family clan was his family's dog. Pulp Farmer lowered his head as a tinge of anger flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "I do not think I would have been defeated by that strike." Sin Yuan sneered and said, "The reason why trash is because they cannot tell where they lie. You suffered an abject defeat after a few strikes several years ago. Do you think you can close the gap just because a few years have passed? The innate differences between people are irreversible. You are just a mortal with slightly more talent. Sunless' speed of improvement is so many times faster than yours. The gap between you and her will only be larger than a few years ago. She said she could defeat you in 3 moves, but in fact, she could finish you in 1 strike." Pulp Farmer suddenly looked up as his eyes were filled with disbelief. He loudly said, "Impossible. She is no longer the pure sword fanatic. She has someone in her heart. Her sword truth should clearly weaken." Pulp Farmer suddenly thought of the move she forcibly made at the end as a wry smile suffused across his lips. However, there was a stubbornness in his eyes. He said with a heavy tone, "I'm not a person that can't accept defeat. If the gap between us is that large, I'd rather suffer another abject defeat than having such a despicable victory. Compared to defeating her, I would rather be as you said, never to be able to catch up to her. In that case, I will never lose my goal." "Fool." Sin Yuan's voice was cold and dismissive. He said, "Whatever. What has the degeneration of a trash like you got to do with me?" As Sin Yuan said this, he pulled his right hand out of his pocket. A purplish-gold circle of light lit up as a purplish-gold pistol appeared in his hand. The gun was aimed at Sunless as Sin Yuan said, "Sunless, as a human, your talent is top-notch. Reasonably speaking, you should not be eliminated here, but only Speechless can be my opponent. I will not waste any more time on this level, so your epaulette is mine." Sunless was silent but her face was still pale. However, her eyes appeared extremely calm. Although the gun was pointed at her, she did not even turn her head to glance at where Sin Yuan was. The rookies were alarmed as they found Sin Yuan's tone overinflated. Isn't this jerk ranked 6th on the official forecasts? He actually says Speechless is his opponent? But from Pulp Farmer's attitude, this Sin Yuan does not seem simple at all. It looks like the official forecast is not necessarily accurate. Everyone was in a flurry of discussion. Pulp Farmer's expression changed slightly as he said with a heavy tone, "Young master, you were the first to sneakily attack. Now, you are even taking advantage of her perilous state. How can you live up to the Sin family's reputation? Sen Yuan said with a sneer, failure makes a rebel, success makes a king. This is the only credo of the Sin family. Be it a sneak attack, taking advantage of a person's perilous state, or even attacking collectively, the final victor is always on the side of righteousness. The failure has no right to complain. Only the victor has a voice and a reputation. If you want to try stopping, I don't mind you letting you understand the duties of a dog. A struggle flashed in Pulp Farmer's eyes. Moments later, he turned towards Sunless and said apologetically, "Sorry, if I were to attack young master, my father and grandfather's loyalty would be destroyed by my hands. Between unfilialness and unrighteousness, I can only choose the latter. I can't help you." Sunless had her head lowered towards her sword and ignored him. Pulp Farmer sighed and turned around silently. At this moment, the rookies found it unbearable as they began to stir. Some could not bear to watch, but there were still others that coveted for the death epaulet. At this moment, yellow circles of light lit up in the sky. Firearms began emerging out of the circular lights as they filled the sky. There were thousands of them with all shapes and sizes. There was no way to count them all as they spanned several kilometers. The rookies drew a gasp as they revealed looks of trepidation. That is no ordinary gun. Look at it. Isn't it the Kate Demon Breaker gun that's worth several hundreds of millions? That is a dragon-slaying machine gun that's worth several tens of millions. Ah, isn't that the black gold holy gun that only existed in legends? Every gun in there seems to have quite an impressive background. If these guns were to fire at the same time, everyone suddenly feared imagining it. They felt a chill from head to toes. At this moment, all the guns pointed their barrels right at Sunless. I know you would not use the exit command. Even if your body is so heavily injured, you would still take on my shot. Sen Yuan looked at Sunless and said, "So I think very highly of you, and if it's possible, I want to kill you." The array of guns at this scale was meant for Speechless to enjoy, but as a gift for your funeral, I cannot be too stingy either. When everyone heard this, they were immediately turned anxious. Pulp Farmer also turned angrily towards Sen Yuan. They never expected that Sen Yuan had not only kicked her while she was down, he was even planning to kill her. If it were any other person, they would definitely choose to use the exit command while facing such a situation. However, Sunless would not do so. She did not even have an inkling of what it meant to feel fear. It was even very likely that she did not put her life at heart. Everyone was immediately extremely worried. Unsurprisingly, Sunless' eyes remained calm. She turned around and raised her sword. Her attitude was adamant and obvious. Everyone could see how pale she was. They could imagine how weak she was at that moment. How could she have the remaining strength to face the array of guns that filled the sky? However, the weak-looking her remained firmly at her position. She did not even bat an eyelid against the multitude of guns. Very well. You are worthy of being killed by my own hand. Sen Yuan coldly said, "Then, please die." The moment the cold voice faded, the triggers of the multitude of guns were about to be pulled. Everyone felt furious, but they did not know how to prevent this. Pulp Farmer clenched his spear while his eyes were filled with a struggle. Sunless quietly stood there, as though she was a snow lotus that would soon wither. At this moment, a furious bellow suddenly came from afar. Who dares to touch her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, This pair is not to be spared. Chapter 294, This pair is not to be spared. Who dares to touch her? Before the voice that came from afar faded, a figure had dashed through the crowd at an extremely fast speed. The figure was a black-haired youth with delicate facial features. His eyes were like the stars, but they were filled with anger. A black and white sword was held in his hand. The youth dashed over as fast as lightning, and in a blink of an eye, he was beside Sunless. That speed was staggering. To the rookies present, this youth was no stranger. To a number of them, he was the super dark horse officially ranked at 0th place in the forecast that had clashed with Pulp Farmer with a psionic sword. But to others, he was the instigator of the launch of a counteroffensive against the Demon City. He had led 400 rookies to clear the second level. He had traversed through the plains filled with demonic beasts, making them involuntarily call him City Destroyer Hero. Tu Dahei. It was unknown who first shouted this name, but the rookies immediately erupted into chaos. Tu Dahei is here. Perfect timing. Wow, he came at just the perfect time. It's like a hero coming to save a beauty. I predict Tu Dahei will have a great flash of anger for a beauty. Is this Tu Dahei? I came late for the selection and did not see. He looks alright, but how did Goddess Sunless fall for him? Haha, this brother, stop eating sour grapes. I have nothing to say against Goddess Sunless liking Tu Dahei. You do not know how many young ladies were infatuated by Tu Dahei when we launched the counteroffensive on the demonic city. He's not called a City Destroyer Hero without reason. City Destroyer Hero? What's going on? Can this brother fill me in? I'm not trying to dampen your enthusiasm, but so what if Tu Dahei is here? Look at how many guns there are. If they were shot at the same time, Tu Dahei might not even be able to save himself. That's right, to be able to become a hero who saves a beauty, he will need to succeed in rescuing her first. If he fails, he won't be a hero but an idiot. I don't care. It's so cool to have a hero save a beauty. If I were Sunless, I'd definitely be moved to death. The rookies burst into a flurry of discussion. At such a critical juncture, Tu Dahei's appearance seemed to have changed the situation. The repressed atmosphere immediately seemed like a balloon that had a hole poked through, releasing the pressure. Pulp Farmer also had a complicated look as he stared at Tu Dahei. Obviously, he could not bear watching Sunless be left in such a dangerous situation after being sneaked up upon. However, he was unable to have the resolve to prevent Sen Yuan. It was not that he was extremely loyal to Sen Yuan. In fact, his respect for Sen Yuan was just on the surface. He was extremely discontented and indignant in his heart, but if he were to stop Sen Yuan, his loyal father and grandfather who had sacrificed themselves countless times would be punished. Even though his father and grandfather were foolishly loyal, it was no reason for Pulp Farmer to be unfilial. Pulp Farmer struggled in his heart as he fell into a dilemma. As for Tu Dahei's appearance seemingly turning things around, he could temporarily heave a sigh of relief. Pulp Farmer did not like Tu Dahei because Tu Dahei had harmed Sunless from being purely fanatical with the way of the sword, but at this moment, he had to admit that he owed him one. With Shi Xiaobai arriving, he immediately walked towards Sunless' side. He could sense Sunless being extremely weak at the moment and realized that she was suffering from serious internal injuries. Shi Xiaobai looked at the firearms in the sky and the bastard standing on a tree in the distance. Immediately, he understood the general situation. Shi Xiaobai's wrath could not be extinguished as he looked angrily at Sen Yuan, while Sen Yuan looked down coldly at him. Shi Xiaobai's eyes were burning like an belligerent inferno, while Sen Yuan's eyes were as cold as ice. They had just engaged in a conflict not long ago, and now it could be said that new hatred was added onto old hatred. Just as Shi Xiaobai was about to say something, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Right hand? They were two simple words without much vicissitudes in tone, but it was full of concern. Shi Xiaobai looked to his side and saw worry in Sunless' eyes. When Sunless saw him holding a sword in his left hand, she was able to quickly tell that something was wrong with his right hand. He knew that it was very rare for Sunless to reveal any emotions. She was seldom concerned about anything except swords, so he knew very well how precious her concern was. Shi Xiaobai shook his head and said, "It's fine, it will recover in 11 hours. Sunless nodded when she heard this. When Shi Xiaobai saw Sunless' pale face, he sighed and suddenly thought of something. Lowering his head, he said to the black and white sword softly, "Both of you unfuse, but..." With that said, a warm white light and a dark black light bloomed. The black and white colored mixture on the sword separated into two. The black and white swords were eager to separate from each other, so in a second, they had separated into two swords. One was pure white, while the other was completely black. Everyone was paying attention to Shi Xiaobai, so when they saw the scene, they were immediately astounded and began discussing. Shi Xiaobai stabbed the black sword into the ground and using his left hand, he handed Holy Radiance to Sunless. He whispered, "Take it." Sunless immediately reached out to grab Holy Radiance's hilt. A warm power of light immediately surged through her body, as though she was soaked in warm water. Holy Radiance was condensed out of the world's purest light. It had healing properties of light. Although it was unable to treat excessively heavy injuries, it could ease the pain and speed up one's recovery. Shi Xiaobai took a step forward and stretched out his empty left hand and pressed it on Sunless' shoulder. Through her azure clothes, it was still a soft and cold touch. Shi Xiaobai began using massage technique of God and helped raise Sunless' self-recovery rate. Faced with such a sudden massage, Sunless did not avoid or dodge. Instead, she took a step closer to Shi Xiaobai, making it easier for him to use massage technique of God. The two were very close to each other, almost to the point of cuddling each other, and could sense the breathing of the other. There was no ambiguous feelings between the pair, but the breathing from each other made them feel calm and comfortable. They would not find it repulsive even if they were closer. But in the eyes of others, their actions were so intimate, like they were a couple that had been in love for a long time. It was so mature, as if they were a couple that had accompanied each other in the pugilistic world. The crowd could not bear to destroy such a beautiful scene, but they could not stop themselves from saying something. They began engaging in whispers. "Sai, a bachelor dog like me has received 10,000 points of damage. Why do they seem so compatible? This pairing is not to be forgiven. I recall my first love. It was as pure as them. If it was possible, they wished that such a beautiful scene would last a little longer. However, clearly there was someone who disagreed. Sen Senyuan suddenly said with a cold tone, "Both of you still have 10 seconds. Maybe the both of you should partake in a parting kiss." The triggers of the firearms in the sky were already half squeezed. However, with Tu Dahe's sudden arrival, Sen Senyuan had decided to benevolently give them 30 seconds. And after 10 seconds, he would shatter the beauty in front of him with harsh reality. Everyone immediately quietened and felt tensed. What's coming will come after all. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he released his grip and took a step back. Pulling out the black sword from the ground, he turned towards Sen Senyuan and said coldly, "Shoot." Everyone looked at Shi Xiaobai in surprise, but they saw him appearing undaunted. He immediately shouted angrily, "Shoot. Another 10 seconds? No, what are you waiting for? Your fucking mother's cunt? Quick, shoot. Quickly shoot for this king." Everyone was startled. Can you not be so crazy? Can you not be so domineering? Sen Senyuan laughed from his extreme anger as he bellowed angrily, "Very well, then, go to hell." With that said, all the firearms in the sky had their triggers squeezed. The sounds of gunshots created deafening booms like thunder. As bullets came flying over in droves that numbered thousands, it was like a black cloud was descending upon Sunless and Shi Xiaobai at a terrifying speed. Instantly, some people covered their ears, closed their eyes, widened their mouths, or shouted loudly, "Run!" However, Shi Xiaobai and Sunless did not dodge, nor did they conjure a psionic barrier. The first thing Shi Xiaobai did as the looming bullet shot at him was to seriously say to Sunless, "Don't move." Sunless, who had just raised her sword, locked eyes with Shi Xiaobai and obediently lowered her hand. He was afraid that her injuries would be aggravated, so the first thing he did when danger reared its head was to remind her to stay put. She believed he could deal with the bullets in the sky, so even though the bullets were all heading straight for her, she did not hesitate to lower her hand. An ordinary 2 words and an ordinary action displayed extraordinary courage and trust. Shi Xiaobai obviously would not let down such a trust as he raised his sword towards the bullets in the sky. Blade storm. Shi Xiaobai's body suddenly began spinning like a top. Moving at an extremely fast speed throughout the 100-meter zone, violent winds began to stir up. The howling winds filled the lands, and with Shi Xiaobai's spinning and motions, tornadoes began to shoot up towards the sky. These tornadoes had a similar effect of Pulp Farmer's tornado formed from the spinning of his spear. However, Pulp Farmer had used it based purely on his psionic power, while what was spinning in Shi Xiaobai's tornado were savage sword beams. Furthermore, the tornado Shi Xiaobai produced was not 1 or 2. In an extremely short period of time, he had produced dozens of tornadoes. Dozens of tornadoes imbued with sword beams filled the entire 100-meter zone as they twirled towards the incoming bullets. Shattering sounds echoed as the rounds that came pounding on them were shattered or repelled by the tornadoes. They did not even come within a 10-meter radius of Sunless. Everyone watched in stunned silence as they rapidly retreated. They were afraid that they would be hit by the swirling winds of the savage tornadoes. All of them held their breaths as they stared intently at this amazing scene. The sounds of gunfire did not stop while the firearms in the sky constantly had their triggers squeezed, shooting bullet after bullet at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai's spinning motion did not stop either. He was like an inexhaustible top, and raising the black sword, he spun and spun, darting around again and again. Dozens of tornadoes did not have a moment of repose, so from beginning to end, not a single bullet managed to penetrate the tornadoes. There was not even a single bullet that came within 10 meters of Sunless. Sunless quietly stood there as her eyes were constantly locked onto Shi Xiaobai's figure. The glow in her eyes brightened as the tail winds blew up her hair. Her beauty was completely breathtaking. Gradually, 1 gun was emptied of its bullets, followed by 2, 3, until all the firearms in the sky came to a stop. Only then did Shi Xiaobai stop spinning. He stood there majestically with eyes shimmering. He did not appear exhausted in any way. He raised his sword high and pointed at Sun Yuan. He sneered and said, "Any more?" His pose was charming and extremely domineering. At that moment, a girl among the surrounding rookies screamed, "So cool!" Then with her eyes closing, she fell backwards. She was so dazzled by Shi Xiaobai's coolness that she fainted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, Fusing as One. Chapter 295, Fusing as One. He's just too strong. How is Tu Dahe this strong? It has already completely exceeded what counts as a rookie, right? What sort of sword technique is this? Let me tell you something very horrifying. Back when Tu Dahe was launching the counteroffensive on the Demon City, he was using his right hand, but now. Holy shit, I wouldn't have realized it if you didn't say. Tu Dahe is actually using his left hand now? Is there a difference with using the left or right hand? Isn't it just holding swords up and drawing circles, Drawing circles? Your intelligence may be lacking, but no one would call you a fool if you didn't speak. Do you think drawing circles can produce such powerful sword winds? Where do you think those sword beams come from? While Tu Dahe was spinning, his left hand was constantly in motion. Furthermore, it was moved in a fluid and rapid manner, preventing you from being able to discern it, understand? To slash out so many sword beams with his left hand, while he was using his right hand during his attack on the demonic tree means that Tu Dahe had reached a high attainment in swords, be it his left or right hand. This is still not the most terrifying thing. Look carefully at Tu Dahe. For him to spin so quickly and slash out so many sword beams, yet he does not look dizzy or exhausted at all. He did not even break out a sweat. Fuck, is he even still human? Wow. After hearing all these analyses of you gods, I suddenly feel like kneeling before two dahe. How is this still called a mudslide of rookies? I think it's more like a tsunami. The rookies were shaken by the scene from before. They could only vent the shock in their hearts by exclaiming. Pulp Farmer was silent. Tu Dahe's strength had completely taken him by surprise, but soon it ignited a fighting spirit in his eyes. He wanted to fight Tu Dahe, even if the outcome would end with him being defeated. There was a strange splendor in Sunless' eyes. Unlike others who were surprised about Shi Xiaobai's usage of his left hand, she was more surprised because the sort of wind that Shi Xiaobai used was something she had taught him not long ago. That's not right. It could not even be considered teaching. Shi Xiaobai had only seen her swordplay, but he had already managed to gain deep insights into the Kuan-Peng sort of wind in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he had created his own unique sword moves. Shi Xiaobai's talent in swords was one she had never seen before. Even she felt inferior. Sun Yuan was silent. The yellow circles of light slowly disappeared as the firearms also vanished. Sun Yuan had realized that Tu Dahe was not a weakling he could crush using a rain of bullets. However, his confidence and arrogance was not shaken at all. This was because the array of guns was just his most inferior means of attack. Only by pulling the trigger himself would he be able to demonstrate the true strength of all these priceless guns. Upon hearing Shi Xiaobai's taunt, anymore, the coldness in Sun Yuan's eyes intensified. He took his right hand out from his pocket once again. This time, a red circle of light lit up, as a flaming red wheel gun appeared in his hand. Sun Yuan said with a sneer, "Do you think that was all to the barrage of attacks from before? What a joke. That was just an appetizer." Everyone burst out into an uproar. The vast number of bullets was just an appetizer? Shi Xiaobai's eyes turned slightly stern. Just like the blackish gold gun from before, this flaming red wool gun gave him a similar sense of danger. In fact, Shi Xiaobai's current state was not as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. After his battle with Heartless on the 4th level, he was suffering from a serious deficit of psionic power. After reaching the 5th level, he did not have much time to recover before having to rush here at full speed. Furthermore, he had used the extremely powerful Blade Storm. His psionic power was about to be fully expended, and he was persisting on only because of unleaking turtle aura. However, Shi Xiaobai did not back down because of this. He raised his sword as a golden vortex suddenly appeared in his pupils. At the same time, golden points of light began emerging out of the ground as they quickly gathered towards Shi Xiaobai's body. An instant later, Shi Xiaobai's body was completely enveloped in a golden glow. From the looks of it, he was as majestic and powerful as a god. The crowd immediately exclaimed, "Fuck, what is this? Heavens, that's just too cool. Sword Truth. This seems to be Sword Truth mode?" To be able to comprehend a Sword Truth at this age, his talent in swords can be comparable to the Yi siblings. Why have we never heard rumors of him before? Shi Xiaobai activated his Sword Truth, Excalibur. A strange glint bloomed in Sunless' eyes. She was dazed just watching this. Back when she was sparring with Shi Xiaobai in her consciousness, she knew that Shi Xiaobai would soon comprehend his own Sword Truth. She was also certain that his Sword Truth would definitely be very beautiful. However, Sunless never expected for Shi Xiaobai's Sword Truth to be this beautiful. Every ray of the resplendent golden light seemed to represent the stubbornness Shi Xiaobai had for victory. This stubbornness could tolerate failure and senseless sacrifice. It did not have any negative energies that came with victory. All it contained was positive energies that had a zeal for improvement. It was an obsession for victory, but one that could be easily abandoned as well. Such a perfect contradiction was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Sun Yuan's eyes turned slightly stern, but he did not express much shock. A mere Sword Truth was not something that could waver his confidence. Sun Yuan did not speak a word as he suddenly squeezed the trigger without any warning. Without the sound of a gunshot, a flaming red bullet shot straight at Shi Xiaobai. The flaming red bullet suddenly transformed into a burning inferno that smashed at Shi Xiaobai like a flaming meteorite. Air seemed to boil over as crackling sounds were heard. A cold smile suffused across Sun Yuan's mouth. If Shi Xiaobai dared to continue using the sword attack that used sword winds, this blazing bullet would turn into an even more violent inferno due to the wind. Shi Xiaobai obviously could think of whatever Sun Yuan was thinking. After having deduced the cyclic restraint on the four sword techniques of the Kuan Pang, he knew very well that wind was restrained by fire. Therefore, it was impossible for Shi Xiaobai to use the Kuan Pang sword of wind. His eyes lit up as the golden vortices in his pupils completed a rotation. Kuan Pang, sword of water. Shi Xiaobai slashed out. This strike was the sword of water. He had never attempted using the sword of water after his recent observation of Heartless. An azure blue sword beam shot forward. Suddenly, it transformed into a towering wave that overwhelmed the flaming bullet. Billows of white smoke began appearing as the gigantic wave suddenly turned to ice, freezing all the flames. As the gigantic block of ice plummeted from mid-air to the ground, it shattered into ice fragments, forming a tiny river flow that wound through the clearing. This scene made everyone fall in a stupor for a second. They had seen parrying of moves, but this was really their first time seeing the parrying of a move in such a manner. Even Sun Yuan's eyes momentarily glazed over, but it was accompanied by the first birth of furious emotions. His thoughts of using the cyclic restraint properties of this shot had been seen through, and a perfect parry that restrained his attack was performed. This was the most undisguised and merciless smack in the face. You have successfully infuriated me. Sun Yuan could no longer maintain his composure as he took his left hand out of his pocket. At the same time, circular lights lit up in front of him. All sorts of expensive or even priceless firearms were lined up in rows. Sun Yuan stretched both his hands out and gripped two guns as he pulled the triggers at Shi Xiaobai. At the moment bullets shot out, Sun Yuan had thrown the guns in his hands and grabbed another two guns from the rows of guns. Sun Yuan began a crazy shooting spree. Every gun was not used again as every bullet that shot out at Shi Xiaobai was augmented by different effects. It was as though a colorful storm was raining down at him. The golden vortex in Shi Xiaobai's pupils began to swirl incessantly as he constantly brandished the sword in his left hand. He slashed one golden sword beam after another, but Shi Xiaobai's sword truth mode was completely different from other ordinary sword truth modes. Every golden sword beam he slashed out was extremely domineering. Regardless of what property the bullets shot by Sun Yuan had, they were shattered by the golden sword beams without any pressure. Not a single bullet managed to penetrate Shi Xiaobai's golden sword beams. Sun Yuan did not stop shooting while Shi Xiaobai did not stop slashing. Sun Yuan's row after row of priceless guns were ineffective against Shi Xiaobai. The crowd was astounded. They felt that Shi Xiaobai, who was covered in golden light, was like a god that had descended. He was practically invincible. Only after he shot his last row of guns did Sun Yuan stop. At that moment, Sun Yuan laughed. It was a hysterical laugh, as though he had gone mad. Ha ha ha. Sun Yuan's laughter resonated throughout the skies, giving people the creeps. The crowd was startled. Had Sun Yuan gone mad because of Tu Dahe? Sun Yuan's laughter gradually came to a stop as he coldly said, I never expected that there's such an interesting bastard like you other than speechless. You leave me no choice but to use it. Sun Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as a black circular light lit up. A black gun that exuded a black aura appeared in his hand. This gun's name is Demonic Calamity. It only has 3 bullets left. Although only Speechless had the chance of enjoying one of the bullets, you have succeeded in completely infuriating me, Sun Yuan's expression turned somewhat sinister as his voice sounded fearsome. However, this shot will be targeted at Sunless. With this said, the people in the crowd were immediately taken aback. However, they quickly came round. Sen Yuan was forcing Tu Dahei to forcefully receive the shot. If Tu Dahei dodged, Sunless would suffer. And with Tu Dahei's character, it was impossible for him to dodge. Despicable. The crowd cursed. But at the same time, their hearts tugged. How terrifying was a gun called Demonic Calamity? Was it so terrifying that worried Sen Yuan enough about Tu Dahei dodging because of the irresistible pressure? Shi Xiaobai's choice did not surprise them. He adjusted his position and sheltered Sunless behind him. Even though the black gun gave him a great sense of danger. Even though defending against the round of heavy bombardment had made it difficult for him to stand. Shi Xiaobai still did it without hesitation. He sheltered Sunless without any fear. This was Shi Xiaobai, a Shi Xiaobai who would not have his faith and will shaken because of fear. Sunless looked at Shi Xiaobai's back as she fell into a daze. Suddenly she took a step forward and stood side by side with Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai turned his head in surprise. An extremely gentle voice resounded in his ear. Like. Sunless turned her head to lock eyes with Shi Xiaobai. After she said that single word, she raised holy radiance. Shi Xiaobai was surprised but did not speak further. He knew that it was impossible for Sunless to choose to hide behind him. The word like was a simple word, but it could express a multitude of meanings. For example, liking to court death or liking to die together. All of these were forms of like. However, Shi Xiaobai knew what Sunless meant by like and the reason why she said the word. Shi Xiaobai raised the black sword. His left shoulder was tightly adhered to Sunless' right shoulder. The black and white swords appeared to blend together. What a bitter romance, then die together. Sen Yuan angrily laughed as he pulled the trigger. A bullet that exuded a black aura shot out as the entire sky was dyed black. In the darkness, the outline of a gigantic demon head widened its jaws, as though it was devouring whatever stood in front of it. Shi Xiaobai and Sunless looked each other in the eyes as they thrust forward. The duo's sword intent resonated, and as their sword truths blended, golden and azure light began to swirl around them while the black and white swords merged into one. Sunless had used the Kuan-Peng sword of wind, while Shi Xiaobai deliberately used the Kuan-Peng sword of fire. Sword beams of wind and fire, with Sunless and Shi Xiaobai's sword intents perfectly fused at that moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, Last Minute. Chapter 296, Last Minute. Shi Xiaobai had long guessed that the four sword techniques earth, wind, water, fire of the Kuan-Peng sword technique could be fused into one, so he naturally guessed that two of them could fuse as well. As such, when he realized he was going to attack together as one with Sunless, Shi Xiaobai had a bright idea and used the Kuan-Peng sword of fire while their sword intents resonated. The beams of the sword of wind and sword of fire intertwined with one another as they fused into one. Suddenly they formed a swirling vortex of fire that reached the skies. This vortex of fire swirled in mid-air and was dazzling and as hot as a burning sun. Instantly, it completely illuminated the darkened sky. The darkness exuded by the demon calamity bullet was instantly dispelled. When the gigantic outline of the demonic head clashed with the vortex of fire, a shrill boom resounded through the world as the demonic head was consumed in flames, turning into billowing black smoke that rose towards the sky. The vortex of fire did not stop as it continued spinning like a top. Suddenly, it hurtled straight for Sen Yuan's location at an extremely fast speed. The tree where Sen Yuan was standing on was instantly consumed by the vortex of fire. Boom! An explosion boomed as the vortex of fire erupted towards the sky, like a flaming pillar that stood erect between the heavens and earth. It was scattered moments later as plumes of flames began smashing to the ground. The rookies hurriedly conjured their psionic barriers to protect themselves, but the surrounding trees could not have such a treatment. The flames burned all the trees and slowly there was an inferno that spread through the entire mountain. Holy shit, quickly put out the fire. The rookies screamed as they began working together to extinguish the fire. Thankfully, the fire was quickly stopped due to the large number of people. Everyone looked at Shi Xiaobai and Sunless in shock. Their sword truths were combined in such perfection. What a powerful strike! This strike is completely different from the sum of its parts. Using both swords in unison. As expected for a couple. It is not without reason that Goddess Sunless likes to dahe. Using swords in unison requires the couple to have equal understanding in sword truths. Furthermore, they must be able to accommodate each other's sword truths. Among peers, who else other than Tu Dahe can match Goddess Sunless when it comes to sword talent? Even Heartless is far from it. The power of that one sword strike was extremely terrifying. Where's Sun Yuan? Has he been burned to death? The crowd began to talk excitedly as they looked up to where Sun Yuan was originally standing. The tree had long been burned to a crisp, and Sun Yuan's figure could not be seen through the billowing thick smoke. Only when the smoke dispersed did a sharp-eyed person shout, "Look, over there." After that person shouted, he suddenly burst into laughter. Far into the distance in mid-air, a short-haired teenager was standing on two floating machine guns. It was quite a cool thing, but his clothes were blackened everywhere. There were black smears on his face due to the smoke, making his state rather sorry. It was in stark contrast to the defiant image he had a moment before. Sun Yuan's expression could be said to be rather wonderful. There was anger and also incredulity. There was even a bit of fear. It also formed a stark contrast from his cold iceberg expression from before. A person could not help but burst out laughing, triggering the rest to laugh out. Immediately, everyone could not help but mock him. Pfft, that style is so funny. Ha, Sun Yuan must have been beaten silly. Serves him right. I've seen arrogant people before, but this is truly the first time I've seen such an arrogant and despicable person. At this moment, Sun Yuan's appearance was as though a lofty noble scion was being thrown into a cave of beggars. The stark contrast felt weirdly funny and had strangely tickled the crowd. As the mocking laughter continued, Sun Yuan's extremely ugly expression turned sullen and terrifying, as though he wanted to eat them all. Shi Xiaobai laughed as well, but it was not because of the contrast of Sun Yuan's current funny appearance. In fact, Sun Yuan had always looked very comedic to him. The reason why he was laughing was because the perfect fusion of the previous strike had confirmed his guess. He turned to give Sunless a look and saw her staring intently back at him with bright eyes, as though her heart was somewhat heavy. Shi Xiaobai sighed and said, "There's something that this king has to tell you." This king already has a girlfriend. Shi Xiaobai still knew that there could only be one girlfriend at a time. Although the coupling of Callie and him was rather baffling, he had very good affections for Callie and he had already made peace with the fact of having a girlfriend. Hence, towards the like Sunless previously said, he needed to give her a responsible reply. Shi Xiaobai made a mental note. Sigh, this king is truly too excellent. When Sunless heard this, she gave a puzzled huh, as though she did not understand what Shi Xiaobai was trying to express. Shi Xiaobai gaped but did not speak further. Slowly, he revealed a smile. From the looks of it, Sunless was just like the former him. She did not know what he meant by a girlfriend. Even if she knew, she probably did not understand that there could only be one girlfriend. She might not even fully understand what it meant to like. Unless he consulted Yang Wei, Shi Xiaobai would not have understood either. This was because he was the same kind of person as Sunless. They only cared about the things they were obsessed about, ignoring other things. Even if they noticed something, they would have selective amnesia. Sunless like was not considered a confession because she did not even know what a confession was. She was only expressing her will that she would not hide behind him. When Shi Xiaobai thought of this, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He did not wish that his ability to form a mutual understanding with Sunless with just a glance would be broken as a result of this. At this moment, the authoritative voice suddenly resounded. This round of life and death assault has only 1 minute left. The assessment program gave a reminder. There was only 1 minute left. The crowd hushed as they had complex expressions. They were gathered here in order to kill Sunless together. However, it ended with them being a popcorn-eating crowd for such a long period of time. Now with less than a minute left, were they going to give up on this life and death assault? There were people who began to stir up, but they were quickly held down by their shoulders by people around them who gave them a solemn shake of the head. Did you not see how Sun Senyuan and Pulp Farmer had failed to take them down? Why are you sending yourself to death for nothing? Finally, none of the rookies moved. Some people could not harden their hearts to do so, while a number of people no longer had the confidence. How was Tu Dahei and Sunless Sword Unison attack something they could withstand? Even Sun Senyuan's expression looked unsettled and grim. Although the Demon Calamity Gun was not his strongest attack, that was already an extremely precious trump card of his. Yet, it had failed to defeat the duo, and had even reduced him to such a wretched state. He was hesitating if he should use the attack that required him to sacrifice a great deal. However, it was truly not worth it in exchange for a death epaulet. But if he were to retreat for now and spare Shi Xiaobai and Sunless, how would he be able to appease his fury? But in fact, while Sun Senyuan was hesitating if he should spare Shi Xiaobai was considering how to destroy him. In order to protect Sunless, Shi Xiaobai was in a passive state of defense and did not take the initiative to attack. However, he was also suppressing his anger. He wanted to severely punish Sun Senyuan. In another minute, at the instant Sunless left safely was the moment Shi Xiaobai would launch his counteroffensive. However, Shi Xiaobai's current physical situation was by no means optimal. He was only persisting purely on unleaking turtle aura. Every second was extremely draining on his body. And after Sunless slashed that strike with him, her face was significantly paler. She was in desperate need of resting. Forcibly using her strength would cause great harm to her body. It could be said that although Shi Xiaobai and Sunless appeared like they still had strength left after using their sword unison attack, their bodies could no longer afford any more stress. How to withstand the attack in the last minute was probably a very big problem. However, Shi Xiaobai would not cower in fear. On the contrary, it was such circumstances that he would consider how to strike back. In order to protect Sunless, he had to defuse any attack on her to put up an all-round defense. But once Sunless left, how could he endure anymore? Just a simple phrase, fuck him. Both sides had thoughts on their minds as a strange silence pervaded the atmosphere. However, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. At this moment, a person that suddenly came broke the fragile tranquility. The person was a white-clothed youth that looked warm like jade. He held a flute in hand as he walked from afar. There was a tiny delay along the way. Thankfully, I reached here in the final minute. However, it seems I missed a good show? The white-dressed youth had an amiable smile as he looked up and saw Sun Senyuan. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he could not help but say, "Eh? Young Master Sen, is your style trying to set a new fashion trend?" Everyone could not help but burst out laughing. Someone identified the white-dressed youth's identity and said, "Isn't this 7th on the official forecast, young master and MO?" An MO addressing Sun Senyuan as young Master Sen implied that the two knew each other. And for an MO to speak with Sun Senyuan in such an amiable tone, what was the relationship between the two? Sun Senyuan, who had been teased, acted unexpectedly. Instead of showing the slightest bit of anger, his eyes lit up instead, as though he had thought of something. Sun Senyuan looked at an MO and said, "An MO, if I remember correctly, you still owe me one." An MO laughed with a nod. "Of course, I dare not forget the favor I owe you." Sun Senyuan said with a sneer, "It's time for you to return the favor, but..." As Sun Senyuan said this, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat as they felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Sun Yuan immediately turned to look at Pulp Farmer and said coldly, "Pulp Farmer, with my status as the Sun family's young master, I'm commanding you to combine with an MO to hold 2 dahe back." Everyone drew a gasp. Sun Yuan was planning on using such unscrupulous means? He even wanted to join forces with Pulp Farmer and an MO to fight 3 against 2? Furthermore, from what he meant, by letting Pulp Farmer and an MO to hold 2 dahe back and not make a head-on confrontation, it appeared as though there were some insidious actions he was planning. Would 2 dahe and Sunless be able to withstand it? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The figure arrived at an inexplicable speed. It was as though the figure had teleported where they were. The crowd could not even respond in time. "Sorry, came late," the person said. Who was this? How did this figure have such a terrifying speed? How would this person's arrival affect the situation? At less than a kilometer away from where everyone was assembled, an ugly youth dressed in a black robe was slowly walking with a bloody sickle in hand. 1 minute. Want to kill them all. The ugly youth's voice was hoarse with a sinister tone. Master said, I can kill at most 20 people. Could not help but kill 9 people on the first level. Only 11 left? Well, kill all the ones on the name list. The rest will depend on other factors. The list doesn't have 2 dahe, but there's this urge to kill him. Then he shall be killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297, Tolerated You for a Long While. Chapter 297, Tolerated You for a Long While. In a boundless darkness of silence, there was a glimmer of light. The light was about the size of a room, bright but not glaring. Inside the light sat a purple-haired girl dressed in a Gothic-style dress. The girl was sitting in an idle and casual manner. Her look was as pretty and exquisite as a pixie. There was a transparent screen in front of her about the size of a mirror. And in it, a black-haired youth's figure was projected. The purple-haired girl was staring intently at the youth, as her beautiful eyes were surging with mixed emotions. Should I also learn swords? Callie sighed. With her status and experience, she should have been indifferent and tolerating, but surprisingly, she was prone to jealousy. It was probably because she had no experience in love between a man and woman, so when it came to this, she was like a girl in her teens. She was simple, naive, and easily felt her emotions stirred. She would even feel pangs of jealousy. To Callie, this may be somewhat odd, but it was a most valuable experience. The sour feelings she had inside her had never appeared ever since she received the World Tree's heritage, as though they were sealed. She was very thankful to Shi Xiaobai for allowing her to regain the girly emotions that were already lost to her. In this long and boring period of time, she could see everything that Shi Xiaobai was experiencing through this tiny transparent screen of light. What delighted her was that Shi Xiaobai's experiences were always extremely interesting. Although she would break out into sweat at times for him, or barely tolerate the urge to smack beyond oblivion the random characters around Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai's performance would frequently move her and make her feel proud. Even though he was still young and weak up to this point, with his talent and character, he was bound to become a stunning force sooner or later. Callie had traveled thousands of worlds and she had seen numerous geniuses, but Shi Xiaobai was still the only person who surprised her greatly. She was unable to estimate how far Shi Xiaobai could go in the future. This filled her with anticipation. She felt it was a blissful matter for her to be able to witness Shi Xiaobai's growth. However, Shi Xiaobai's excellence was as bright and hot as the sun. Even she was attracted by it, so how could other members of the opposite sex be able to withstand it? Interacting too long with Shi Xiaobai would lead to them being inadvertently touched, such as the present Sunless. In summary, her young boyfriend was too attractive, and she was the kind that easily became jealous. Should I be a bit more magnanimous? Callie bit on her lower lip and gently sighed. Suddenly, Callie's eyebrows pricked up slightly. With a light wave of her hand, the scene in the screen of light switched. The ugly youth in a black robe appeared on the screen. At this moment, the ugly youth was a few hundred meters away from Shi Xiaobai. Oh! What a strong demonic presence! Callie hurriedly stretched out her hand to tap on the screen. A beam of light penetrated the screen and arrived in the world where the ugly youth was. When the ugly youth was enveloped by the light, his body seemed to burn up as he screamed in pain while rolling constantly on the ground. But at the same time, the world where the ugly youth was began stirring, as though the entire world was going to shatter. Callie frowned and retracted her finger. The beam of light returned to her finger and the world finally fell silent. The ugly youth lay on ground, breathing in fear, like a wounded animal. Self-destruct sequence. Callie sighed helplessly. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Towers assessment program limited the strength of the trial takers. If any force that exceeded the psionic mortal realm entered the world, it would begin its self-destruct sequence in order to protect its heritage items. Humans naturally lack the ability to forcibly enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, but Callie could do it. However, if she were to forcibly enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, a self-destruct sequence would be activated, something that even she could not stop. Even if she had forcibly injected a bit of her power, the assessment program had immediately taken actions to self-destruct. Sigh, looks like even if I wish to, I can no longer tolerate it. Callie sighed. Shi Xiaobai's body was presently in a dire condition. She could restrain herself from destroying Sen Senyuan immediately, because of the danger Shi Xiaobai had always encountered. Sen Senyuan was not even considered a drizzle. However, if the black-robed youth were to appear, Shi Xiaobai would definitely pay an immense price in order to successfully escape danger. Therefore, Callie could not help but interject. She wanted to destroy this danger before it arrived in a way Shi Xiaobai would never know. But from the looks of it, if she were to destroy the black-robed youth, the entire 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower would be destroyed. Although Callie did not mind a mere assessment program, nor did she care about the lives of those rookies, she did not want to forcibly change Shi Xiaobai's life trajectory because of her destruction of this selection. She could be a spectator that witnessed the life of Shi Xiaobai, but she could not use her powers to change the trajectory of his life. This was a karmic process. If she were to forcibly provide a reason for cause, the fruits of suffering from the final effect would be borne by Shi Xiaobai. Callie began feeling concerned. The trial appeared to be almost beyond her control. Suddenly, Callie felt something jump in her heart. She stretched out her hand and waved across the screen of light. The scene inside it changed, as a figure shrouded in black light appeared. It was a tiny blacklit person that was reduced to a third the size of an ordinary human. The tiny blacklit person was floating in a particular world while constantly devouring everything around it. Suddenly, the tiny blacklit person stopped and opened its mouth, tearing a rift in space in front of it. Its entire being went through it as it moved through chaotic spatial tunnels at a very fast speed. Oh! Gluttony has finally began to make a move? Did it sense the existence of other deadly sins? Or could it be that it has finally discovered the original sin of calamity? Callie was wondering in her mind as her eyes began to light up. She had not killed Gluttony because she was waiting for it to act, in a bid to catch a bigger fish. Callie carefully observed Gluttony's direction when her pupils suddenly contracted slightly. She was appalled to discover that the spatial trajectory Gluttony was taking was towards the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower where the rookies were. A coincidence? Callie muttered to herself, or could it be that a particular deadly sin or the original sin of calamity itself is in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower? 5th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. The person who appeared to teleport into the venue was a girl with short brown hair. To most rookies, this girl was very unfamiliar, but the way she appeared was shocking. That was fast. Did you see how she appeared? Was it my imagination? Why did I seem to see a lightning flash? Who is she? With such terrifying speed, it can't be that she isn't famous at all, right? Short, brown hair, never heard of it. Sigh, why are there so many dark horses for this selection? Most of the rookies did not know the brown-haired girl, but Shi Xiaobai and Sunless were extremely familiar with her. The person was none other than Mu Yuesheng. Mu Yuesheng said extremely apologetically, sorry, came late. Shi Xiaobai grinned and said, it's fine, coming in time is better than coming early. Mu Yuesheng's timing was indeed perfect. With the present physical condition he and Sunless was in, it was indeed tough for them to simultaneously resist three people who were on the level of super rookies. The situation had become 3-on-3. Sin Yuan's expression that had just recovered turned gloomy immediately. At this moment, a youth dressed in Taoist attire walked out of the crowd. With a whisk in hand, he looked at an MO and said, young Master MO, it appears we are destined to fight. And just nice, I also owe Tu Dahe a favor. While defending the city, the Tree of Life had been in danger. Shi Xiaobai could have easily been the first to clear the second level, but he had spent 500 points to cure the Tree of Life. Back then, the Taoist-attired Lu Yu was in city number 1. There was an instantaneous reversal of the situation. It became 4-against-3. Sin Yuan's brows frowned deeply. At this moment, Pulp Farmer suddenly said loudly, young master, I can't stop you because the moment I make any moves against you, my family clan would be regarded as traitors by the Sin family. My father and grandfather's loyalty and hard work from all their lives would be destroyed through my hands. I cannot be this unfilial. But it does not mean I would be fully obedient to your commands. Your actions have already disgraced the Sin family. Your command is wrong, so I can never listen to it. When Pulp Farmer said this, he turned around and retreated into the crowd. He had expressed his attitude. The situation immediately turned to 4-against-2. Blue veins began protruding on Sin Yuan's neck. An MO looked at Sin Yuan and said with a shrug, young Master Sin, it appears I temporarily will not be able to return the favor I owe you, because the favor I owe Lu Yu can never be returned. Even the 7th ranking on the official forecast was a result of Lu Yu's uplifting of me with his boast. How can I attack him? When an MO said this, he walked over to Lu Yu with a smile. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, giving him an expression of you did well. The situation instantly became 4-against-1. Sin Yuan's expression was as ugly as it could be. At the same time, Feng Yuanlin, who was amid the crowd, suddenly pinched his throat and shouted, you want to touch our goddess Sunless, then first step over our corpses. Immediately there was someone who understood the meaning as he quickly echoed, right, we can't let this darn retard who only knows how to snipe get away. Everyone hurriedly echoed. How can so many of us be afraid of a single person? Destroy Sin Yuan. This time, I'm standing on the side of justice. The drama of how monkeys dispersed when the tree falls unfolded. The situation was completely reversed, becoming a crowd against a single person. Sin Yuan immediately felt as grossed out as eating a fly. He cursed in his heart. What a bunch of idiots. Have they fucking forgotten that they were gathered here to kill Sunless? He felt infuriated and instantly lost his mind. All of you deserve death. Sin Yuan roared and prepared to use his strongest attack. After using this attack, the entire region would be reduced to ruins, and he too would pay a heavy price. However, Sin Yuan no longer cared. He felt like he had been utterly humiliated. His anger had made him lose his reason. At this moment, an angry bellow was heard, instantly awakening Sin Yuan. This king has tolerated you for a long while. Sin Yuan turned his head in horror as he saw Tu Dahe had burst up into the sky and come to his side. The black sword was slashing at him with furious sword intent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298, this king will follow shortly. Chapter 298, This King Will Follow Shortly. Tu Dahei's sudden appearance beside Sun Yuan truly gave him a scare. Although his fury had made him lose his mind, his eyes were still sharp. His gaze was constantly fixated on Tu Dahei and Sunless. But in a blink of an eye, Tu Dahei had suddenly gone from a distance of more than 1,000 meters away to appearing in the air about 10 meters from where he was. What had just happened? Did Tu Dahei know how to teleport? The rookies who were also watching Tu Dahei had seen the entire process, but they were more shocked than Sun Yuan. This was because they saw Tu Dahei retrieve a pair of icy blue shoes from the brown-haired girl's chest. As he quickly wore them, he burst forward like an electric bolt. Following behind him were electric bolts that seemed to boost Tu Dahei up into the air. In the time it took to blink, he had rushed beside Sun Yuan, high in the air. With the black sword held horizontally with respect to the ground, the sunlight illuminated an icy cold sheen as sword beams filled with Shi Xiaobai's wrath surged brazenly. At the moment the situation underwent a reversal, Shi Xiaobai finally could not tolerate any further and began his counterattack. This king has tolerated you for a long while. Shi Xiaobai roared as he slashed out. With his sword truth activated, his strongest beginner sword seemed to be tearing the space itself by sheer force. Sun Yuan could not retreat in time. With a roar, he forcefully conjured a psionic shield. Boom, dot. The psionic shield was no match for the power of the strike as Sun Yuan was sent flying. His body shot through the air like a cannonball before slamming into the ground with an explosive boom. The ground cratered as dust flew into the sky. Sun Yuan lay limp like a dead dog in the crater as he spat a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked slightly glazed. Shi Xiaobai landed and sneered before slowly walking towards Sun Yuan. Everyone turned silent. Tu Dahei's counterattack was too sudden and powerful. Even they who had seen the entire process were stunned, much less Sun Yuan being able to react in time. How was Tu Dahei so powerful? Sun Yuan was seriously wounded with a single strike. As a person who was rarely injured, he had fallen into a trance due to the pain, but when he heard the footsteps, he suddenly felt fear and was instantly woken up. Sun Yuan struggled to get up as he hurriedly turned around and escaped. He was the imposing and mighty young master of the Sun family. He always stood far away or somewhere high to kill his enemies. Once the distance was closed, his combat strength would plummet. Therefore, he wanted to escape. He needed to escape far away and summon the firearms that filled the sky. He would then use his most powerful move and tear the bastard Tu Dahei, who had injured him, to pieces. He wanted to blow all the rookies who had seen his pathetic state to pieces. Huff, puff, huff. Sun Yuan ran like mad as the pain he felt made him angrier. He vowed to make Tu Dahei pay a painful price. Buzz. Suddenly, Sun Yuan heard the sizzling sounds of electric currents. An icy blue bolt flashed as Tu Dahei instantly appeared in front of him. Want to run? The sarcastic sneer pushed Sun Yuan's anger to the limits. At the same time, he realized that he could not escape this time. Sun Yuan's eyes flashed a glimmer of hysteria. A purplish gold pistol appeared in his right hand. Just as he wanted to grab it, a sword beam came slashing over. Sun Yuan, alarmed, retracted his hand as the purplish gold pistol was split into two. No! Sun Yuan stared with his eyes opened widely. This purplish gold pistol was an extremely precious treasure even to the Sun family. It was destroyed just like that? You deserve death. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth as yellow halos appeared behind him and priceless firearms emerged. However, before Sun Yuan could control the firearms to shoot out the deluge of bullets, the sound of sizzling electric currents was heard. It brushed past his shoulder with a gust of wind. Following that, successive sounds of metal being broken were immediately heard from behind him. Sun Yuan turned his head aghast, but he saw Tu Dahei darting through the air like lightning. Sword beams flew in every direction, shattering all the valuable firearms. In a few seconds, all the firearms were shattered. Sin Sinyuan's expression immediately turned pale as his lips trembled violently. This was the first time he felt that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Shi Xiaobai turned his body indifferently and slashed at Sin Sinyuan with a stupendous speed. It's over. With a flash of a sword beam, the sword slashed down on the life epaulette above Sin Sinyuan's shoulder. No! Sin Sinyuan stared with widened eyes as he tried to slant his body and use psionic hardening at the same time, while a steel-like color suffused his right hand. Clang! Sin Sinyuan successfully dodged the strike. The sword beam failed to shatter the epaulette on his shoulder, but due to him desperately turning to the side, it had struck his arm. Ah! Sin Sinyuan cried out. With his average defense, there was no way he could withstand that strike. His right arm was severed from the middle. As blood spewed out, half his arm fell to the ground. Sin Sinyuan screamed as his eyes were filled with killing intent. As his left hand covered his stump, he screamed in a low tone, "Tu Dahe, you deserve death. You will be subject to the Sin family's incessant pursuit. I will make you die without a proper burial ground." Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. His strike was only targeted at Sin Sinyuan's epaulette. Although he was loathsome, Shi Xiaobai would not have gone as far as directly threatening his life. However, in order to protect his epaulette, Sin Sinyuan in his panic had used his arm to receive the strike. The outcome of his arm being chopped off was all because he asked for it. Upon hearing the killing intent in Sin Sinyuan's words, Shi Xiaobai's eyes gradually turned cold. Although he was a kind and decent person, he was not a silly goody two-shoes. But at this moment, Shi Xiaobai suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. He turned his head and saw a black-robed youth holding a bloody sickle suddenly appearing far in the distance. The youth was heading straight for Sunless at an extremely fast speed. Shi Xiaobai's pupils contracted slightly. His intuition told him that the black-robed youth was very, very dangerous. He was after Sunless. Sunless was in grave danger. When Shi Xiaobai realized this, he no longer had the mind to bother with Sin Sinyuan. Immediately, he rubbed the skating shoes and charged straight at Sunless. The black-robed youth came too suddenly, and his speed was ridiculously fast. Everyone had their attention focused at Shi Xiaobai and Sin Sinyuan, and by the time they reacted, the black-robed youth was already in front of Sunless. The bloody sickle slashed down at Sunless. No one could help stop this strike but Sunless herself. She bit her lower lip and slashed out with her sword while enduring the injuries of her body. Shi Xiaobai, who had foreseen the danger, had already taken action. With the speed of lightning flash step, he had arrived beside Sunless at the most critical moment. Shi Xiaobai slashed out at the crimson sickle at almost the same time as Sunless. A black and white combination, swords in unison. Boom! The black and white swords clashed with the crimson sickle. The heavily injured Sunless and Shi Xiaobai, who had hurriedly slashed out, could not put up a fight. After half a second of deadlock, the duo was sent flying back. Shi Xiaobai frowned. At the moment of him flying back, he directed force towards the back and with even faster speed, came behind Sunless, grabbing her from behind. Boom! The duo opened up a deep ravine in the ground. Shi Xiaobai was beneath Sunless, so his back tore through the ground for dozens of meters. As for Sunless, who had been placed in front of Shi Xiaobai, she was not stained even by the dust. Sunless exclaimed as she turned her head to look. Her eyes flashed a look of pain. Kill. The black-robed youth growled. He did not stop and continued rushing towards the fallen duo. At this moment, the others finally reacted. They were alarmed by the black-robed youth's terror, but the few people who were nearest charged at the black-robed youth without any hesitation. The black-robed youth raised his sickle and spun at once. A gust of wind filled with the smell of blood blew as Muyu Sheng, Pulp Farmer, and Mo. and Luyu surrounded the black-robed youth. When they bumped into the blood-red hurricane, they were powerless to resist and were sent flying. It was as if the black-robed youth was in no man's land as he charged towards Shi Xiaobai and Sunless, but the black-robed youth's appearance was too sudden, and with the savageness he effused, before the crowd snapped out of their trance, he had already backed Shi Xiaobai and Sunless to the wall. Mu Yuesheng and company had been blown backwards, so they could no longer stop the black-robed youth. The others were too far away, and similarly could not rescue them in time. No one could save Sunless and Shi Xiaobai. However, at this moment, Shi Xiaobai, who had fallen to the ground, had already stood up. With sword in hand, he charged at the black-robed youth. There was no need for anyone to rescue him. Shi Xiaobai could save himself. 1 second Shura. Shi Xiaobai had swallowed one of the 2 remaining golden pills, having all his psionic power compressed. At the same time, the golden light around his body was focused on the tip of the black sword like a burning hot sun. Excalibur. His psionic power was compressed dry, so what was left was his life to be compressed. His life force was rapidly drained as a golden sword projection condensed which slashed down at the black-robed youth. 1 second Shura and Excalibur were nearly the strongest means of attack Shi Xiaobai had. The 2 moves were his trump cards, a final shot that required him to compress all his strength. The 2 moves were each extremely costly, but when stacked together, the power was immeasurable, and the cost was unimaginable. Shi Xiaobai knew very well that without being able to use the pig slaughtering knife due to his sealed right hand, this strike was the only chance of victory against the black-robed youth that suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Golden light burst out and filled the world as golden beams of light shot into the sky. The entire mountain was dyed golden as everyone stared with widened eyes. Even though the golden light was glaring, they wanted to see this shocking scene clearly. Who? The sounds of heavy breathing could be heard through the dazzling golden light. Everyone fell silent as they held their breaths. Slowly, the golden light dispersed. Shi Xiaobai was leaning on the sword, having great difficulty even standing. As for the black-robed youth, he had long disappeared. There was a pool of blood scattered on the ground. He had won? The sudden thrilling battle that was a few short life and death rounds that made everyone's heart jump ended with 2 Dahe winning? Shi Xiaobai stood up while leaning onto his sword. The people behind him gasped. They saw the clothes on Shi Xiaobai's back tattered. His back was full of lacerations due to the friction against the ground. Blood was flowing and looked somewhat frightening. At this moment, an authoritative voice boomed. This round of life and death assault has ended. Death Epaulet wearer, Sunless Yi, successfully survived and will be transported to the 6th level after 3 seconds. It was finally over. The long 10 minutes, the extremely long last minute had finally come to an end. Shi Xiaobai turned his head slowly and grinned at Sunless. Go ahead first. This king will follow shortly. Sunless, whose eyes were glazed, finally could not bear it as she covered her mouth. As tears streamed down her eyes, she nodded heavily. Shi Xiaobai suddenly thought of something and said softly, "Don't wait on the 6th level. This king likes the number 7. Let us meet on the 7th level, all right?" Sunless sobbed, and just as she wanted to say something, she suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light that shot into the sky, leaving the 5th level. Shi Xiaobai smiled as his eyes were filled with exhaustion. He finally could not handle it any longer. His physical condition was terrible to begin with. Now, having used the 2 extremely costly moves, 1 second Shura and Excalibur, his body could not longer take it. Even unleaking turtle aura was unable to withstand the weakness he felt. Shi Xiaobai felt like he needed to sleep. He did not know when he would wake up. He knew that if he did not say something, Sunless would definitely wait for him at the 6th level adamantly. Therefore, he came up with a very lame excuse. Why is this king so tired? Shi Xiaobai murmured as he slowly closed his eyes. Shi Xiaobai was standing while leaning on the sword. Although he had fainted, his body did not collapse, as though he was just resting with his eyes closed. Everyone was startled as they looked at Shi Xiaobai blankly. No one noticed that the splattered blood on the ground was slowly gathering together. Suddenly, the authoritative voice resounded through the world, breaking the solemn silence. The 32nd round shall begin immediately. Death Epaulette wearer has been randomly chosen. The wearer's name is Shi Xiaobai. Translator's note: Shi Xiaobai's standing position is something like this. Not sure if there's an English term for it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299, Protect Shi Xiaobai. Chapter 299, Protect Shi Xiaobai. The 33rd round shall begin immediately. Death Epaulette wearer has been randomly chosen. The wearer's name is Shi Xiaobai. The moment the solemn voice that resounded faded, two images appeared in the minds of every rookie still in the 5th level. One of them was a compressed map of the entire mountain, with two blips of different colors. As for the other image, it was that of a black-haired youth standing with the sword supporting his body. His eyes were closed and his delicate face looked overwhelmed with exhaustion. The back of his clothes was tattered, with blood flowing everywhere. The scene seemed to contain an indescribable sadness. The scene slowly turned into one that overlooked the area. On the black grounds riddled in craters, the rookies stared at the youth, with looks of shock. The youth was standing there quietly and looked extremely weak. Yet, it stirred the hearts of people. They wanted to know why he was in such a state at present, and wanted to know the story that had happened prior to this. They wanted to let him lie down and rest without worries. This person was Shi Xiaobai? This was the person with the most mysterious identity and astounding achievements in the trials, Shi Xiaobai? Everyone's eyes were focused on Shi Xiaobai, who had his eyes tightly shut and breathing extremely weakly. Their expressions were as though they had seen a ghost. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a second at that instant before it erupted into chaos. Heavens, Tu Dahe is Shi Xiaobai? Holy shit, I was only impressed by two people in this trial. One was Tu Dahe and the other was Shi Xiaobai. Now, they are both the same person. At the first level, I had just killed the first nightmare terror, and news of Shi Xiaobai clearing the level in less than 20 seconds was heard. I was so shocked that I nearly kneeled down. At the second level, Tu Dahe launched the counteroffensive on the Demon City, leading more than 400 rookies towards victory. Back then, I was crying out loudly with tears streaming down my face. City Destroyer hero. At the third level, the level Lord descended and my team was short of 200 points. I thought we were doomed when the news of Shi Xiaobai having conquered the level Lord was heard. At that moment, I nearly called Shi Xiaobai my daddy while crying. And just a while ago, I was touched and shocked by Tu Dahe. I was even thinking who was better, Tu Dahe or Shi Xiaobai, and it now turns out that Tu Dahe is Shi Xiaobai. I'm convinced, I'm truly convinced. I finally understand why I can't help but associate the name Tu Dahe and Shi Xiaobai. It's because the fucking name, Tu Dahe, is the opposite of Shi Xiaobai. Fuck, this is a godlike figure. From the 1st to 5th level, other than the 4th level, he created an astounding matter at every level. Shi Xiaobai, please accept my kneel. I suddenly want to know who was the unlucky person who encountered Tu Dahe on the 4th level's dual elimination. Hey, so should we call him Tu Dahe or Shi Xiaobai in the future? I suddenly have a sense of anticipation as to which level Shi Xiaobai can go to and what sort of things will he do in the trials later on. In the trials later on? Sorry, although the names Tu Dahe and Shi Xiaobai are truly astonishing, it is because of that there are numerous people who want to eliminate him. Look at his present condition. Do you think he can survive this level? Pardon me for butting in. Sunless is a goddess, so I could not bear to hurt her, but for Sunless, don't forget about the existence of the level Lord. How many 10-minute rounds do we have to waste? So even if it's taking advantage of his perilous situation, I have to be selfish this once. I don't know anything about launching a counteroffensive on the Demon City. When Shi Xiaobai conquered the level lord, I was already on the 4th level. I don't owe him a thing. If all of you aren't doing a thing, I'll be going on up? The rookie's emotional discussion suddenly fell silent. The news of Tu Dahe being Shi Xiaobai had indeed given them a big shock, to the point of a baffling sense of being touched, but it could not change a cruel fact. This round's fugitive was Shi Xiaobai. If they carried on being a member of the popcorn-eating crowd, another 10 minutes would be wasted. The level lord's threat would approach, so how many life and death assaults were there left? If they attacked the extremely weak Shi Xiaobai, it would not only be a shameless act, it would also very likely enrage the masses. Therefore, although there were already rookies clamoring verbally to attack Shi Xiaobai, no one truly took action. Everyone was watching Shi Xiaobai blankly as they fell into a dilemma. However, Mu Yueshang did not have any such dilemmas. From the moment Shi Xiaobai fell unconscious, she had been standing beside Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, she was looking around at full alert. Icy blue electric bolts darted around Shi Xiaobai, as though they were guardians protecting Shi Xiaobai. If anyone dared to make a thoughtless move, she would absolutely not spare them. At this moment, an armored youth walked out of the crowd. He had a stern expression on his face as he turned towards the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I do not know what all of you are hesitating for. I only know that at the 3rd level, I might have very likely been eliminated by the Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign if not for Shi Xiaobai. I only know that Shi Xiaobai should not be eliminated here. He is our competitor, but he is also the pride of our organization faction. I would rather be eliminated here than to attack Shi Xiaobai. No, I, Feng Yuanlin, shall declare that whoever dares to make a move on Shi Xiaobai, that person will have to step over my dead body." Feng Yuanlin changed from his usual humorous image and said righteous words that sounded thought-provoking. Immediately, another rookie walked out and said loudly, "If not for Tu Dahe, I would have been eliminated in the 2nd level." He darted through the plains filled with demonic beasts, and that scene of him destroying the demonic tree is still fresh on my mind. He is the hero in my heart. Whoever wants to touch him, ask my saber first. A stout rookie walked out and said with a deep voice, "The counteroffensive on the Demon City and the Level Lord was something I didn't experience. But in the past few minutes, Shi Xiaobai's performance was witnessed by me." Feng Yuanlin's statement resonated with me. Tu Dahe should not be eliminated here. He should become one of the 10 people of the collective training. He will be the pride of the organization faction. As a supporter of the organization faction, I choose to protect Shi Xiaobai. The voluptuous girl, Zhou Chuchu, who held a whip, walked out and said, "Shi Xiaobai's protection of Sunless was absolutely so cool. I don't care, no one is to touch him." Lu Yu waved his whisk and said with a laugh, "This penniless priest had a fortuitous meeting with Shi Xiaobai." And Mo said softly, "Lu Yu's intentions are mine as well." Even Pulp Farmer spoke up, "Regardless of the case, I owe Shi Xiaobai a favor. I will protect him for 10 minutes. The few of the rookies that were forecast to be in the top 10 stood forward. Very quickly, one rookie after another stood forward. No one is to touch Shi Xiaobai. He is our city destroyer hero. I was so close to being eliminated on the 3rd level if not for Shi Xiaobai. This debt of gratitude has to be paid. The scene of Shi Xiaobai risking his life to protect Sunless had touched me. Shi Xiaobai should not be eliminated here. Protect Shi Xiaobai. There were constantly people stepping forward, but Mu Yueshang remained highly vigilant. None of the rookies rashly approached Shi Xiaobai. Instead, they formed a circle 10 meters away from Shi Xiaobai. There were more and more rookies as the encirclement began increasing in number. They faced outwards as though they were guardian statues. In less than a minute, there were only about a dozen rookies still standing in their original spots. The dozen or so people were feeling indignation, but with such a fearsome battle force, no one dared to do a head-on clash. Under the stares of more than 100 rookies, they eventually left dejectedly. Shi Xiaobai was in deep sleep at the moment. The exhausted expression on his face gradually relaxed, but his weak breathing betrayed his extreme feebleness. Mu Yuesheng guarded by the side and remained extremely vigilant. Although the rookies encircling a distance of 10 meters away had declared that they would protect Shi Xiaobai, it was possible that there were people faking it in the hopes of finding an opportunity. The rookies clearly understood this reason, so they remained bound to not step a foot beyond the 10 meters boundary. Occasionally, there would be people engaging in whispers, but most of them were silent and serious, observing their surroundings vigilantly. They even observed the actions of the people beside them. These were the people who wanted to protect Shi Xiaobai from the bottom of their hearts. During the trials, Shi Xiaobai had intentionally and unintentionally helped a large number of rookies. Now, he was receiving the dividends of good faith for his efforts. If Shi Xiaobai had not chosen to launch a counteroffensive on the Demon City on the second level, conquer the third level's thousand-eyed demon sovereign or protect Sunless without any qualms that resulted in making the rookies willing to protect him, it would be very difficult even if Mu Yuesheng sacrificed her life to protect him from the rookies since he lacked the power to protect himself in his present weak state. These valuable 10 minutes of protection seemed predestined to be a long time ago. However, would the 10 minutes, that did not seem too long or short, be successfully tided through? Slowly, rookies who did not participate in the life and death assault on Sunless arrived. Seeing more than 100 people protecting Shi Xiaobai, they were confounded. After receiving an explanation, some chose to join the ranks to protect Shi Xiaobai, while there were others who left in resentment despite feeling indignant. During this period of time, a retarded rookie, who did not know better nor understood the situation, believed that Shi Xiaobai was being surrounded. As if having water for brains, the person thought the crowd was discussing as to who would obtain the epaulet, so the moment the person came, he shouted, "Let Shi Xiaobai go, I'll do it." Feng Yuanlin immediately cursed angrily, "Fuck, destroy that retard." The retarded rookie ended in a tragedy with him being taught a lesson. Thankfully the rest were restrained and did not destroy his life epaulet like hunters. Time slowly passed and with that, 5 minutes were over. The rookies gradually relaxed and began chatting and laughing. With more than 100 people protecting Shi Xiaobai, no one could break through the encirclement. In another 5 minutes, Shi Xiaobai could clear the level. This made their hearts suddenly feel a baffling sense of achievement. The various things Shi Xiaobai had done in the trials would definitely cause a sensation throughout China. When the time came, protecting Shi Xiaobai might become one of the stories. They felt an inexplicable sense of honor being participants of that story. As the rookies engaged in discussion, no one noticed the blood on the ground having fully coagulated. Suddenly, the blood distorted upwards, turning into a crimson-colored head. The head opened its mouth and let out a cold voice, "Tudahe, Shi Xiaobai, kill." A strong smell of blood suddenly emanated in the air as everyone in the crowd turned their heads in shock. A bloody figure with a blood-colored sickle in hand had just formed. It stood within the encirclement and was less than 10 meters away from Shi Xiaobai. Translator's note: I have revamped the Patreon system, providing advanced chapters to Patreon supporters. At least chapter 300 is available for all supporting patrons. The weekly release rate is currently at 12 a week, with the one-chapter days being Tuesday and Wednesday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, What About My Hand? Chapter 300, What About My Hand? The emanated scent of blood caused anyone who smelled it feel disgusted. A bloody figure that had just coagulated together appeared within the encirclement of the crowd. Although the bloody figure's face was fuzzy, making it impossible to distinguish his face, the crimson-colored sickle in its hand had left a deep impression on everyone present. The black-robed youth that suddenly appeared not long ago had entered a forbidden zone. The scene of it almost killing Sunless surfaced in the minds of the crowd. "No good, quickly stop it!" Someone screamed. Others had already begun taking action. The bloody figure was less than 10 meters away from Shi Xiaobai. If it were to suddenly attack, who could prevent it? At this moment, the bloody figure was coagulating its blood at a visible rate, as though it was going to be completely revived. Mu Yuesheng was constantly on alert, so she was the first to react. A thick icy blue lightning bolt shot out from her feet as it snaked through the ground to attack the bloody figure. Pulp Farmer was similarly not slow to react. His spear thrust towards the bloody figure as though it was a dragon strike that flashed a cold beam. Boom! With the pincer attack threatening the bloody figure, it raised its head and roared, producing a crimson barrier which shielded it. However, the crimson barrier began to produce ripples as though it was struggling to defend its conjurer. It's very weak. Its strength has yet to fully recover. Come on, kill it. Everyone finally responded and raised their weapons as they began bombarding the bloody figure with various attacks. Boom! 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 The crimson shield constantly flickered and trembled before it finally shattered. However, the bloody figure's body had finished coagulating into a solid being of blood. A layer of fresh skin was halfway done with wrapping the solid blood. Hurry, it's about to revive soon. My God, what the hell is this thing? It's disgusting. I'm having goosebumps all over. Quickly destroy it. The bloody figure's appearance looked as though it had half of its skin ripped off. The block of blood had turned into thick flesh. It was nauseating. Mu Yuesheng frowned slightly as she shot out an electrocannon beam that was much thicker than usual. Pulp Farmer had a cold expression as he thrust a tyrant spear, producing a large and domineering spear phantom image. Feng Yuanlin kept shouting as a silver shield appeared in his hand. He did not have any long-ranged attacks and could not come too close to the bloody figure. He began throwing the silver shield in his hand as a projectile weapon. Lu Yu waved his whisk and a vague gas, that resembled an immortal's aura, floated out. He roared, "Monster, die!" Suddenly, he took out a paper charm and threw it at the bloody figure. And Mo blew his flute. As the music permeated the region, everyone felt their spirits lifted, but when the bloody figure heard it, it suddenly became more violent. Zhou Chuchu frowned and, with an expression as though she wanted to puke, she flailed her whip angrily as a surging force struck the bloody figure. The innermost circle of rookies spared no mercy for the bloody figure that was about to fully revive. The black-robed youth was too strong and strange. Everyone did not dare imagine what it would do after it revived, so they were naturally using all their strength to prevent it from reviving. Boom! Incessant explosions filled the area as dust flew up, resulting in poor visibility. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The bloody figure has disappeared." Indeed, in the dusty air, the bloody figure's fuzzy outline had suddenly disappeared from the barrage of attacks of the crowd. Could it have been blasted into a pool of blood? But looking at the ground, there were only drops of blood. Where was the pool of blood? It's dead? Has it been completely destroyed by us? Everyone's eyes lit up when they thought of this possibility. They immediately felt overjoyed. Who knew that the bloody figure was so weak before it revived? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "No, it's still not dead. Look there." Everyone traced the direction in which the person pointed. Far in the distance, there was a bright red patch on the ground like a carpet. The red carpet was not obvious on a cursory look, but on a careful look, it was a pool of blood. And the pool of blood had sneaked out of the crowd's encirclement. At this moment, it was moving extremely quickly on the ground, escaping into the distance. Why did it run away? It's escaping, quickly chase it. We can't let it escape. If it fully revives later, none of us can stop it. The rookies fell into chaos as the outermost rookies rushed over. However, the pool of blood suddenly drilled into the ground as it was in the middle of moving. The crowd momentarily lost track of its whereabouts. Fuck, this monster can even drill into the ground? We're finished. We can't catch up. Damn it, who knows when that monster will be fully revived. Everyone, be mentally prepared. The scene turned chaotic as everyone felt the burden of a repressed atmosphere. It was not as simple to put a perfect period to the end of the protection of Shi Xiaobai as they imagined. And at the most chaotic moment, a small crossbow arrow shot towards Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. It was nearly transparent in color, and the angle it shot out from was chosen in a cunning manner. The choice of timing was perfect. It was the moment when everyone's mind was in a buzz. This arrow had accumulated a lot of strength and had waited for a prolonged period of time. It shot towards the death epaulette on Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. It was as fast as lightning and its goal was clear. However, no one noticed the sudden shot of the crossbow arrow. Even if they discovered it, they would not be able to react in time. In the next instant, the arrow would stab Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. It would detonate once it hit its target, definitely shattering the epaulette, but it might also blow apart Shi Xiaobai's shoulder, who was completely without any defense. But so what? In the crowd, a rookie revealed a wide sneer. He secretly backed away. He was in the middle of the crowd, so he was not too far, but not too close to the point of not being able to escape. At the moment the explosion was heard, everyone would fall into extreme panic. At that moment, he could easily escape and he would be transported to the 6th level 3 seconds later. So what if he stirred the rage of the masses? The trials were competitive to begin with. Failure makes a rebel, success makes a king. There was nothing wrong with obtaining victory at all costs. As the arrow shot forward, a sharp-eyed person discovered the nearly transparent arrow, but before the person could even scream, the arrow had arrived in front of Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. A hand suddenly reached out to grab the arrow. It was a slender, white hand with a layer of icy blue bolts of lightning coiling around her fingers. The arrow was just a few centimeters away from Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. Boom! The arrow exploded, but the icy blue lightning seemed to completely wrap around the explosion like a cage. The explosion rampaged through the icy blue cage like a wild beast. It nearly broke through, but was eventually unable to affect a distance a few centimeters away before it was extinguished in the icy blue cage. The sounds of gasps were heard. They saw a white, slender hand bleeding because of the blast, injured to the point of it being charred. Even though she had used psionic hardening to protect her hand, it had compressed the entire explosion, so the power of the explosion was more than several times stronger. So how could she defend properly against that? How much pain was the owner of that hand feeling? Everyone traced the hand and saw the brown-haired girl that had always been standing beside Shi Xiaobai. Not only did she not grimace from the pain, she had a relieved expression. Mu Yuesheng was relieved. An accident had nearly happened. If not for her remaining vigilant throughout the most chaotic moments while remaining wary of insidious rookies sneakily attacking, this arrow would have been hard to defend against. Shi Xiaobai nearly got into an accident. Just thinking of this made Mu Yuesheng feel a sense of belated fear. Immediately, she focused on her surroundings once again. Slowly, she finally had the time to care about the pain coming from her right hand. Mu Yuesheng only turned to give it a glance. Her gaze was indifferent, as though it was not even her hand. Immediately, she swept the crowd with an angry and vigilant gaze. She softly said, "Who was it?" Everyone in the crowd was shaken out of their stupor as they suddenly felt infinite wrath. Fuck, which bastard was it? Damn it, which despicable person sneaked an attack? Indeed, there is a wretch who stayed behind with an insincere heart. What shamelessness! He is not to be easily let off. The situation turned into a mess, but the rookie that sneaked the attack had hidden himself well. The moment he shot the arrow was when the surrounding people were looking in the direction of the escaping pool of blood. Furthermore, the crossbow was hidden in his sleeve, so it was not revealed at all. The rookie that had sneaked the attack mimicked the indignation of the rest. No one could tell that it was him. At this moment, a gentle-looking girl walked out of the crowd and walked straight towards Mu Yuesheng. She had stepped into the 10-meter radius from Shi Xiaobai. Mu Yuesheng immediately frowned and coldly shouted, "Stop, you are not to come." Everyone turned their heads and gave a judgmental look to the girl. The girl immediately stopped and used a gentle tone to say, "You are mistaken. I study healing. I only want to treat your hand." Mu Yuesheng shook her head and said, "There's no need." The girl anxiously said, "No, your hand needs to be treated immediately, if not the injury would worsen. Furthermore, even if the injury would not worsen, a scar will be left behind if it's not properly treated. Your hand is so beautiful. I believe you do not wish for your hand to be scarred, right? Let me treat you. It will be very fast." When Mu Yuesheng heard this, she shook her head resolutely. "There's no need. Go back." The girl frowned and whispered, "Why are you so stubborn?" Mu Yuesheng seriously looked the girl in the eye and said, "Because I don't trust you, but." After Mu Yuesheng said this, she surveyed the crowd and said with a deep voice, "Or it should be said that I cannot trust any one of you here. I do not know which one of you wants to protect Shi Xiaobai from the bottom of your heart or which person is just being a hypocrite and will sneak an attack at any time. No matter how sincere you appear, I will not believe it. Because, I cannot believe. It may even be the tiniest risk, but I will definitely not use Shi Xiaobai's future or even shoulder to take that risk. Therefore, if anyone steps within the 10-meter radius, I will automatically view that person as an enemy. If you are truly sincere about your goodwill towards Shi Xiaobai, quietly stand there and be on the lookout of the people beside you at all times. That would be the greatest help. My hand is fine. Compared to Shi Xiaobai, what's a tiny scar?" The girl gaped and took a deep glance at Mu Yuesheng before retreating in silence. Everyone immediately felt their moods repressed. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Mu Yuesheng. At this moment, a rookie with shifty eyes had an idea as he suddenly shouted, "You keep insisting that you do not trust us, but why do we need to trust you? We do not even know who you are. What gives you the right to stand beside Shi Xiaobai from the beginning to the point of not letting anyone near? Who knows, you might also be putting on a show. You might be waiting for everyone to relax before you secretly destroy the death epaulet? Since you don't trust us, why should we trust you? Everyone, isn't that so?" With this statement made, the atmosphere suddenly turned stifling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4. Chapter 301, The Avenger That Waited for the Opportunity. Chapter 301, The Avenger That Waited for the Opportunity. By saying those words, the shifty rookie was clearly trying to sow discord. At worst, he wanted to break the situation of no one being able to approach Shi Xiaobai. He believed his timing was not bad, hoping that other rookies that were in hiding would echo him. However, not only did the scene not become chaotic, it ended up becoming silent. Everyone was giving him strange looks. It was most frightening when everything suddenly turned quiet. The shifty rookie's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sense of ominous foreboding. He chuckled, "What are all of you looking at me for?" Feng Yuanlin rolled his eyes and said, "Do you treat us as fools, or are you trying to tell us that you are a complete fool?" But the shifty rookie immediately broke out into cold sweat as he forcefully found his composure. "Did I say something wrong? We don't even know her identity, so why must we trust her?" Pulp Farmer said, "I don't know her name, but I know she's a Gaia rookie. She comes from the same organization as Shi Xiaobai." The shifty rookie's face turned paler as he insisted, "It's not necessarily that they are close even if they come from the same organization, right?" Feng Yuanlin said with a sneer, "If their relationship isn't close, then why would Shi Xiaobai pull out a pair of shoes from her chest?" Everyone immediately had an odd look. Pulling out a pair of shoes from the chest was indeed too much of a wonder. To be able to do such a thing, describing their relationship as intimate might be lacking. The shifty rookie trembled in his heart. In his haste, he had forgotten about the matter. But having everything said and done, he could only remain stubborn and refuse to admit his error. The saying goes that the birds in one grove are husband and wife, but they each fly away during danger. If a marital couple can betray each other, I just think that we cannot trust her fully. What if she destroyed the epaulet during a critical moment? Everyone should be treated equally. No one should be able to come within 10 meters of Shi Xiaobai. Feng Yuanlin coldly said, if no one is allowed to come within 10 meters, the chances of you being able to destroy the epaulet amid chaos would be higher, right? The shifty rookie's face changed drastically as he angrily said, don't you slander me. Enough. Pulp Farmer thundered angrily as he said, look at her hand. Even I am touched by her friendship towards Shi Xiaobai. Are you fucking blind or is your heart made of dog shit? The shifty rookie took a step back from Pulp Farmer's thundering. His face turned liver-colored as he was at a loss for words. Feng Yuanlin rolled his eyes and looked towards the crowd. He said, this person is an idiot. None of you have any other opinions, right? Everyone shook their heads blankly. Feng Yuanlin coldly said, since he acted as an idiot, we will look at him as an idiot. How do you think we should handle him? Immediately, people began suggesting. Beat the hell out of him, then kick him out? Eliminate him straight away. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. If this kind of idiot can continue jumping here like that, I'll definitely not be able to sleep at night. I suggest giving him a happy corner. I think we should let him know why the flowers are so red. It's everyone's responsibility to educate a fool. Let me bring him to the woods to have an intimate encounter with the trees. Upon hearing these malicious words and the sinister gazes from the crowd, the shifty rookie finally realized. I'm doomed, I played myself to death. He thought it was a brilliant maneuver that he could carry the situation well, but unexpectedly, this wave of maneuvers was the maneuver of an idiot. No one could doubt Mu Yuesheng at this moment. No one had the qualifications. His series of doubts had not only failed to stir any emotions. Instead, it exposed himself in a retarded manner. The hidden companions he had cleverly betrayed him. Although the shifty rookie did not suffer the physical pain, his life epaulet was destroyed by someone beside him. He was eliminated in indignation. Everyone jokingly cursed the person's idiotic idea, but their moods became heavy. The person that had shot the crossbow arrow and the idiot who tried to sow discord but ended up exposing himself proved one thing: amid the 100 rookies gathered here to protect Shi Xiaobai, there were despicable people who had impure thoughts and were scheming to shatter Shi Xiaobai's epaulet. There were definitely more than one of these despicable people, but as for how many there were, it was likely a very heavy figure. At this very moment, only one idiot had been revealed. However, it was unknown how many people were waiting in hiding with sketchy thoughts, waiting for the opportunity. The wretch that used a crossbow to launch a sneak attack had yet to be found. It was also unknown when the bloody figure that had escaped would fully revive. At that moment, the people would have to resist the bloody figure's assault, and they would have to be wary of someone sneaking in an attack during the chaos. It was truly trouble both internally and externally, making it extremely difficult. And the most important problem was that other than Mu Yuesheng, the rookies present were unqualified to approach closer than 10 meters from Shi Xiaobai. This placed the arduous task of defending Shi Xiaobai on this girl. Mu Yuesheng's nerves were tight. She was in complete concentration. Her eyes were filled with firm resolve, making others pain their hearts for her. Feng Yuanlin chuckled and comforted the crowd. Actually, we should look on the bright side of things. Maybe 10 minutes would pass before the bloody figure fully revives. Just as Feng Yuanlin's words faded away, there was a commotion in the fringe of the crowd. Someone screamed, "It's here! The bloody figure is back!" The blood figure that returned could no longer be called a blood figure. This was because his skin had completely rejuvenated. A black robe covered him once again. He looked just like when he first appeared. However, his face was still as ugly as before. People could not help but lament. "Man, since you have revived yourself, can't you do some alterations to your look?" Feng Yuanlin was figuratively smacked in the face nearly instantly, so angrily, he cursed at the black-robed youth. "It's not your fault to look ugly, but it's your fault for coming here to scare the shit out of us." The black-robed youth ignored him. His eyes were scarlet. His gaze penetrated the crowd and landed straight on Shi Xiaobai. "Shi Xiaobai, kill!" The hoarse voice seemed to howl from an abyss. "Kill your sister. You only know about killing all day." Feng Yuanlin stood with the crowd and with a wave of his hand, he loudly said, "Brothers, charge! Destroy him!" The outermost rookies did not charge ahead with the winds of his command. Instead, they shivered back in fear. Immediately, the crowd was suddenly squeezed together. The black-robed youth was holding a blood-colored sickle. Standing outside the crowd, it seemed as though he was considering how to deal with the crowd present. It was as though a bloody butcher was considering how to deal with a herd of sheep. The outermost rookies could clearly smell the rich smell of blood and could deeply sense the terrifying aura of the black-robed youth that seemed to come from the deepest abyss. It struck fear to their very souls. "Don't retreat! Why are all of you retreating?" The rookies behind created a din in puzzlement. The crowd slowly squeezed together into a huddled bunch. The person closest to the interior was about to be squeezed into the 10-meter forbidden zone. And at this moment, the black-robed youth finally moved. His legs lifted off the ground and like an arrow, he charged at the rookies. Lifting the blood-colored sickle high, he was like the Grim Reaper here to harvest souls. "Come on, we have so many people, there's no reason to be afraid of him, but..." The expressions of the rookies along the periphery changed drastically when they saw the black-robed youth rush at them. Without any room for retreat, they could only bite the bullet and clash head-on. The black-robed youth brandished his sickle as a sanguinary storm stirred, hitting the rookies standing in the first row. "Ah, ah, ah!" Loud screams followed one after another. The rookies that were struck by the sanguinary storm had their psionic barriers instantly shattered. As though they were being soaked in boiling water, their bare skin began producing ulcers. Immediately they felt excruciating pain as they screamed aloud. At the same time, the epaulets on their shoulders quickly melted away. They transformed into beams of golden light before being transported out of the trial. The black-robed youth did not kill anyone. This was because his master had ordered him to kill at most 20 people. He had failed to curb himself, killing 9 people on the first level. Removing the few that had to be killed on the list, the number of people he could kill as he wished was already few in number. Shi Xiaobai was considered one. The rest of those present lacked the qualifications. Thankfully in this level, the epaulet could be used to represent their lives. Destroying their epaulets was equivalent of clearing these irritating bugs. The black-robed youth continued advancing. The second row of rookies had already gathered their powers and were ready. When the first row of rookies was instantly eliminated, they were extremely frightened, but felt furious at the same time. The second row of rookies attacked in anger. However, when their attacks landed on the flickering red barrier around the black-robed youth, it was as if they were swallowed by lava. Instantly, the blows vanished. The black-robed youth waved his sickle once again, producing a sanguinary storm. The second row of rookies did not dare to use their psionic barriers to resist like the first row of rookies. They scattered and fled. A rookie tripped and was struck by the sanguinary storm with his mouth open. With a shrill scream, he spewed out hot blood from his mouth. Even his innards were nearly spat out. Before his epaulet melted, he was already dead. He died terribly. The death of this rookie made the black-robed youth let out a frustrated roar. This was also the final blow to the other rookies. "We are not his match at all. Run! Run! People in front, run faster. I don't want to be eliminated. I don't want to die. To most of the rookies present, protecting Shi Xiaobai was an impulsive move due to the emotional stirring of the people around them. They did not have the strong obligation to risk their lives and futures. They could curb themselves from taking advantage of Shi Xiaobai's perilous state and could waste 10 minutes to support a campaign of protecting Shi Xiaobai, but they would not participate in an escapade that threatened their lives. The rookies pushed and shoved as they escaped. A few rookies that had been long in hiding finally could not endure it. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, they wanted to sneakily destroy Shi Xiaobai's epaulette. However, regardless of how chaotic the situation was, Mu Yuesheng, who maintained her calm and vigilance, did not give them any chance. Mu Yuesheng showed them no mercy by eliminating all of these rookies that had taken the risk. The black-robed youth did not chase after them. He waited for the bugs to leave by themselves. Since he could not brutally trample these cockroaches, he no longer had the desire to even look at these cockroaches. In a few moments, more than 100 rookies had dispersed, leaving a few people behind. Mu Yuesheng obviously did not leave. None of the 5 that were forecast to be in the top 10 left. They were Pulp Farmer, Feng Yuanlin, Zhou Chuchu, Lu Yu, and an Mo. At this moment, 3 other unfamiliar rookies stayed behind. These 9 people became the last line of defense for Shi Xiaobai. A kilometer away from Shi Xiaobai, in the shade of a large tree, Sun Senyuan hid within. He only revealed half a head and a muzzle. His right arm had been ripped off from the middle, leaving him only with his left hand. As such, his combat ability had been greatly reduced. He no longer appeared mightily in front of everyone while treating them in contempt. A fall into the pit, a gain in his wit. He now knew the pertinence of being sinister. Therefore, he hid a kilometer away in preparation to snipe. He had waited 6 minutes for this shot. However, he was very patient. He was accumulating his hatred, intending to vent it completely at the moment of his revenge. He wanted vengeance. Of course, it would not be as simple as destroying the epaulette. He wanted this shot to blast Shi Xiaobai into meat pulp. Sun Senyuan was engrossed in the commotion that was happening a kilometer away. His eyes grew brighter and he started to look more and more eager. The black-robed youth's appearance was the opportunity he had been waiting for. As long as Pulp Farmer, Feng Yuanlin and the top 10 rookies ranked in the forecast ran away or fought the black-robed youth, there would be only Mu Yuesheng alone near to Shi Xiaobai to defend against his bullet, but it was absolutely impossible for a person to defend against the terrifying bullet he would use at an enormous cost. In a few more seconds, he could use the explosion and the piles of ground meat on the ground to celebrate the success of his revenge. Go to hell, Shi Xiaobai. Sun Senyuan could not help but growl, Shi Xiaobai, I'll definitely tear you apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, The Best Protector. Chapter 302, The Best Protector. The 9 rookies became Shi Xiaobai's final line of defense. Feng Yuanlin looked at Pulp Farmer and company as he exclaimed, I never expected that the bunch of you would stay behind, but with the black-robed youth returning after his resurrection, he had eliminated more than a dozen people in a few seconds. Furthermore, he had killed one of the rookies. At this moment, staying behind to protect Shi Xiaobai was risking elimination or their lives. Ordinary relations were not enough to keep people persisting to take such a huge risk. However, Pulp Farmer and a few rookies who did not have intimate relationships with Shi Xiaobai had chosen to stay behind. It was quite an inexplicable thing. Pulp Farmer raised his spear and said with a deep voice, the reason why I stayed behind is not to protect Shi Xiaobai. I was sent retreating by the bloody figure just now. If I were to leave now, wouldn't that be tantamount to fleeing? My pride does not allow me to do this. Furthermore, I don't believe that this person can be so much stronger than me, considering we are all at the psionic mortal realm. and Mo gave a gentle smile and said, agreed. Zhou Chuchu smacked her lips, agreed. Lu Yu shook his whisk and said, agreed. Furthermore, the slaying of demons is the duty of this penniless priest. The other three rookies no one knew did not break the combo as they immediately responded with agreed. Feng Yuanlin nodded in satisfaction and said, very well, everyone's reasons are excellent. Then let's stick to the end. Remember, our goal is to stall for time. There's no need to fight to the death. Everyone can use any dirty means appropriately, as long as we can stall for time, but... Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and said, hey, Feng Yuanlin, why did a joke like you suddenly become our leader? Feng Yuanlin shrugged and said, because I'm handsome. Pooey. Zhou Chuchu said repulsively, it seems you haven't looked into a mirror since you were born. I say, Feng Yuanlin, aren't you the most afraid of dying? I even see your legs trembling. So why would you even stay behind? Feng Yuanlin stared widely at her and said, Shi Xiaobai is my daddy. Oops, slip of the tongue. Shi Xiaobai is the boss I have acknowledged. I, Feng Yuanlin, am a man of indomitable spirit, so how can I do such disloyal things as running? Zhou Chuchu stared back, prepared to taunt him again. Just as the two jokers were chatting about, the black-robed youth, who had waited for around 10 seconds, finally made a move again. Feng Yuanlin immediately widened his eyes as he shouted, fuck, here he comes, kill him. Pulp Farmer was the bravest. He led the charge towards the black-robed youth. He thrust his spear in an awe-inspiring manner, as though he was a courageous general. The other 7 rookies fanned out after him. Standing at different spots, they began launching their attacks on the black-robed youth. Mu Yuesheng, who was standing afar, did not charge to do battle. She had to stand by Shi Xiaobai's side to be wary against anyone from launching a sneak attack by staying behind. Pulp Farmer's spear stabbed into the crimson barrier in front of the black-robed youth, but it felt like he was stabbing into mud. His force was completely dispersed and he could not even pull out his spear. When the black-robed youth brandished his blood-colored sickle, a sanguinary storm immediately surged forward. Pulp Farmer's expression drastically changed as he retracted his spear and quickly retreated. However, the sanguinary storm's motions seemed instantaneous as it clung onto him. Pulp Farmer hurriedly conjured his psionic barrier to defend against the sanguinary storm. His strength was much stronger than the rookies in the first row, so he was not taken down by the sanguinary storm. However, the redness seemed to pollute his psionic barrier, turning it red. Pulp Farmer did not dare to make any unnecessary motions, nor did he dare to remove the psionic barrier. He could only stand in his original spot while entering a stalemate with the sanguinary storm. The black-robed youth ignored Pulp Farmer because the attacks of the others had arrived. A melodious tune of a flute, a vigorous whip, a slamming shield, a mysterious paper charm. All sorts of attacks struck the black-robed youth simultaneously. However, all the attacks that hit the blood-colored barrier sunk into it, like rocks falling into a lake. Even in Mo's flute tune turned silent at the moment it struck the blood-colored barrier. Holy shit, what is this thing? Isn't such a defensive barrier too exaggerated? It's not that his defensive barrier is exaggerated, it's that his defense far exceeds my offensive power. Why can this happen? Isn't he at the psionic mortal realm? How can there be such a huge gap within the psionic mortal realm? There are so many of us attacking together, yet we can't even crack his defense? Everyone exclaimed. The black-robed youth's blood-colored sickle was brandished once again. Sanguinary storms began surging towards the remaining 7, like red locusts. These storms were very fast and appeared to have tracking abilities. The 7 immediately ran, but not one of them escaped unscathed. They were hit by the sanguinary storm one after another and had to conjure their psionic barriers to enter a stalemate with the sanguinary storm. Pulp Farmer, Feng Yuanlin, Lu Yu, and Mo, and Zhou Chuchu were after all forecast to be the top 10 rookies. They were able to withstand the sanguinary storms for a moment, but the other three unfamiliar rookies were not as lucky. They lasted for a second before being eliminated. In less than 10 seconds, only Mu Yuesheng was left as Shi Xiaobai's last line of defense. The black-robed youth's strength was terrifying. The black-robed youth did not continue using the sanguinary storms as an attack towards the quintet. To him, these bugs would not last much longer. He could not trample the bugs to death, so he could not be bothered to do anything to these bugs that could no longer do a thing. The black-robed youth turned his head towards Shi Xiaobai. His scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. This hateful person was his target. Mu Yuesheng silently walked in front of Shi Xiaobai. Icy blue electric bolts began jumping around. She was the last person defending Shi Xiaobai. Her lightning flash step was unable to carry anything beyond 10 kilograms during her movement. It was also unlikely the black-robed youth would turn his aggro on her. Therefore, she could only face him in face-to-face battle. Every second counted. But with her strength, how many additional seconds could she buy? In the woods, a petite vermilion-haired girl with a blonde youth were running. Their speed was not very fast, and their expressions looked like they were short of breath. They were completely exhausted, but they were still gritting their teeth while running full speed ahead. To Matsi, the past 10 or more minutes of running were at full speed. Her body had reached its limits, but with Sunless and Shi Xiaobai consecutively becoming fugitives, she had to grit her teeth and constantly surpass the limits of her physique. She forced herself to accelerate time and time again. Kevin was in a better situation, but it was not optimistic either. He was running ahead of Matsi by a short distance. This was because he knew the importance of a pacer in front of someone during a marathon. However, with Matsi becoming faster and faster, he had to accelerate as well. Maintaining such a speed for more than 10 minutes was a difficult trial for Kevin, who was the only one who failed to complete the 100 laps during the mini collective training. At this moment, he was panting and wavering about his tipping point. The location they were in was too far away from where the crowd was gathered. They had to cross nearly the entire mountain range. The rookies who were in their vicinity chose not to run there because they knew they would not make it in time. However, the Gaia trio had to rush there. Midway, Mu Yuesheng woke up from her breakthrough coma. Moving ahead of them, she used lightning flash step to reach the battle scene at an exaggerated speed. As for the two of them, they could only follow behind while gritting their teeth running. They were far too late for Sunless Life and Death Assault. But immediately following that, the fugitive of the next Life and Death Assault was Shi Xiaobai. Furthermore, from the 10 seconds of imagery shown in their heads, Shi Xiaobai looked extremely weak, to the point of having fallen unconscious. This made Matsi and Kevin run even more desperately. They did not know if they could arrive in time. They did not know if their strength could do anything even if they could make it in time. Maybe, the effort they were putting in at this moment was in vain. However, they continued doing so without any hesitation. They ran away with full determination. This was because back when Shi Xiaobai guided them and lured the Thousand-Eyed Demon Sovereign away, he did so without any hesitation or doubt. Even if they could do something extremely trivial, or even if their strength could restrain the person who wanted to harm Shi Xiaobai for a second, they had to rush there. They were resolute in their run there. And at this moment, they had finally arrived close to Shi Xiaobai's location. Suddenly, the duo that were running full speed ahead simultaneously heard a voice filled with hate. "Go to hell, Shi Xiaobai. I'll definitely tear you apart." The quiet mountain woods accentuated the voice. Matsi and Kevin came to a halt in shock. Turning their heads, they looked towards the direction where the voice came from. They saw half of a head and half of a gun's barrel propping out of the shade of tree dozens of meters to their side. An unfamiliar rookie hiding in a tree? The firearm he was holding looked like a sniper rifle? Did that person just say, "Go to hell, Shi Xiaobai"? These three thoughts immediately flashed in the duo's minds. In addition to the kilometer distance away from Shi Xiaobai, they immediately came to an appalling conclusion. This unfamiliar rookie was hiding in the tree in preparation to snipe Shi Xiaobai. Mozi immediately turned anxious, but she did not act rashly. The rookie in the tree appeared extremely focused and had failed to notice their arrival. Mozi knew that they could not make any sound, or it might sound off an alarm and scare him away. Mozi looked at Kevin, but did not say a word but mouthed the words, "What do we do?" Kevin considered for a moment and immediately thought of a solution. He gestured an okay to Mozi, indicating for her not to move. He then started looking around him and searching for something. Soon, Kevin's eyes lit up slightly. Tiptoeing to the side, he tried to suppress any sound he made. Kevin picked up a gigantic boulder. Mozi's eyes lit up and she gave Kevin a big thumbs up. Kevin gave a delighted smile. He looked around for a spot which would not be blocked by trees. Aiming at the head that was exposed from the tree's shade, he augmented his body with the price of might, before throwing the boulder. The boulder shot out like an artillery shell, but it was as fast as a bullet. This move was a long-ranged offensive skill self-created by Kevin when he faced the Thousand-Eyed Demon Sovereign and Titan Ape because he did not dare to go close. You don't say. This move might seem to be just a throwing of a boulder, but with the augmentation of the price of might, the power was not to be underestimated. It even gave Kevin a baffling illusion that this was the most suited fighting technique for a genius like him. At this moment, Sen Yuan was completely engrossed in looking for the opportunity to shoot. His finger was lodged to the trigger, so he did not discover the appearance of the duo dozens of meters away to his side. Sen Yuan was feeling very excited because his opportunity was here. Pulp Farmer and company had been defeated, with only Mu Yuesheng left. However, in order to end it in one shot, he could not take the risk. Sen Yuan decided to patiently wait for the moment Mu Yuesheng charged to do battle with the black-robed youth. He had waited for so long, so it did not matter even if he waited for a few more seconds. Although you are definitely doomed, I have to be the one who kills you with my own hands, Shi Xiaobai. Sen Yuan gritted his teeth and lodged his finger tightly on the trigger. He was waiting for that second of revenge. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew at him. Sen Yuan sensed danger as he turned his head in alarm. However, the boulder was already at hand. There was no time for him to even react. Sen Yuan was completely astounded. Bang! A loud bang was heard as Sen Yuan's head was directly hit by the boulder. Sen Yuan's head went dizzy. He was about to faint the next moment, but the indignation in his heart fueled him. He made his last move. He pulled the trigger. Go to hell! Shi Xiaobai. Sen Yuan's eyes rolled over as he fell down from the tree. However, his avenging bullet had already shot out. However, having been hit by a boulder, his body had wavered slightly, causing the gun's barrel to shake as well. As such, the direction of the bullet. In the next moment, a bullet flew past Shi Xiaobai and Mu Yuesheng's bodies. With a strange trajectory, it hit the black-robed youth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303, Never Expected. Chapter 303, Never Expected. Sen Yuan, who pulled the trigger before being knocked unconscious, had shot out a bullet he had specially prepared. In order to ensure that he would succeed in killing Shi Xiaobai, the bullet he had chosen was extremely valuable. Furthermore, the most powerful function of this bullet was its stealthiness. The bullet was silent and colorless, almost to the point of invisibility. It was hard to discern it with the naked eye unless one was constantly on high alert. It was almost impossible to defend against the bullet unless one could timely sense the danger. And it was because of this, the biggest weakness of the bullet was how it would be greatly ineffective if the target was constantly in an extremely vigilant state. And Mu Yuesheng happened to be in such a state, therefore, Sen Yuan was waiting for the moment Mu Yuesheng would lower her guard. Just a second of relaxation from Mu Yuesheng would allow this nearly invisible bullet to penetrate Shi Xiaobai's head. Not only its power was astounding, it would also produce an earth-shaking explosion. Furthermore, its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. No matter how thick your barrier was or how thick your skull was, it would instantly blow a hole in your head if you did not dodge in time. Therefore, this bullet was also called the invisible head-blown bullet. It was one of the highest grade of head-blowing assassination bullets and could be considered a holy item for assassination. Sen Senyuan only had one invisible head-blown bullet, but as long as he killed Shi Xiaobai to avenge himself for his right arm being cleaved off, Sen Senyuan would not have a second thought. However, at this moment, the specially prepared death banquet for Shi Xiaobai, the invisible head-blown bullet, prepared for his vengeance, had changed its trajectory because of the sudden appearance of a boulder. It also seemed to change the fate of others. The bullet flew past Shi Xiaobai and Mu Yuesheng's side, and with an odd trajectory, it shot towards the black-robed youth's head. The black-robed youth was only facing a handful of trash with power levels of 5, so he obviously was not in a highly vigilant state. In fact, he was not wary at all. Therefore, he did not sense the danger of the invisible head-blown bullet shooting right at him. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He couldn't even conjure the blood-colored barrier. The bullet instantly penetrated his head, and his ugly head immediately burst like a watermelon. This sudden change of events astounded everyone. Even Mu Yuesheng exclaimed and stared agape. The head-blown black-robed youth crashed backwards and was reduced to a pool of blood. The blood began to flow and coagulate, like bloodworms squirming, in an attempt to gather together. Pulp Farmer came around and shouted, "Quickly prevent it from reviving." Mu Yuesheng immediately snapped out of her daze and stretched her hand out and shot an electrocannon at the pool of blood. The blood blasted apart and splattered everywhere on the ground, but soon, the blood began to gather towards a central point. Mu Yuesheng's expression changed slightly as she shot out another electrocannon, blasting apart the blood that was about to coagulate. At this moment, as the black-robed youth had suddenly died, the sanguinary storm had greatly weakened. Pulp Farmer was the first to escape the restraint of the sanguinary storm as he charged towards the pool of blood. He thrust his spear out and whipped up a storm, splattering the blood everywhere in the woods. The others also finally managed to escape the restraints of the sanguinary storm. Feng Yuanlin angrily roared, "Destroy it!" All of them had nearly been eliminated, so they were still feeling the lingering fear, so how could they allow the bloody person to revive? Each and every one of them attacked angrily, as though they wanted to blow the blood on the ground to nothingness. However, regardless of how far the blood was dispersed, it would eventually coagulate together at an extremely fast speed. Furthermore, it was coagulating faster and faster. Holy shit, how do we kill this monster? Everyone tried various methods, but no matter how much they diluted the blood with water, or used fire or high temperatures to evaporate the blood, they were all ineffective. The splattered blood still coalesced at an extremely fast speed. Pulp Farmer said with a frown, "It looks like we will not be able to kill it. We can only drag out the time for it to revive. We can't let it revive before Shi Xiaobai leaves at least." Lu Yu said softly, "Why don't each of us bring a bit of the blood and run in different directions?" And Mo nodded and said, "Good idea. Brother Pulp Famer, you stay behind to continue protecting Shi Xiaobai. The four of us will bring a bit of the blood and run separately in 4 directions. However, I'm afraid we can't seal the blood for too long. It will continuously grow stronger, so it's best if everyone runs at full speed, the further the better." Upon hearing this, everyone felt that the idea was feasible. They immediately took action. Using psionic construction, each of them constructed a vessel and then used a psionic barrier to envelop the vessel. They gathered blood, which was jumping around madly like a flea in the vessel, from the ground. It looked rather disgusting. Everyone's nervousness lessened slightly, and immediately, someone thought of a strange question. Feng Yuanlin wondered out aloud, "Say, why did the monster suddenly self-destruct its head?" Pulp Farmer shook his head and said, it wasn't a self-destruction. Although I didn't see it clearly, it was likely a bullet that splattered its brains. Feng Yuanlin said with a gasp, "Are you serious? Then, doesn't it mean that someone is secretly helping us?" Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and said, "Not helping us. That person is helping Shi Xiaobai in the dark. It should be a fan of Shi Xiaobai?" Pulp Farmer nodded and said, "It's definitely no ordinary fan. The timing of that strike was opportune. The person waited till we were all wiped out, the moment when the bloody figure was most relaxed. This person must have waited for a very long time. His mind had to be strained for so long to be able to do this. Furthermore, that person has yet to appear up till now. You can see that the person is one who silently gives, never asking for anything in return." Feng Yuanlin reflected on this, saying, "That's a true fan." At this moment, an MO urged, "It's all been gathered. Let's take action quickly. The speed at which this blood strengthens is astoundingly fast. It might break free of our shackles very quickly." The rest nodded their heads solemnly. "I'll head east. Then I'll go west. Alright, I'll be north." The trio quickly informed the rest of their directions. At this moment, Feng Yuanlin said with a sinister smile, "Does any one of you know where the toilet is?" The blood that was restrained by Feng Yuanlin suddenly felt a deep sense of malice, and immediately, it began to put up a struggle. Kevin threw out the boulder and it was a direct hit. The sniper that had revealed half his head immediately plummeted downwards from the tree. Motzi shouted, "Nice." The duo hurriedly ran towards the tree and saw a short-haired teenager lying on the ground. At this moment, his head was bleeding and his eyes were white. Clearly, he had fainted. As Sin Yuan's bullet was silent and invisible, Motzi and Kevin did not even know that Sin Yuan had pulled the trigger at the final moment. The duo looked at him but could not recognize him. However, the sniper rifle in his hand looked to be of rather high quality. As Sin Yuan was wearing a long-sleeve shirt, the two did not realize that Sin Yuan had lost an arm. Kevin whispered, "Did I do a meritorious deed?" Motzi gave it a thought and shook her head, before saying, "Probably not. Look at him hiding here so sneakily. He did not even have a tiny bit of awareness. For him to be so easily hit, he is likely a tramp." Kevin observed Sin Yuan for a moment before nodding with feelings of indignation. "You are right. This person looks like a tramp from his appearance no matter how I look." Motzi hesitated for a moment and said, "What do we do now? Shall we leave him here or?" Kevin said with a deep tone, "Regardless of anything, he is Shi Xiaobai's enemy. It's best we not leave him here." Motzi nodded. Kevin squatted down and grabbed the life epaulette on Sin Yuan's shoulder. Using the price of might, he used his strength and immediately crushed the life epaulette. Sin Yuan transformed into a golden beam of light and was transported out of the trial. If Sin Yuan were to know that the bullet he had specially prepared had become the saving grace for Shi Xiaobai, and how he had been eliminated by two second-tier rookies from a second-tier organization, and was even looked upon with disdain as a tramp, he would probably vomit out 3 caddies of blood and cry in the bathroom till he passed out. Motzi said, "Let's go. We need to quickly defend Lord Shi Xiaobai. We might be the most useless in helping him, so we have to work the hardest." Kevin sighed and said, "Alright, let's hope we can render a tiny bit of help." In an endless darkness, there was a tiny space of light. There, Callie was hugging her belly laughing. She nearly felt shortness of breathing from her laughing. The bell-like laughter sounded extremely pleasant to the ears in the quiet darkness. However, no one had the fortuitous chance of hearing such heavenly chimes. Callie finally came to a difficult stop after laughing for a very long time. She had been able to guess the opening and process of the matter regarding protecting Shi Xiaobai, but she never guessed of such an ending. She was feeling somewhat worried to begin with. If Mu Yuesheng was defeated, she had to interfere. When that happened, the self-destruct sequence of the trial would activate. She did not wish to do so unless absolutely necessary. But every cloud had a silver lining. Motzi and Kevin, who she thought would be there as extras in the situation, had made the biggest contribution. She had truly never expected it. The corners of Callie's mouth had a remnant smile, but she felt envious. If I can be like them and experience such exciting escapades with Shi Xiaobai, how nice would it be? Callie sighed and muttered to herself, what am I thinking? That's destined to be something impossible. At this moment, Callie felt something jump in her heart. She waved her hand and the screen of light in front of her switched to another scene. There, the tiny blacklit person that was constantly advancing in spatial storms finally came to a stop. Callie's heart leaped. The spot where the tiny blacklit person stopped happened to be in front of the 5th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's spatial barrier. Suddenly, the tiny blacklit person's black light began to converge into its body. Its body size, which was a third of a human's, suddenly contracted. Oh? Self-sealing? Callie frowned slightly. She had placed a seal on the tiny blacklit person's body, sealing its psionic cultivation realm, but the tiny blacklit person was putting another seal on itself. Self-sealing was a very simple method, but removing it is not easy. It required a period of time. Why did the tiny blacklit person suddenly begin sealing itself? Callie suddenly drew a gasp as she thought of a possibility. Indeed, at the next moment, the tiny blacklit person completed its self-sealing. And its psionic cultivation realm was surprisingly the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. The tiny blacklit person opened its mouth, bit on the spatial barrier, and tore open a hole. It then hurriedly rushed inside. Callie could not help but stand up as she felt a strong ominous sense of foreboding. The tiny blacklit person had sealed itself to the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm in order to not trigger the self-destruction program of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. It had headed for the 5th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Was the original sin of calamity really in there? If not, why would this thing take such a huge risk by carefully sneaking inside? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, I'll accompany you on this escapade. Chapter 304, I'll accompany you on this escapade. The 3 large-scale apocalypses that nearly wiped out humans were composed of 3 parts. Firstly, it was the original sin of calamity that existed for only half an hour. Secondly, the 7 deadly sins would wreak havoc for 3 days. Thirdly, all sorts of natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions would constantly occur. The original sin of calamity was no doubt the strongest existence. Although it was unknown why the original sin of calamity would only exist for half an hour, it would be able to kill nearly all the strongest people in the human world in the 30 minutes. 10,000 years ago, the pixie species which Callie was from had all its strongest figures annihilated by the original sin of calamity, including her mother and grandmother. And in the next 3 days, the 7 deadly sins, pride, envy, gluttony, lust, wrath, sloth and greed, would begin slaughtering humans. As the original sin of calamity had killed all the strong in the human world, the remaining humans were unable to withstand the wanton destruction of the deadly sins. Usually, there would be an extremely small number of people that could luckily survive after 3 days. They would then become the last members of humanity. However, it appeared as though once the human population reached a particular number, the apocalypse would befall. Over the 10,000 years, the apocalypse had happened thrice, and based on time, the 4th apocalypse was probably in the near future. When the first apocalypse happened 10,000 years ago, Callie was just an innocent young girl. In human equivalent, she was only 12 or 13 years old. Back then, she had witnessed the tragedy of the pixie species' downfall. Accordingly, she should have died during the 3 days the deadly sins wreaked havoc, but her pixie bloodline was extremely pure. She was luckily chosen by the soon-to-wither world tree to be its successor, therefore, she was lucky to survive. Later on, she began searching for all sorts of inheritance of mighty figures in the human world, and slowly, she became more powerful. Following that, she went to countless planes of existence for the next 9,000 years. During the 9,000 years, she became extremely powerful. She then returned to the human world and went into slumber for 1,000 years, so as to wait for the fourth apocalypse to happen. She did not know if her present strength was sufficient to defeat the original sin of calamity, but she had to give it a try. Not long ago, Shi Xiaobai had pulled out a sealing sword in the underworld. This resulted in the tiny blacklit person, named Gluttony, to be revealed. This gave Kali an excellent opportunity. This was because the original sin of calamity would hide in the human world every time. It would not even know its own identity until the apocalypse happened, only then would it awaken. In the first apocalypse, the original sin of calamity was a weak blind old man. In the second apocalypse, it was a king who ruled over half a continent. In the third apocalypse, it was a 3-year-old child. Before the original sin of calamity awoke, its age, gender, status, etc. did not follow any rule. Kali had previously attempted to find the original sin of calamity before it awoken in them, but she did not manage it. And with Gluttony prematurely appearing, it gave Kali a golden opportunity. This was because Gluttony might instinctively search for the awakener of the original sin of calamity, or the other deadly sins that were hidden. Therefore, Kali did not immediately kill Gluttony, which had wreaked havoc in the human world 3 times. Instead, she created a realm seal and used it as bait, in the hopes of catching bigger fish. And at this moment in time, it appeared as though the bait had taken the initiative to search for the big fish. For Gluttony to risk sealing itself to the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, so as to not activate the self-destruct mechanism, it had entered the 5th level of 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. It proved that there was an existence Gluttony had to carefully look for in the 5th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Other than the original sin of calamity and the other deadly sins, who else could such an existence be? Kali suddenly turned nervous. She had been in training for 9,000 years and had been around for 10,000 years. She did to avenge her family and clansmen, and at this moment, the awakener of the original sin of calamity had apparently been revealed. How could she not be excited? Kali stared intently at the screen of light. The tiny blacklit person bit through a thick spatial barrier and constantly forged ahead. A few minutes later, it finally tore through the chaotic flow of space, and reached the 5th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. After it reached the 5th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, it did not act like it usually did, devouring everything. Instead, it was moving towards a particular direction at an extremely fast speed, as it managed to curb its instinctual desires. Kali was unable to calm down at this moment. Similarly, she was looking forward to it. Where was Gluttony heading? What was it looking for? The answer would soon be revealed. 5th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Mu Yuesheng, Matzi, and Kevin were guarding Shi Xiaobai beside him, while warily watching their surroundings. Pulp Farmer, Lu Yu, and Zhou Chuchu stood 10 meters away to defend. Lu Yu and Zhou Chuchu had brought a tiny portion of the blood in different directions, but very soon, the blood escaped their imprisonment, so they could only return. The top 10 rookies in the official forecast were patrolling the outer perimeter, while 3 rookies defended from a close proximity. Such a defense lineup caused many rookies that were eager to attempt an attack to retreat. Of course, there were a few desperate rookies that took the risk and tried sneaking in an attack, but they ended up in failure. They attempted running away after their failure, but there was no way they could escape Pulp Farmer and Company's clutches. All of them paid the terrible price of being eliminated due to their impulsive actions. Just 30 seconds ago, the authoritative voice reminded everyone that there was only 1 minute left until the end of the present life and death assault round. Another 30 seconds. Mu Yuesheng said, "We have to be even more vigilant. There might be even more people who can't tolerate it in the final 30 seconds and end up choosing to take the risk." Motzi and Kevin nodded heavily as they warily concentrated on their surroundings. Whether it would end in perfect success or complete failure depended on these final 30 seconds. The mountain was silent. Other than the soft sounds of breathing as well as Pulp Farmer and company deliberately softening their footsteps, there was no other sound except the occasional breeze and the rustling of leaves. The 6 people were fully vigilant of the slightest movements around them. Time quietly passed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one came to the very end. Not a single one. At this final moment, it appeared as though the nefarious rookies had given up. Something's coming. Pulp Farmer suddenly shouted. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads. Nothing appeared out of the dark forest trail, but they could simultaneously sense a terrifying aura. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They could not repress an overwhelming fear that arose from their hearts. Who was the person who came? Before the person arrived, it had already given them such a repressive feeling? The 6 hurriedly took up a battle stance. Lu Yu gulped and said, "This time, it seems it's something more terrifying than the bloody figure. This sinister aura makes this penniless priest's Tao heart stir. It's definitely no ordinary existence." Zhou Chuchu said in a speechless manner, "It's just the psionic mortal realm. How can there be so many monsters?" A few seconds later, the shadow that everyone was staring at intently finally turned into a strange figure that rushed at them. The moment this figure appeared, an oppressive force accompanied it. Other than Shi Xiaobai, the other 6 were pushed away by the force where they landed far away. They were unable to put up even the slightest of resistance. This figure was rushing straight at Shi Xiaobai. Oh no! Everyone stared with widened eyes. The figure that suddenly appeared was an existence they could not defend against. Furthermore, its target was extremely obvious. It was here for Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, the authoritative voice resounded through the world. Was all that hard work for so long going to fall short at the final moment? This round of life and death assault has ended. Death Epaulet wearer, Shi Xiaobai, successfully survived and will be transported to the 6th level after 3 seconds. Everyone immediately revealed an indescribable bitter smile. 3 seconds. There were only 3 seconds left. But the sudden appearance of this shadow was already in front of Shi Xiaobai. Would it miss the valuable 3 seconds? The figure that burst forward stopped a meter in front of Shi Xiaobai. Everyone finally saw the true face of this figure and immediately gasped. This was a figure that barely looked human, with black light shrouding it. However, it was several times smaller than a human. It looked about the size of a hand. The tiny blacklit person floated in midair, as though it was observing Shi Xiaobai, but it did not immediately make its next move. This tiny thing had caused them to not be able to put up any resistance? Suddenly, the tiny blacklit person opened its mouth and issued a strange voice. It sounded like a mysterious language. It was speaking to the unconscious Shi Xiaobai? However, it was as though the tiny blacklit person had not spoken in a very long time. Its voice sounded very distorted. But the tiny blacklit person immediately attempted to make the same sound. The second time, it was much clearer. However, when the tiny blacklit person was about to say the same thing a third time, a blinding light suddenly enveloped the tiny blacklit person, causing it to let out a shrill scream. At the same time, the sky suddenly began to shatter like glass as the ground began to quake violently, as though it was doomsday. At this moment, the 3 seconds were finally up. Shi Xiaobai suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light that shot into the sky and headed for the 6th level. The light that enveloped tiny blacklit person immediately withdrew and the world turned calm. The tiny blacklit person let out a roar of indignation and shot into the sky. Slamming its head into the sky, it drilled a tiny hole and went through it, as though it was chasing after Shi Xiaobai. Upon seeing this short but incredulous scene, everyone fell into a silent daze, unable to recover for a long period of time. What had happened? Callie's eyes glazed over slightly as she muttered, "Impossible. Impossible. It can't be Shi Xiaobai. He can't be the original sin of calamity." A bitter smile suffused across Callie's lips. "Since it's impossible, why did you prevent Gluttony from saying the words for a third time? It was obvious you could hear it clearly the third time. What are you afraid of? What are you avoiding?" Callie gave a faint sigh. If the truth was really that, what should I do? At this moment, in the light curtain, the tiny blacklit person was madly gobbling the spatial barrier. It was attempting to break through the 5th level to the 6th level. Without any doubts, it was chasing after Shi Xiaobai. Callie's blank stare gradually recovered. "Even if it's the truth, I'll make it false." A resolute look flashed in Callie's eyes. A beam of light suddenly bloomed from her body as she disappeared into endless darkness. Callie's face turned slightly white. A self-seal is very simple, isn't it? A beam of light suddenly broke through the darkness, as though a door had suddenly opened to blinding light. Callie stepped through it. "Shi Xiaobai, I'll accompany you on this escapade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 305, What a Shameless Old Hag. Chapter 305, What a Shameless Old Hag. The deadly sin, gluttony, had taken the risk to seal itself in order to enter the trial without triggering the self-destruct mechanism. It was certain that its goal was indeed Shi Xiaobai. Callie had previously speculated that gluttony was likely using its instinct to find the awakener of the original sin of calamity or other deadly sins which resulted in it being so careful. And clearly, Shi Xiaobai was not one of the deadly sins because he did not have the characteristics of the 7 deadly sins like pride and gluttony. Therefore, the greatest possibility was Shi Xiaobai was the awakener to the original sin of calamity. Before the original sin of calamity awakened, the awakener would be no different from any other human. It would have its memories as the original sin of calamity restored after it awakened. Therefore, the possibility of Shi Xiaobai being the original sin of calamity was extremely high. If Shi Xiaobai was truly the awakener of the original sin of calamity, he would become a devil that would destroy the world after his awakening even if he was kind and righteous. Historically, the second original sin of calamity was a conquest king who ruled over half a continent. He advocated martial force, but he was benevolent and well-liked by his subjects. However, after he awakened, the first thing the conquest king did was destroy his capital. None of the subjects that had meritorious service to him survived. Callie could not convince herself that Shi Xiaobai could use his will and beliefs to overcome the memories and instinct of the original sin of calamity because it was impossible. If Shi Xiaobai was truly the awakener of the original sin of calamity, Callie did not know how to face him. A vengeance that had been brewing for 10,000 years appeared disproportionate to a budding love that was a month old, but to Callie, those were on two ends of an unwavering scale. When Callie realized of the possibility of the truth, she fell into confusion before subconsciously choosing to avoid it. She had intervened with her power, preventing gluttony from talking in the mysterious language a third time. This was because this language was not mysterious to Callie. 10,000 years ago, the human world used this language, and now, it had become a historical language, but Callie had never forgotten it. The first 2 times gluttony spoke, it was distorted, so Callie had failed to catch what it had said. However, it turned clearer with each time it spoke. Callie was afraid that by the 3rd time, she would hear the brutal truth. If the truth was revealed, it would lead to an irrevocable outcome. Regardless if Shi Xiaobai was the awakener to the original sin of calamity, he was at present still Shi Xiaobai. Callie was still able to maintain her clarity of mind regarding this matter because this was only a speculation. But what if Shi Xiaobai was undoubtedly the awakener of the original sin of calamity? Could she still convince herself that Shi Xiaobai was only Shi Xiaobai? Over the long years, she had loneliness for company. What seemed like a cold and resolute heart was just an outer shell. Inside was a tenderness no one knew. Hence, Callie eventually made a very, very foolish decision. As long as the truth was not revealed, it had the possibility of it being just an illusion. Therefore, Callie prevented Gluttony from speaking the truth. In fact, she had two choices. One of them was to enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower directly to bring Shi Xiaobai out, so as to distance him from Gluttony. The other was to seal herself to the psionic mortal realm just like Gluttony and enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, preventing Gluttony from approaching Shi Xiaobai. The former would trigger the self-destruct sequence, causing the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower to be destroyed, but this did not affect Callie in any way. As for the latter, by sealing her psionic cultivation realm to the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, it was in fact a very risky matter. This was because even for Callie, lifting the seal would require a certain amount of time. If she was attacked by a mighty figure during this period of time, Callie would not be able to use whatever divine techniques she had at her disposal due to the psionic cultivation realm restricting her. It was even possible for her to die. Of course, this was highly unlikely as the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower limited entry to the people at the psionic mortal realm. With Callie's strength, even with psionic power at the psionic mortal realm, she was still able to easily annihilate enemies a few cultivation realms higher. It was just like Gluttony having sealed itself to the psionic mortal realm. Even if its cultivation realm was the same, it still had strength that completely overwhelmed Pulp Farmer and company. However, sealing herself was always a form of risk for an existence as powerful as Callie. However, the word escapade was the reason why Callie chose the latter. The experiences Shi Xiaobai encountered could always be described with the word escapade. And there were always people beside him during his escapades: Princess Xiao Xiao in the virtual world, Chen Lingxuan in the underworld, Sunless, Muyue Sheng, Motzi, and Kevin in the trials. Such exciting escapades was something she, as a pixie who lived in Pixie Forest and had never seen the outside world, yearned and longed for. While the power of the World Tree had stopped her from growing old, it had also sealed her innocent soul in the deepest depth. Therefore, she wanted to be willful for once. She wanted to accompany Shi Xiaobai and experience a very, very silly escapade. On the other end of the tunnel of the Door of Light, there was what seemed like paradise. Lush forests were everywhere, and the crystal-clear lakes reflected the trees. There was a tiny island in the middle of the lake, where a gigantic willow tree grew. It had many willow branches that cascaded down like a waterfall, and its leaves glowed. The entire willow tree appeared to be emitting a thin layer of golden light. And beneath the willow tree lay a black-haired youth. The youth was lying on the soft earth, with his eyes closed. The breathing through his nose was slow and regular. He was deep in sleep, while a pure black sword lay by his side. Callie walked out of the Door of Light and landed in front of the youth. She slowly squatted and studied the youth's peaceful, sleeping face. Callie slowly stretched out her fingers as a pale white light shot out from her fingers towards Shi Xiaobai's forehead. White light billowed as it completely covered Shi Xiaobai. Soon, a wisp of black gas slowly rose from Shi Xiaobai's body before dissipating into the air. The injuries on Shi Xiaobai's back gradually disappeared, returning to the white and smooth skin. Shi Xiaobai was still sleeping with his eyes closed. His ruffled brow gradually eased as his expression turned soft and serene. Callie looked up slightly and with a wave of her hand, a colorful barrier of light immediately enveloped the lone island, as though she had isolated the entire world outside. Callie hesitated for a moment before suddenly leaning her head down to gently kiss Shi Xiaobai on the forehead. She moved away the moment they made contact, as a shy smile suffused across her lips. "What a shameless old hag," Callie said to herself as she burst out laughing. Suddenly, as though she had sensed something, Callie slowly stood up and turned to look into the distance. Her eyes turned slightly cold. "You have truly given me a great surprise." The 6th level was named Monster Fairyland. Its environment was beautiful like a wonderland, but in fact it was filled with monsters everywhere. For example, a small island in the middle of a lake might actually be the back of a gigantic 10,000-year-old turtle. And in this vast ocean, there was a lone island in the shape of a turtle's back. This gigantic turtle was struggling to swim with its four limbs to head for a distant shore. There were a myriad of strange creatures flying in the air from time to time. Gigantic pterosaurs, Atlantic canaries bigger than eagles, huge tigers with wings. There were often fishes of all shapes and sizes leaping out of the surface of the sea. Some strange fish had crocodile heads and shark bodies. There were dolphins with mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth, and occasionally, there would be mammoth whales that swam past as though huge mountains were moving. The gigantic turtle would issue alarmed calls from time to time while it carefully proceeded forward in the ocean. In stark contrast from the terrifying scene, there were two people sitting on top of the gigantic turtle's back. The duo appeared relaxed as though they were here on a vacation. One of them was a beautiful girl with silver hair who wore black-rimmed glasses. She was sitting on the left side of the lone island, with a thick book in hand. She relished reading the book. The other person was a youth with ordinary looks and regular outfit. From top to bottom, he had the aura of "I'm a passerby." The youth's actions were even more flamboyant. It was unknown where he had obtained a table and chair. At this moment, he was sitting on the chair with his legs crossed. He constantly munching on seeds. Time passed slowly. From how the youth enjoyed his seeds till he finally found it boring, his expression looked more and more impatient. The youth turned to the silver-haired girl whose back was facing him while she read her book. He said with a sigh, "I'm so bored. I finished a bag of melon seeds alone." There was a total of 1854 seeds, 26 of them were empty, 9 of them had worms in them, 6 of them did not open from the frying, and were conjoined with each other. Furthermore, 4 of them were bitter. Midway, I drank 7 cups of water. That's right. This is solitude. That's right. This is solitude. In the previous sentence, there were 60 words, 12 punctuation marks, out of which 6 were periods and 6 were commas. There were 241 characters and 59 spaces. Yes. That's right, it's because I'm bored. The silver-haired girl's ears moved slightly, but she pretended to turn a deaf ear towards him. She continued reading the book in her hand. The youth groaned, "Girl, I remember you were rather cute when you were young, talkative like a sparrow. Why do you now refuse to say a word? Can't you stop acting dumb and deaf and chat with me?" The silver-haired girl continued ignoring him as she gently flipped a page. The youth cleared his throat and suddenly used a solemn and deep voice, saying, "Obstinate plebeian, this emperor orders you to chat with this emperor." The silver-haired girl finally responded when she heard this. Turning her head sharply, she glared at the youth. The youth gave a dry laugh and said, "Ha, ha. Forget what I just said." The silver-haired girl lifted her spectacle rim and looked repulsively at the seed shells on the table before turning back to continue reading the book in her hand. The youth blabbered on, "Time truly is a pig slaughtering knife, a cute girl is not cute at all." The silver-haired girl buried her head lower into the book she was holding, as a melancholic flash appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, the gigantic turtle came to a stop as the turtle's shell began to vibrate intensely. It slightly startled the duo as the gigantic turtle kept letting out cries of terror. The gigantic turtle was always rather timid, but this was the first time it shivered in fear. The duo's expressions immediately turned serious. At this moment, at the ends of the horizon, a gigantic whirlpool suddenly appeared. A huge portion of the sea sagged downwards, as though a gigantic abyss had suddenly appeared in the sea. From the middle of the abyss, a tiny black dot suddenly flew out. The black dot was very, very tiny. From afar, it looked like a tiny black pearl. However, the eyesights of the duo sitting on the turtle's back far exceeded those of ordinary mortals. They could clearly discern the black dot's true nature. It was a miniature humanoid monster shrouded in black light. The tiny blacklit person turned around, as its eyes, that resembled 2 black holes, stared at the duo on the turtle's back. The corner of the youth's mouth twitched as he said with a wry smile, "The boring time is finally over, but why can't I feel delighted at all? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, I'm rushing back to sleep with my boyfriend. Chapter 306, I'm rushing back to sleep with my boyfriend. The youth and the silver-haired girl did not know the true identity of the tiny black-lit person, but their sixth senses were sharper than the ordinary person's. They could clearly sense the oppressive aura emanated by the tiny black-lit person. The tiny black-lit person was completely covered in black light. Its two eyes were two small holes to begin with. As such, they now looked like two black holes in the darkness. It was strange and terrifying. At this moment, the tiny black-lit person was heading towards them, and its gaze had landed on them. I feel like he wants to eat us. What's your take? The youth spat out the seeds in his mouth. What he said sounded like a joke, but the tone in his voice was that of certainty. When the silver-haired girl heard this, she nodded gently and placed the book in her hand back into the backpack beside her. Her expression looked somewhat solemn. The youth said, "Intuition tells me that the two of us combined are not its match. It looks like we will soon become this monster's food. I have a last request I wish that you would fulfill. Girl, can you call me brother?" Speechless like when you were young? The silver-haired girl rolled her eyes and ignored the youth's words. She remained silent. The youth gave the silver-haired girl a serious glance as a contemplative look flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the gigantic turtle beneath them was trembling in its spot. It was as if it did not even have the courage to run. As for the tiny black-lit person at the ends of the horizon, it was staring at the duo's location, but it delayed taking action. The youth said with a laugh, "It seems to be hesitating. It's like it wants to eat us up, but there is something expedient it needs to do which it doesn't want to delay." What a struggle! This is a problem we often encounter. The sudden feeling of using the bathroom while eating. Should the meal be quickly finished before taking a shit, or shitting first before returning to eat? This is a problem. The silver-haired girl gave the youth a furious glance and gestured to vomit. The youth had easily described their outcome as being eaten by the tiny black-lit person in front of them, but despite facing such a terrible matter, the duo did not appear especially nervous. They had solemn expressions, but there was no fear. The tiny black-lit person hesitated for a very long while. It was truly hoping to eat the two somewhat special humans in front of it, but it did not want to waste any more time. If it were any other time, the time it took to hesitate would have been enough to devour the two and even allow it to digest properly. However, it had sealed itself to the psionic mortal realm, so it definitely could not eat the duo in a short period of time. The tiny black-lit person finally let out a roar of indignation and was planning to turn around and leave. Compared to the delicacy in front of it, the existence on the other side was more important. But at this moment in time, a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the tiny black-lit person. The beam of light instantly wove itself into a radiant bird cage, imprisoning the tiny black-lit person within. The tiny black-lit person hissed as it bit at the railings on the birdcage of light. A caca sound resounded, but the rail remained in one piece. The tiny black-lit person's teeth seemed to shatter. The sound of sizzling flesh immediately followed as the tiny black-lit person screamed. It shrank back hurriedly, afraid of touching the rails. At the same time, a door of light suddenly opened in mid-air. A figure suddenly came out from the light into the sky above the sea. A gothic dress wrapped around the petite figure, with purple hair that cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. The person's appearance remained perfect and intricate despite wearing a white eye patch for some unknown reason. She had an azure right eye that was as bright as a crystal, bluer than the sky, and deeper than the sea. She floated in the mid-air above the sea. Immediately, the sea and the sky lost its color because of her arrival. Such beauty caused the youth and the silver-haired girl to gape in shock. As for the tiny black-lit person, it felt fear. Its body was curled up. This pixie girl that had placed a divine seal on it was someone it could not resist before it completely regained its power. Even though it had guessed that Callie had sealed herself to the psionic mortal realm, it did not dare to have any thoughts of resisting. A mighty figure of this level was extremely rare in its long lifespan. This was because the top mighty figures of the human world would be wiped out by the original sin of calamity in the 30 minutes before the apocalypse began. The tiny blacklit person really could not understand why the pixie would suddenly appear here and humiliate it by capturing it in a birdcage. @ $hashtag and. The tiny blacklit person spoke in a mysterious language in a slurred manner. In fact, it only wanted to ask, "Why do you keep targeting me?" When Callie heard this, she suddenly laughed. The smile on her face was fascinating. It overshadowed the pale sky and sea even more. She was laughing because she could not understand what the tiny blacklit person was saying. The tiny blacklit person's speech had yet to recover, and from the looks of it, it was still a great deal away from normal levels. Previously, she had interrupted the tiny blacklit person's third repeat of its speech because she believed the tiny blacklit person's rate of regaining its level of speech was very fast. But now, it looked like she had gotten a wrong read. This somehow made Callie relieved. Since the tiny blacklit person could not even speak clearly, her interruption from before could not be considered a form of avoidance of the truth. Besides, it's not that I do not want to know the truth, but because gluttony has slurred speech, but. Callie had such a thought as she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although such a thought was very willful and unreasonable, Callie felt more relaxed. She was a capricious person to begin with. Stay deep in the sea and practice how to speak. Callie used the ancient language from 10,000 years ago when she spoke to the tiny blacklit person. With a gentle wave of her hand, the birdcage made of light sank into the sea. It kept sinking towards the deep sea that was more than 10,000 meters deep. The tiny blacklit person roared in indignation, but it quickly vanished. Callie heaved a sigh of relief. A door of light opened in front of her as she was preparing to take a step forward to leave. Wait! At this moment, an anxious voice rang from the distance. Callie paused slightly and turned her head and saw the duo on the gigantic turtle's back. In fact, she knew both of them. One of them was Speechless, a person known by nearly everyone in China. Although he had put on a disguise, he was unable to fool Callie's eyes. And beside him was the mute girl who was second to reach city number 1 when Shi Xiaobai was defending the city. To Callie, the duo were humans with decent talents and nothing else. But since Speechless had shouted for her to stop, Callie did not mind stopping to hear what he had to say. Speechless coughed slightly and looked at Callie. With a serious look, he said loudly, "I'm Speechlessly, who claims to be invincible in the psionic mortal realm. Yet, I never expect to meet two existences at the psionic mortal realm today that I have no confidence defeating. I can't help but lament how there are mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. From today onwards, I have decided to be an honest man and cultivate diligently. After saying so much, I want to ask something, do you have a boyfriend?" When Callie heard the speech from Speechless that sounded like a reflective piece, she felt somewhat impatient. The last sentence was rather sudden, that surprised her slightly. Only then did she react and immediately found it funny. If this were in the past, Callie would have not paid any attention to such methods of striking a conversation. She would even teach the person a lesson, wiping away his thoughts of trying to hit on her. But at this moment, Callie unexpectedly responded, saying, "I'm rushing back to sleep with my boyfriend." After Callie said this, she immediately cursed herself in her heart. What a shameless old hag. Then, with an inexplicable happiness, she walked through the door of light. The moment the pixie whose beauty overshadowed the world left, the sky seemed to brighten. I heard the sound of a heart breaking. Speechless clutched his chest and turned his head towards the silver-haired girl and said with a pained heart, "Girl, I'm out of love." The silver-haired girl rolled her eyes without giving him any face. She sat back down and took out a book from her backpack and continued reading. It was unknown from where Speechless took out another bag of seeds. With a shake of his head and a sigh, he began munching on them. The vicissitudes of time, the human heart doesn't change. Everything is in flux except for this melon seed that remains so fucking salty. On a lone lake island, a colorful barrier isolated everything. A black-haired youth was quietly lying down on soft ground, sleeping peacefully. Callie walked out of the light and landed beside Shi Xiaobai. She thought for a moment, and with a wave of her hand, the ground beneath Shi Xiaobai began to rise. It then transformed in an unimaginable way into a large soft bed. Callie hesitated for a moment before taking off her shoes and laying down on the bed, lying side by side with Shi Xiaobai. The words "I'm rushing back to sleep with my boyfriend," she said, were not a joke, nor were they words that had any deeper meaning. She was indeed rushing back to lie beside Shi Xiaobai and get some sleep. This was because Shi Xiaobai was sleeping in an unconscious state. It was unknown when he would wake up. It was pointless for her to wait by the side, so she decided to lie down for a while. Callie leaned sideways and was just a few centimeters away from Shi Xiaobai. She had a bashful expression on her face, but she did not go any closer. She slowly closed her eyes and relaxed her mind as she attempted to get some sleep. But in fact, she could not fall asleep. Her mind was filled with matters regarding the original sin of calamity. She thought of various possibilities, envisaging the scene of Shi Xiaobai being the original sin of calamity, and also envisaged the scene that everything was just a misunderstanding. The more she thought, the more her heart went into turmoil and her mind went into disarray. After lying in bed for a few hours, Callie finally could not help but open her eyes. Sitting up, she realized that she could not calm herself. The feeling of her thoughts getting the better of her was terrible. But now, Shi Xiaobai was still in deep sleep, so what could she do? She could not just keep staring at Shi Xiaobai's face and occasionally fail to resist the urge to kiss his forehead, taking advantage of him, right? Pooey, why did she keep having such shameless thoughts? Callie spat out lightly and began pondering before suddenly her eyes lit up. She remembered that the clothes on Shi Xiaobai's back had been torn. Callie immediately found something to do. With a tap of her fingers, a wide variety of clothes fell from the sky, covering the large willow tree. Callie began choosing shirts. This is not bad. This is better. This feels more lovely. Sigh, which one should be chosen? Callie chose for a very long while before deciding on a black and white t-shirt. The trousers need to be matched, right? After choosing a shirt, Callie suddenly had this idea. A new shirt had to match new trousers. A pile of trousers fell from the sky. They were extremely expensive. Not only were the designs exquisite, they were also very comfortable. The durability was extremely high, and even included a certain amount of defensive strength. Of course, Callie was concerned only with the appearance. If she wanted to focus on heavy defense, she could find numerous invulnerable sacred-level apparels in minutes. Callie did not want to interfere with Shi Xiaobai's growth process. After taking a long time to select, Callie finally chose a pair of black trousers with a white stripe on the side. The trousers were tight around the waist, but relatively loose elsewhere. It allowed Shi Xiaobai to use crab steps without any restrictions. After choosing the trousers, Callie continued choosing socks and shoes, doing her best to tide through the boring span of time. However, Shi Xiaobai did not regain consciousness. The only thing left that she had not chosen for Shi Xiaobai was a pair of underpants. Callie obviously did not do such a bold and intimate act. Choosing of underwear was something that just existed in her mind. Callie lay back down beside Shi Xiaobai. Staring at the colorful barrier, she found it very, very boring. Suddenly, Callie sat up again. Or should I just help him change into the clothes? She could not stop this thought the moment it appeared in her head. On careful thought, wasn't it normal for some girls to wipe the bodies of their unconscious boyfriends or change their clothes? Furthermore, it was just a change of clothes and not underpants. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Furthermore, Xiaobai has been wearing this dirty shirt all along. How uncomfortable would it be? Shall I change it? Callie instantly found countless excuses to convince herself. She hesitated for a moment before finally taking action. She spread apart Shi Xiaobai's arms and rolled up the clothes from bottom to top. Next, she carefully let his head through, and with that a shirt was easily taken off. Isn't this simple? Callie gave a light smile as her cheeks turned slightly hot. She was preparing to put the clothes that she had chosen on Shi Xiaobai, but at this moment, Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows wrinkled. His eyes slowly opened. Shi Xiaobai finally woke up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Trousers Just Halfway Off. Chapter 307, Trousers Just Halfway Off. Shi Xiaobai had a dream. A very, very long dream. In his dream, he was a king of a territory. He led his troops in a long war, going from one end of a continent to the other while constantly forging ahead. He conquered one country after another. When he conquered more than half, and was about to complete the feat of ruling over an entire continent, fiends of an alien world suddenly invaded. Immediately, he led his troops to face the invading fiend legion. It was similarly a long battle, much longer than his conquest wars and much more brutal and bloody. Humans perished in great numbers, but he finally succeeded in chasing the fiend legion back to the alien world. After that battle, every country put a stop to all wars to prevent the invasion of the fiend legion or other species of alien worlds. As such, Shi Xiaobai's ambition of conquering the entire continent had to come to a stop. But as a king of more than half of a continent, he remained the most powerful king. He began governing his country, and the process during this period was rather vague. In fact, from the moment the dream began, it was in bits and pieces. However, the dream felt extremely real. Shi Xiaobai did not realize that he was in a dream. But one day, two doors suddenly appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai. A pure white door and a pure black door. The two doors appeared together, and Shi Xiaobai instantly came to a realization that he was in a dream. This was because these two doors made him, who was in a dream, recall a memory from reality. These two doors had appeared back when Rico was helping him with his awakening dream. Back then, he listened to Rico's instructions and entered the pure white door. At this moment, two doors appeared again in his dream. Just like before, the white door emitted a soft aura, attracting him to walk into it, while he felt like something inside the black door of darkness was calling out to him. It had an intense desire. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and turned to head into the pure black door because he was very curious what was inside the pure black door. However, Shi Xiaobai never found out what was inside the pure black door. After entering it, he felt his consciousness fall into a trance. Everything went black in front of him and his body could no longer move. He had an illusionary feeling that a lot of time had passed. When he recovered his consciousness, he had appeared outside the pure black door. He discovered that everything in his dream had changed. His country was still that country. The capital and palaces were still the same, but all his subjects and commoners had disappeared. Replacing them were demons that filled the city. Shi Xiaobai was immediately enraged. Although this was only a dream, the realism of the dream made him have feelings for his subjects and people. And at this moment, his capital had changed into a city of fiends. This meant only one thing. The fiends had killed all humans in the royal capital. In his rage, Shi Xiaobai only had one thought: kill all fiends. Then, Shi Xiaobai realized that he had somehow become very strong, so strong that it was chilling. With a flick of his finger, all fiends were reduced to ashes. At the same time, Shi Xiaobai's mind became extremely powerful. He could sense that the entire human world were filled with fiends. Only 7 humans of remarkable strength hid in secluded places. Following that, Shi Xiaobai quickly realized that he was awakening from the dream soon. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai made a decision. Using the remaining time, he teleported to various spots in the world, killing every fiend that could threaten the 7 humans. He was just in time. When Shi Xiaobai realized that he was about to awaken, the powerful fiends had been mostly destroyed. Shi Xiaobai immediately used his mind to contact the 7 hiding humans. In fact, Shi Xiaobai did not know how he could teleport or communicate telepathically. But he could do anything he thought of, so Shi Xiaobai guessed that it was because he was in a dream. Shi Xiaobai telepathically informed the 7 hiding humans that they could begin their counteroffensive. This was because the remaining fiends were no longer their match. Although relying on 7 humans to complete a counteroffensive was extremely difficult, they were the final hope of humanity. Shi Xiaobai conveyed his wishes to snatch the human world back. The 7 hidden humans immediately took action, allowing Shi Xiaobai to finally feel at ease. At this moment, a fiery voice suddenly resounded throughout the heaven and earth, giving Shi Xiaobai a fright. Have you finally remembered? My liege. Shi Xiaobai was startled. This voice was very familiar to him, because this voice had been heard numerous times in his mind saying, "Make your choice, youth." It made him grind his teeth and hate a few times, but it had helped him prevent certain regrets. Fuck, the absolute choice had made a guest appearance in his dream? But this voice had never communicated with him. Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask the world sadly, "Remember what?" The voice fell silent for a moment. Remember. Remember what? The answer seemed to be about to be revealed. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly transformed into another scene. It was a candlelit bedroom with an intimate atmosphere. Shi Xiaobai was lying on a bed, with his limbs tied. His body could not move as a good-looking girl lay beside him. The girl was very close to him as her body fragrance assaulted his olfactory senses. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. What was going on? Suddenly, the girl got up and began taking off his clothes. Shi Xiaobai jumped in fright. However, he did not know why he could not move at all. He could only let the girl do whatever she wanted. Soon, Shi Xiaobai's shirt was taken off. He was naked in the upper body as he felt a cold chill. Although Shi Xiaobai did not do much research when it came to men and women, he was no fool. He knew that if a man and woman lay in bed, it would be a huge problem when one took off the other person's clothes. Seeing the girl about to make her next move, and despite him not knowing what she would do next, Shi Xiaobai had that nagging feeling that he was in grave danger. Immediately, he began to struggle in his mind. Then, he awoken. He woke up from the long and fantastic dream. Shi Xiaobai opened his eyes. The first things that he saw were willow branches that cascaded down at him like a waterfall, and pale gold willow leaves. Through the holes in the willow's crown, he could see the sky. The sky was clear like a mirror. Shi Xiaobai straightened his body and surveyed his surroundings. He immediately discovered himself in the middle of a sparkling lake. The surroundings were serene and beautiful, as though he had entered paradise. Where is this? Shi Xiaobai wondered for a moment when he suddenly felt his upper body feeling a chill. Looking down, he immediately discovered that black and white clothes were covering his body. As he straightened his body, the clothes slipped down, revealing his upper body. Shi Xiaobai was startled and immediately surveyed his surroundings, but he did not see anyone. He was clearly the only person on this lone island. Who was it that took off his clothes? Shi Xiaobai saw brand new trousers beside him. Clearly, they formed a set with the black and white shirt. At this moment, the authoritative voice resounded in Shi Xiaobai's head. Welcome to the 6th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, Monster Fairyland. Due to you reaching Monster Fairyland in an unconscious state, the announcement of the rules has been deliberately delayed. In Monster Fairyland, there exist 7 dragons. These 7 dragons are located in 7 different locations of Monster Fairyland. Your quest is to have a crusade with other trial takers against the dragons. However, only when the present dragon dies would the next dragon appear. There can only be one crusade against a dragon at any one point in time. But when the dragon dies, the system will determine the aggro level of the dragon, choosing the trial taker that had accumulated the most aggro from the dragon, terming the person as a braveheart. Only by becoming a braveheart can one head to the 7th level. This means that only 7 people can clear this level. Now, 4 dragons have died. The crusade against the 5th dragon is currently undergoing. The location information of the dragon will be provided to you soon. This level's level lord, Thonian Emperor Estark, will descend in an hour. Please make haste. Wishing you the best of luck. The moment the voice faded, a miniature map materialized in Shi Xiaobai's mind, indicating to him where the 5th dragon was. From the position, he was more than half the map away from the 5th dragon. And from the miniature map, Monster Fairyland was many times larger than the 5th level. However, Shi Xiaobai did not care about this at the moment. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? How did he reach the 6th level after sleeping? Shi Xiaobai suddenly sensed something odd as he involuntarily raised his right hand slowly. His right hand could now move. Didn't this mean that he had been unconscious for at least 11 hours? Shi Xiaobai could not help but sigh. Not only did he have a strange dream in his sleep, strange happenings had happened in reality as well. It appears that this king does not suit sleeping, but Shi Xiaobai came to a simple conclusion and decided to temporarily put this matter aside. After some thought, he put on the black and white t-shirt. He had to agree that it was extremely comfortable wearing it. The size also fit him perfectly. From the looks of it, the person who chose the clothes for him had gone through great pains. Shi Xiaobai looked at the trousers beside him and hesitated slightly. Finally, he decided to change into the trousers as well. Although he did not know who it was, he could not let down the good intentions of the other person. Furthermore, the texture of the trousers felt quite good. It was probably very comfortable wearing them. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai unzipped the trousers and was about to take his trousers off to put on the new pair. Just as he took them off halfway, a golden beam of light suddenly landed on the island. It landed not far in front of Shi Xiaobai. As the golden light dissipated, a figure appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai. The person was a petite girl wearing a purple dress. She had long hair that was pink like cherry blossoms. Using purple hair ties, she tied her hair into 2 pigtails. Her skin was whiter than snow, and was like creamy jade. She had watery amber eyes and an exquisite face that looked like a pixie. After the girl landed, she looked down at the trousers that were halfway down by Shi Xiaobai's knees. Blinking, she whispered, "Carry on." The girl could have turned around, but instead, she raised her hands to cover her eyes. In between her fingers, she left a tiny gap. Shi Xiaobai fell silent. This king had his trousers just halfway off, and a female pervert came? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, after saying so much, can I have a spot on your friends list? Chapter 308, after saying so much, can I have a spot on your friends list? Shi Xiaobai pulled up his trousers again. He felt somewhat awkward changing his trousers in front of a female stranger, especially when this girl was covering her eyes, but there were obvious gaps in between her fingers, as though she was prepared to peep blatantly. Why aren't you changing? The other pair of trousers fits your shirt better. It's best you change into it. The girl lowered her hand and blinked. She said, "I can turn around." After saying that, the girl slowly turned her body. Shi Xiaobai sighed. "Sigh, you should have turned around earlier. This king's trousers would have already been pulled up." Shi Xiaobai glanced at the girl's back and suddenly found it familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere. Well, it had to be a mistake. He did not know such a bold girl. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and finally quickly changed his trousers. However, just as Shi Xiaobai finished changing his trousers, without making a sound, the girl had taken the initiative to turn around. Her timing was perfect. It was hard to doubt that the girl had not been peeping. No, there was no need for doubt. She definitely was peeping through some means. This was because the girl's ears were slightly red. Shi Xiaobai was at a loss as to what to say. He could only look at the girl with calm eyes. Ahem. The girl gently cleared her throat and started by saying, "Hello, Shi Xiaobai, I'm very happy to be randomly sent to the same waypoint as you. I'm your fan. My name is Xiaozi. You can call me Xiaozi." When Shi Xiaobai heard the girl address him as Shi Xiaobai, he was momentarily taken aback. After all, his identity to others was Tu Dahe, but Shi Xiaobai quickly recalled that back on the 5th level, the assessment program would provide the identity of the fugitive. Since he had reached the 6th level, it was very likely that he had been chosen as a fugitive. It was understandable that his identity as Shi Xiaobai was revealed. And after hearing the girl claiming to be his admirer, and how her name was Xiaozi, his impression of her immediately elevated slightly. Although the girl's peeping of him changing was somewhat odd, the name she had was rather artistic. Names like Xiaobai, Little White, Xiaohei, Little Black, Xiaozi, Little Purple, needed to be praised. Shi Xiaobai stuck his chin outwards and said, "The number of admirers this king has is just too many. There are people claiming to be this king's admirers everywhere. This king has previously encountered 2 such despicable liars. Go ahead and say why you idolize this king?" Shi Xiaobai looked at the girl with suspicion. The last time people claimed to be his admirers was during his first meeting with Chen Lingxuan and Yi Jiachuan. Back then, the 2 of them praised him to the heavens, but in the end, the 2 were fucking acting. Having learned his lesson, Shi Xiaobai no longer easily trusted the words of admirers. However, Xiaozi was apparently prepared. "Without any thought," she answered, "I began paying attention to you from a long time ago. In the beginning, I heard that Gaia recruited a dual S-class talent named Shi Xiaobai. Immediately, I wanted to know what you look like. That's because your name is very similar to mine. Shi Xiaobai, Xiaozi." At first glance, no one can tell who is mimicking the other. Later on, I felt that if we could get to know each other, we would definitely become the best of friends. Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. This girl knew of his name so early on? From the beginning of the story, it did not sound fabricated. Immediately, Shi Xiaobai had some anticipation for what Xiaozi had to say next. However, Shi Xiaobai could not help but interrupt. "If it's mimicking, it can only be you mimicking this king. This is because this king has always been mimicked but never surpassed." Xiaozi seemed to recall of something when she heard this. She suddenly broke out into laughter. Her bright eyes narrowed into crescents, and a charming smile suffused on her lips. Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned. He had to say that the girl in front of him was indeed very beautiful. Her beauty could match Callie sans her eye patch or a smiling sunless. If it were any ordinary person, he would have fallen head over heels for Xiaozi's smile. However, Shi Xiaobai would not. He stared at Xiaozi with judgmental eyes and said, "You are smiling in such a guilty manner. It can't be that your name is really deliberately mimicking this king, right?" Probably Shi Xiaobai was the only person who could tell guilt from a beautiful smile that could topple countries. "Of course not. I'm laughing because, forget it. It's best I don't explain. After all, any explanation is to conceal, and concealment is just fabricating a story," Xiaozi said righteously. However, the smile that blossomed on her face did not seem convincing. However, Shi Xiaobai was susceptible to this. He nodded and said, "This king shall believe you this once. Continue on." "Yeah." Xiaozi nodded. She slowly wiped away her smile, but there was a faint smile lingering on her lips. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood. She considered her words for a moment before saying, later on, I paid some attention to the Gaia message boards, and ended up discovering that there was nearly no news about Shi Xiaobai. However, there was a thread discussing Tu Dahe on the boards. It was said that Tu Dahe made Underworld King, Hizith, suffer in class and how he nearly eliminated all the rookies of Annihilation Division. I have always been sensitive to names. I quickly guessed that the names Shi Xiaobai and Tu Dahe were clearly opposites. Could they be the same person? Back then, there were people who raised this idea on the message boards, but they were quickly refuted by others. The main reason was that Tu Dahe was already at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. And it was rumored that Shi Xiaobai had yet to begin psionic cultivation. It was impossible to accomplish that in about 10 days. Back then, I was somewhat doubtful about it, but I did not abandon this hypothesis. This was because I felt that a person who had a name like Shi Xiaobai was able to do anything. Shi Xiaobai felt wistful immediately upon hearing this. What Xiao Xiao said were events that occurred in the past 1 or 2 months, but Shi Xiaobai felt like it was eons ago. Too many things had happened in the past 1 month. Shi Xiaobai nodded to gesture to Xiao Xiao to continue. Actually, he was already convinced. After all, how could an ordinary person understand him that well? Especially the words, able to do anything, was something that gained Shi Xiaobai's approval. Xiao Xiao continued, as I'm a rookie from the organization, Muses, when Princess Xiao Xiao participated in the weekly contest as representative to Muses Battle Arena Cafe branch, I went to watch that weekly match even if I wasn't interested in virtual competitions. I then became a fan of one of the participants. The participant's name was IChooseDogLeading. After that. From the information that IChooseDogLeading was a representative of Gaia branch and how he happened to be at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, I began to associate GodDogLeading with Tu Dahe. Just a while ago, during the counteroffensive on the Demon City, I witnessed the crab steps you used and I was certain that you are GodDogLeading. Shi Xiaobai was surprised. Even a hidden identity as IChooseDogLeading had been guessed by this girl? The way Shi Xiaobai looked at Xiao Xiao turned slightly odd. What the girl said sounded very realistic. He never expected that a stranger would pay so much attention to him somewhere else. This feeling felt somewhat amazing. I'm your admirer. Xiao Xiao and Shi Xiaobai locked eyes. Be it tone or gaze, they were both extremely sincere. Shi Xiaobai could not help but nod. In fact, Shi Xiaobai had a nagging feeling that the girl in front of him was lying to him, but for some reason, this sentence sounded extremely truthful. It was unlikely a lie that she was his admirer. Xiao Xiao suddenly said very passionately, I'm really very happy, so happy to be able to participate in this selection. Although I've guessed that Shi Xiaobai was Tu Dahe, and Tu Dahe was GodDogLeading, it was all a guess. However, at the 1st level, when I heard your name resound throughout the land of the trial, I suddenly felt very proud. This was because the person to clear the level in less than 20 seconds and shock everybody was Shi Xiaobai. I knew from a long time ago, and began paying attention from early on. I remember your name more than any other rookie. Therefore, when I reached the 2nd level, I was stunned by your plan on launching a counteroffensive on the Demon City. I was astounded by how you charged alone through the demonic beasts that filled the lands and how you killed the demonic tree in one strike. However, I wasn't able to be 100% sure that you were Shi Xiaobai. But back then, I had a thought. If Tu Dahe and Shi Xiaobai was not the same person, what relationship would they have? At the 3rd level, Shi Xiaobai's name once again made everyone astounded. Finally at the 5th level, my guess from the very beginning was validated. Shi Xiaobai is Tu Dahe. I am unable to describe the feelings I had then. It's probably the feeling of wanting to eat chocolates and also wanting to eat ice cream, but because I'm afraid of getting fat, I can only choose one. However, when the service staff suddenly tells you that they sell chocolate ice cream. Anyways, the feeling is very blissful. Therefore, I'm very happy to be able to meet you at the 6th level and also have a chance to get to know you. I'm your admirer and will always be one. Be it Xiaoxiao's words, tone or expression, she was extremely sincere. She was like a fan who had idolized a celebrity for a very long time and finally having the chance to confess her thoughts. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat touched. Compared to what Chen Lingxuan and Yi Jiachuan said in the past, he could not help but feel wistful. Look at it, take a good look at this. This is what a real fan is. Whatever she said was from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Xiaoxiao suddenly blinked. Her words took a sudden twist as she said, after saying so much, "Can I have a spot on your friends list?" Shi Xiaobai was shocked. A spot on the friends list? This sentence inexplicably sounded familiar. Back when he was playing League of Legends 1v9, after doing a heaven-defying reversal, his teammates would type, "God, can I have a spot on your friends list?" But the girl in front of him probably did not mean that, right? However, Xiaoxiao said coyly in the next moment, "I'm very weak. I got to the 6th level completely by luck. It wasn't easy for me to meet my idol. I'm wondering if my idol can bring me along, letting me go wherever I want to go?" Shi Xiaobai fell silent. She really meant that? Xiaoxiao lowered her head slightly and softly said, "Can I stay by your side?" Shi Xiaobai gave the girl a serious look. He had a nagging feeling that the girl said so much to lay the foundations for this final sentence. However, this sentence touched him the most. This was because he could feel the true feelings from the girl. Shi Xiaobai cherished these friendship spots and would not easily give them to others. However, if he were to meet such a cute girl like Xiaoxiao, he would never be stingy with his friendship spots. Alright, Shi Xiaobai nodded and said, "Let's go. This king will take you to slay the dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 309, this spot definitely should harden, as a form of respect. Chapter 309, this spot definitely should harden, as a form of respect. In the 6th level, Monster Fairyland, there were 7 dragons. This level's quest was to launch a crusade against the dragon. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai said, "Let's go. This king will take you to slay the dragon." Xiaoxiao was taken aback before she immediately beamed, "Alright. Slaying dragons, that sounded truly domineering, but..." However, their journey to slay a dragon was met with a tiny problem, from the very beginning. At this moment, they were located in the middle of a lone island. Although it was a lake, the distance to the other end of the lake was a few hundred meters. With Shi Xiaobai's crab steps at the dominating refinement realm, he was still able to barely waterwalk for a few hundred meters. However, could the girl who claimed to be very weak be able to cross it? Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask, "Do you know how to swim?" By using a psionic barrier to envelop one's body, it was unlikely to wet their clothes over the few hundred-meter distance. If the girl knew how to swim, swimming was a rather good idea. Xiaoxiao widened her big, bright eyes and shook her head, "No, I'm very weak." Furthermore, Xiaoxiao leaned sideways slightly and pointed to the lake behind her. Shi Xiaobai was surprised as he took a step forward. Tracing the direction in which Xiaoxiao pointed, he saw a large, dark shadow under the surface of the lake. If one didn't look carefully, one would think of it as a tree's shadow. But on a careful look, one would be appalled to realize that it was a massive monster lurking underneath the lake surface. Although a large and odd contour could be barely made out, the forbidding scales on the behemoth could be clearly seen due to the clear lake. The behemoth was much larger than the island itself. If this behemoth was startled, survival might not be an option on this lone island. Shi Xiaobai immediately dismissed the idea of letting the girl swim across the lake. Ignoring the fact that the girl could not swim, even if she were a swimming athlete, she might end up in the belly of the lake behemoth. Should he just kill the behemoth under the lake? Shi Xiaobai had such a thought, but he quickly dismissed it. The island was too tiny. If the lake behemoth went into a rage, the island might be the first to be destroyed. When the time came, he had to even rescue the girl who did not know how to swim. And what if he wet his new clothes? As Shi Xiaobai contemplated, Xiaozi did not appear anxious. She stared unblinkingly at Shi Xiaobai, as though she believed that Shi Xiaobai would be able to figure out a way. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before saying, "If you don't mind, this king will piggyback you over?" This was the only idea Shi Xiaobai could think of. Although carrying a person on his back would slightly affect his movements, it would be of little effect. However, from Rico, Xiao Xiao, and Muiwa Sheng, Shi Xiaobai learned of something: girls did not like members of the opposite sex casually touching their bodies. He had just gotten to know Xiaozi, so he naturally had to ask if she minded. Xiaozi shook her head and said with a laugh, "Of course I don't mind, but..." However, Xiaozi walked toward Shi Xiaobai with light footsteps. Her eyes were bright, and her face was slightly blushed. She then slowly stretched out her arms as she said with puckered lips, "Can you carry me instead?" Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback before he nodded. He did not find piggybacking and carrying very different. Although he preferred using a fireman's lift because he could free up a hand to do other things, he did not mind satisfying the girl's request. Shi Xiaobai's right hand had already recovered. He transformed the black sword in his hand into energy and kept it in his right hand. He took a step forward and with one hand holding the girl's waist, he squatted down slightly and held the girl's legs. In a very natural manner, he lifted the girl up in a princess carry. Xiaozi exhaled slightly as she wrapped her arms around Shi Xiaobai's neck and leaned her forehead on Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. Such a position was somewhat ambiguous. At least, Xiaozi was blushing. Her eyelashes fluttered while her eyes slightly glazed over. The girl's waist was very slender and soft. There was no excess fat, and her thigh was full and very elastic. When she was carried, her purple dress slid up, revealing a portion of her calves. They were as exquisite and beautiful as ivory. The way she lowered her head in embarrassment was endearing. A virgin fragrance assaulted his olfactory senses. If this were any other male, even if their primal instincts did not boil their blood, they would definitely have hardened, as a form of respect. However, Shi Xiaobai was like a block of wood. He turned a blind eye towards this as he looked towards the surface of the lake and began considering how he should traverse the lake. If not for the lake behemoth, he could easily traverse the lake, but with uncertain factors, he had to consider the safety of the girl in his arms. Xiaozi looked up and glanced at Shi Xiaobai. A smile flashed in her eyes. "Hold tight," Shi Xiaobai warned her with a whisper. He was ready to traverse the lake. Xiaozi nodded and hugged Shi Xiaobai tightly. Although she looked somewhat embarrassed, she did not seem to hate such intimacy. Shi Xiaobai took a few steps back and kicked off with a little run as he suddenly rushed forward. To run on the surface of the lake, the most important thing was to be fast, followed by there not being any pause. It had to be done in one fell swoop. Shi Xiaobai stepped onto the water as he advanced forward like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water in a natural and smooth manner. In a while, he was halfway the distance. "Be careful!" A cry sounded beside his ear as Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows jumped slightly. Giving a sidewards glance, it was unknown when a gigantic head had emerged from the surface of the lake. The gigantic head resembled a snake or a toad, and also a bit like a hippopotamus. In summary, it was extremely strange. But at this moment, the gigantic head was in close proximity. The large-mouthed head could easily devour a tiny hill. Shi Xiaobai was slightly alarmed. From the behemoth's figure in the water, he thought that this direction was the behemoth's tail, but he never expected it to be a deceitful trick by the behemoth. However, Shi Xiaobai did not panic. He stepped onto the surface of the lake and made an abrupt change in velocity. Boom! The behemoth's mouth snapped, producing a rumbling bang. However, the behemoth quickly roared angrily. This was because it had only bitten a mirage. And on the other side, Shi Xiaobai, who had forcefully used Crab Phantom Image, was already charging towards the edge of the lake with Xiaozi in arms. At this moment, a gigantic shadow fell from the sky. It was the behemoth's tail. The gigantic tail was filled with spikes, as though swaths of towering trees came crashing down at him. If he was struck by the tail, his body would be riddled with holes even if he did not get smashed into pulp due to the lake's surface. Shi Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly. His body suddenly came to a halt as he stopped for a second above the lake. This strange motion was as though he had stepped on the brakes on the lake. Boom! The lake behemoth clearly did not expect Shi Xiaobai to forcefully stop above the surface of the lake. The gigantic tail made a wrong prediction and crashed down in front of the duo, splashing a wall of water. Oh no! Shi Xiaobai, who was extremely calm to begin with, could no longer maintain his composure. Staring with his eyes, he charged out madly. His speed was much faster than it usually was. Shi Xiaobai instantly appeared on the banks of the lake as the water splashed down, forming ripples everywhere, as though it was raining cats and dogs. Shi Xiaobai had broken his limits once again at this critical moment. Having already perfected his previous realm, he had not been able to make a breakthrough with his crab steps, but now, he had broken through from the dominating refinement to the crest of perfection realm. Shi Xiaobai stopped only after he continued running forward for quite a distance. Immediately, an angry roar of indignation was heard behind him. That was close. Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. It was truly too dangerous. He nearly got his new clothes wet. Against the demonic beasts that filled the lands and the pursuit of the thousand-eyed demon sovereign, he had faced all sorts of difficult situations. Shi Xiaobai's crab steps had been stuck at the dominating refinement realm, all this while without being able to go another step further. At this moment, in order to not wet his clothes, Shi Xiaobai had finally broken his own limits. Put! For some unknown reason, Xiaozi burst out laughing. Her laughter was as melodious as pearly bells. Her eyes were bright, and she looked cheerful. She did not appear as though she was shocked from the close shave from before. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying the process. Shi Xiaobai gently lowered Xiaozi. Seeing the smiling girl and hearing the melodious sound of her laughter, his mood elevated as well. He wanted to laugh with her. As the saying goes, laughing is contagious. Shi Xiaobai never believed it because whenever Yang Wei laughed sinisterly, Shi Xiaobai did not have the mood to laugh with him. Now, Shi Xiaobai finally understood the reason. It was not the problem about laughing, but because the person laughing laughed in an ugly manner. Shi Xiaobai revealed a gentle smile and said softly, "You don't seem afraid at all?" Xiaozi nodded as her lips pouted slightly before she whispered, "I'm very weak, but I'm very daring. I'm very weak, but I'm very daring." There was not a problem with this sentence. "I'm very strong, but I'm very timid." In a dark cavern, a menacing and strange voice echoed. "You mean you do not dare to make a move?" An authoritative voice responded. "As a cultured aristocrat, I cannot come to blows with such a pretty girl." Before you were trapped in this world, how many virgins had you killed? You were that era's most notorious aristocrat. You symbolized death and cruelty. So what about that? I can kill weak virgin female commoners, but that does not mean I can bite such a tough bone. Being self-aware is the culture of the aristocrat. In any case, I will not make a move. As for you, you claim to be a demon king from hell. Why are you still here? The law of being self-aware is equally effective in hell. Oh? Since you also know how powerful the virus is this time, yet you insist on me making the move. Are you trying to get me to court death? No, we will not be able to defeat this virus in a 1-against-1 situation. There may be some hope if it's 2 against 1. Maybe? 1% or 0.01%? I will not gamble my life. To an aristocrat, honor comes first, but to me, life comes first. You really aren't a good aristocrat. I've never been one. Thank you. If the virus cannot be removed, 3,000 years will be added to the imprisonment period. Can you accept this? Compared to freedom, life is more important. But I can't accept it. I want freedom. There's no hope in a 2 against 1. You won't gain your freedom, only death, but. Then if we go 3 against 1, or even 4 against 1, or even. You mean? The dark cavern suddenly quietened. The two voices fell silent at the same time. Moments later, the menacing voice was first to speak. This is no ordinary virus. It's a virus that far surpasses any viruses from before. Just sending the 2 of us is definitely insufficient. We need backup. Shall we notify the top about this? Yeah, that should be done. You can do it. Why should I be the one to do it? Because you are an aristocrat. So what about being an aristocrat? Must an aristocrat do the dirty, tiring and shameless jobs? No, what I mean is that aristocrats' reputation allows for more to be done. Are all demonic kings of hell so tactful like you? Hell has its classes too. A very reasonable explanation. Then let's do it. How many do we need? At least 7. Fuck, we only have 7. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, Don't Hesitate, Quickly Kiss. Chapter 310, Don't Hesitate, Quickly Kiss. Shi Xiaobai and Xiao were located very far from the 5th dragon. They needed to cross more than half of the map. Although Shi Xiaobai had raised his crab steps to the crest of Perfection Realm because of not wanting to get his clothes wet, it would still need at least half an hour at full speed. It was unknown if the dragon could last 30 minutes. Furthermore, there was this girl beside him. Could she keep up with his speed? Did he need to continue carrying her while running? The journey to slay a dragon had just begun, but the duo had already encountered their second problem. However, Shi Xiaobai seemed to be the only one who considered this problem. Xiao continued smiling sweetly, and did not seem to put the dilemma at heart. Shi Xiaobai did not plan on wasting time. He directly went forward and carried the girl like the previous time. Xiao's eyes flashed an astonished look, but she quickly calmed down. She naturally wrapped her arms around Shi Xiaobai's neck and leaned her head on Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. Xiao's body was soft and warm, as though he was carrying a warm piece of jade. Of course, most importantly, she was very light. Shi Xiaobai was very pleased with Xiao's petite body. It could save him a lot of strength. Hold on tight. This king is going to run at full speed. Shi Xiaobai lowered his head and reminded her with a whisper. Xiao gave an ORH and very obediently hugged him even tighter. Her chest was tightly pressed to Shi Xiaobai's shoulder, but unfortunately, her chest was as flat as an airport runway. It could not produce any curves from the pressure. In fact, Xiao's figure and name reminded Shi Xiaobai of Kali. However, the two had clear differences in the color of their hair, eyes, as well facial features. Although both of them possessed a beauty of pixies, their temperaments were different. Their personalities were slightly different as well. As for the auras, it was like night and day. Kali gave Shi Xiaobai a feeling that she was very strong, deep and unfathomably strong. Xiao gave Shi Xiaobai a feeling that she was very weak, inestimably weak. Shi Xiaobai obviously wouldn't be silly enough to believe that Xiao was really weak considering how she could reach the 6th level. However, she did not seem that strong. Shi Xiaobai could not help but lower his head to glance at Xiao. It just so happened that Xiao had looked up at him. The two locked eyes up close as time seemed to stop at that moment. Xiao slowly closed her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red, her tiny mouth was puckered, with an alluring look that read, "Don't hesitate, quickly kiss." It's an illusion as expected. Shi Xiaobai had such a thought as he looked up and used crab steps to charge forward at full speed. Xiao Xiao gently smiled and buried her head into Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. Her eyes were filled with embarrassment and smiles. In order to be in time to slay the dragon, Shi Xiaobai used his full strength to run forward. He traversed the beautiful forest like a wind. This was the first time Xiao Xiao experienced being carried in someone's arms while going out on a spin. As she was immersing herself in this process, she produced pearly laughter along the way. Her laughter seemed to have a magical power to it. It made Shi Xiaobai somehow feel like he had inexhaustible energy. This world's name was Monster Fairyland. On the way, they obviously encountered several strange monsters. For example, a metallic-colored slime, a gigantic dual-blade wielding pheasant, a tree ant that disguised itself as a tree so as to attack by surprise, a black-skinned python that was hundreds of meters long, a zombie with rotting flesh all over, a cheetah with flames all over its body, a tiger flying in the sky with wings on its back, a gigantic man-eating flower that suddenly opened its mouth from under the ground. Countless monsters lurked in the forest. It could be said that there was danger everywhere. However, these monsters would only attack enemies that intruded into their territory. Therefore, after dodging them in an ingenious fashion, he would leave them far behind. They would then give up pursuing him. Along the way, there were some near misses, but nothing dangerous. Shi Xiaobai used his astounding speed and reaction time to dodge the attacks from monsters time and time again. As Xiao Xiao said, although she was very weak, she was very bold. Despite encountering all these dangers along the way, she did not even reveal a look of apprehension, nor did she scream. Instead, she was laughing all the way. The sweet laughter was filled with joy and excitement. It sounded like a mesmerizing piano piece, but also a tune that caused one's blood to boil in excitement. Her laughter came from the bottom of her heart. It lacked the reserved nature of typical girls. It was graceful, open, natural, and refined. Shi Xiaobai could not help but laugh with her. He felt inexplicably carefree, as though this boring run had become a fun and exciting escapade because of the girl's existence. As the duo proceeded forward, they laughed, unaware of the passage of time. Very soon, they saw a group of people gathered ahead of them. The group of people numbered about 40 or 50. When the duo saw the crowd had also turned their heads over. There was no other way. For this group of people, the sound of laughter had reached them before the duo arrived. One of the laughters sounded somewhat young, but it sounded inexplicably heroic and carefree. The other laughter was mesmerizing like a heavenly harp. They could not help but conjure an image of a beautiful girl. The two laughters were enough to make everyone stop what they were doing. They could not help but to turn around to take a look. Although God was usually fair, he would close a window when opening a door for you. Those girls that had ethereal and sweet voices were mostly fat girls, but it did not prevent the crowd from looking forward to something unexpected. Then, they truly saw something unexpected. The unexpected left many people dumbfounded. The first thing they did was to search for the owner of that melodious voice, so they immediately saw Xiao Xiao in Shi Xiaobai's arms. Although her head was leaning on Shi Xiaobai's shoulder, revealing only her side profile, just her side profile was enough to make people forget to breathe. How could there be such a pretty girl in this world? Why was this girl that resembled a pixie carried in the arms of someone else? Who was the bastard that had such luck? Everyone immediately looked at the youth carrying the girl, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy shit, it's Shi Xiaobai again? Fuck, why does this happen? Isn't Shi Xiaobai an item with Goddess Sunless? What is going on now? Heavens, I thought Shi Xiaobai got some dumb luck to be able to succeed in chasing Sunless. But who knew that he immediately got another even more beautiful girl? Is he two-timing two wonderful girls? I feel that, if Goddess Sunless were not to have such a cold face, she would not be worse than this girl. But now, I have to say that this girl is the prettiest girl I've ever seen. She's prettier than world-class female celebrities. Of course, she's still a little young. In terms of charm, she can't beat those world-class beauties. Shut up, I feel like beating Shi Xiaobai up. Yo, the main point is that none of us here can defeat Shi Xiaobai. It's so infuriating. What relationship does the two have? They feel so intimate. You can know what relationship they have even if you use your knee to think. Look at that girl's eyes. Those are the eyes of one having fallen into the river of love, but Shi Xiaobai. Fuck, with a beauty in arms, how is Shi Xiaobai that calm? This is the difference between people. Do you think Shi Xiaobai will be like a bunch of losers like you who lose to their primal instincts all the time? He might have been used to it. Fuck, why do I suddenly feel like dying as I say this? So infuriating. This group of people were clearly rookies participating in the selection. A few of them were people Shi Xiaobai recognized. Most of the youths had been hurt by this scene, receiving 10,000 points of damage. When Shi Xiaobai saw everyone discussing, he did not put their words to heart. He now began realizing that the rookies had misunderstood his relationship with Sunless and Ka Xiaozi. However, Shi Xiaobai could not be bothered to explain, nor did he feel like there was a need to explain. He gently lowered Ka Xiaozi. However, Ka Xiaozi did not release her arms around his neck. Oh? Shi Xiaobai looked curiously at Ka Xiaozi. On the way, I laughed very happily. I've not laughed in such a carefree manner in a long time, a very, very long time. Ka Xiaozi looked up into Shi Xiaobai's eyes. There was still a happy smile on her face. Her face was slightly red, as her eyes had a soft look to them, beautiful and crystal clear. This king was very happy as well. Shi Xiaobai grinned. Ever since he came to this world, it was as if he had never laughed so brazenly and in such a carefree manner. This was because he encountered the calamity fiend, Sahadin, after coming to this world. He had experienced despair, and his thirst to become strong had weighed heavily on his mind. This way of freely laughing without any worries had been a distant thing for him as well. As Shi Xiaobai was lost in reverie, he suddenly felt a soft moistness on his cheek. Something with a slight fragrance scent was adhered to it. Shi Xiaobai was surprised as he looked sideways. Ka Xiaozi had tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. The moment her lips touched him, Ka Xiaozi released her arms and lowered her head slightly. Her feet gently rubbed the ground as she muttered, "This is a reward." Shi Xiaobai acknowledged with an ORH, and did not say anything. He kept feeling like he had not lost out. When the youths in the distance saw this scene, their hearts shattered and fell to the ground. This pixie-like girl clearly had a place for Shi Xiaobai in her heart. That coy look was truly mesmerizing, but unfortunately, it did not belong to them. At this moment, 3 people walked out of the crowd towards Shi Xiaobai and Ka Xiaozi. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up slightly. Waving his hand, he greeted the 3 people as he walked over. Ka Xiaozi followed closely beside him. The 3 people were none other than Mu Yuesheng, Mozi, and Kevin. To speak the truth, Shi Xiaobai did not expect to see Mozi and Kevin on the 6th level. The rules of the 5th level disadvantaged Mozi and Kevin because of their very poor mobility. Their strength was not as powerful as Sunless to kill groups if they came. It was difficult to snatch a death epaulet. Protecting a death epaulet was even more difficult. It would be a breeze for Mu Yuesheng. In terms of speed, she stood head and shoulders above others. Therefore, he never expected for Mozi and Kevin to arrive as well. What happened on the 5th level? When the trio walked over, their eyes spontaneously landed on Ka Xiaozi. Different from the other rookies, they would not suspect that Shi Xiaobai was two-timing. This was because they knew for a fact that there was nothing ambiguous between Shi Xiaobai and Sunless. Their guesses were completely opposite from others. However, they never expected Ka Xiaozi to be the first to greet them. Furthermore, she immediately confirmed their guesses. They heard Ka Xiaozi say, "Nice to meet you." My name is Shi Xiaobai. My relationship with Shi Xiaobai is not what you think. However, I'm working hard towards that relationship. The saying goes that it's easy for a girl to chase a boy, but I've discovered that it's not true. Mu Yuesheng and company were stunned. This girl was very open, bold, and shameless. Shi Xiaobai was also stunned. He was being pursued? Shi Xiaobai felt somewhat helpless. He could only sigh in his head and think. This king is truly too excellent. He looked at Shi Xiaobai and said seriously, this king already has a girlfriend. Shi Xiaobai suddenly discovered that having a girlfriend was quite a good thing. It could save him quite a bit of trouble. If others were to know that Shi Xiaobai was having a headache for this matter, they would probably cry in the bathroom till they passed out. Upon hearing Shi Xiaobai say this, Shi Xiaobai smiled sweetly and said, I know, but... Shi Xiaobai's heart jumped and he looked curiously at Shi Xiaobai, you know? If Shi Xiaobai remembered correctly, the matter of him having a girlfriend was something only Callie and Sunless knew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311. What happened during this king's afternoon nap? Chapter 311. What happened during this king's afternoon nap? When Shi Xiaobai claimed to already have a girlfriend, Mu Yuesheng and company were astounded. Instead, it was Shi Xiaobai who said matter-of-factly, I know. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt somewhat curious. The news of him having a girlfriend was something only Callie herself or Sunless, who he previously informed, knew. Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask doubtfully, you know? When Shi Xiaobai heard this, she was taken aback, but she immediately regained her composure and said, everyone knows. Your girlfriend is Sunless Yi. I of course know. This matter was something almost all the rookies knew. Although it was a misunderstanding, that was how rumors started. It seemed quite typical for Shi Xiaobai to misunderstand Sunless as his girlfriend. Shi Xiaobai immediately wiped his doubts away and shook his head gently. It's not her. Shi Xiaobai's eyes immediately turned odd as she whispered, so there's someone else? Mozi's eyes burned with the soul of gossip. She looked at Shi Xiaobai and hurriedly said, Lord Shi Xiaobai, who is it? Mu Yuesheng and Kevin also stared intently at Shi Xiaobai, obviously very interested in knowing who Shi Xiaobai's girlfriend was. From their point of view, Shi Xiaobai was constantly surrounded by chicks, but he had never expressed any interest in that regard. Although his massage technique of God was somewhat ambiguous, he was like a block of wood himself, turning a blind eye to the alluring scenes. People could not help but sigh because of it. Either Shi Xiaobai was overly pure and innocent, or he was engaging in a long con. As such, Mu Yuesheng and company refused to believe that Shi Xiaobai had a girlfriend. They could not imagine what girl could stir Shi Xiaobai's heart that even Sunless and Shi Xiaobai could not. From their point of view, a girlfriend was likely an excuse Shi Xiaobai used because he found it troublesome. In fact, Mu Yuesheng and company understood Shi Xiaobai very well, but they were only half right. Shi Xiaobai indeed found it troublesome, but he truly had a girlfriend. Furthermore, he did not mind telling others who his girlfriend was. Shi Xiaobai frankly said, this king's girlfriend's name is Callie. All of you probably don't know her. With this said, Mozi and company gaped, before spontaneously scoffing with a tch, as they gave the look of whoever believes you is a fool. Shi Xiaobai was surprised and asked curiously, why that reaction, but? Kevin rarely had a chance to put Shi Xiaobai down, so how could he miss this opportunity? He said, although I know you picked a random name to brush us off because you do not have a girlfriend, I never expected you to use the name Callie. Shi Xiaobai, we are all from Gaia. Who doesn't know about the three powerhouses of Gaia, Her Excellency Callie? Cough. Her Excellency Callie's age can be your grandmother's grandmother's, to the nth time. Rumor has it that she's old and ugly. Furthermore, her temper is terrible and she has an odd personality, an old hag that strangers shy away. Yet, you say Callie is your girlfriend. This joke is way too exaggerated. Matzi quipped as well, Lord Shi Xiaobai, Grandma Callie is very famous. Don't use her as a joke for no reason, but. Mu Yuesheng also anxiously said, rumor has it that Her Excellency Callie's temper is even odder than His Excellency Hizitha's. Also, rumor has it that she has been chaste all her life, and people curse her behind her back as an old hag or old virgin. Although, it's not pleasing to the ears, it's evident that Her Excellency Callie is a person who cares about her chastity and well-being. It's best your joke doesn't reach her ears. When Shi Xiaobai heard the trio's words, he frowned deeply and said with a solemn expression, the rumors you heard are all extremely ridiculous. Callie looks more like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. She's as pretty as a pixie, with a very gentle personality. This king likes her a lot. It's completely opposite from what you have heard. Forget it, it's best when you see her in person. This king will find an opportunity for all of you to meet her one day. Seeing Shi Xiaobai's expression look so serious, as though he was fuming, the trio did not dare to say anything more. They were filled with doubts. Could all the rumors regarding Callie be fake? Shi Xiaobai was indeed rather angry, but it was not because of the trio's words, but angry over the rumor-monger's slanders. Callie held a very special spot in Shi Xiaobai's heart. She was not to be slandered. No one noticed that the silent Ka Xiaozi had lowered her head. There was a complicated-looking smile on her lips, as though it was an angry sneer, but also a relieved smile. The mood turned slightly heavy. Shi Xiaobai did not wish to harp on this topic, so he quickly changed topics and said, "All right, what happened during this king's afternoon nap?" When the trio heard this, they were slightly taken aback before they realized what he meant. The afternoon nap Shi Xiaobai was referring to was the period he was unconscious. Depicting unconsciousness as an afternoon nap was very Shi Xiaobai. Mu Yuesheng, who had been defending by his side ever since he began taking an afternoon nap, knew the situation the best. She began describing what had happened during that period of time. Mu Yuesheng did not embellish the situation too much, nor did she mention how she had hurt her hand while protecting him. She simply told Shi Xiaobai that after he fell unconscious, due to the goodwill he had accumulated in the previous levels, many rookies chose to protect him. Along the way, the black-robed youth that he had killed revived. There were people who were killed protecting him, so the rookies ran away in fright, leaving only 9 people to protect him. Mu Yuesheng very seriously informed Shi Xiaobai of the names of Pulp Farmer and Company. Mu Yuesheng finally added, "Oh right, there was a mysterious person protecting you in the dark. If not for that shot that blew up the head of the black-robed bloody figure at the critical moment, the situation would likely have been rather dangerous." When Shi Xiaobai finished hearing this, he said gratefully, "Thank you to all of you. This king will remember this favor." Kevin embarrassedly said, "Don't thank me. I came late. I basically didn't help at all." Matzi stuck her tongue out as she said, "It's all my fault for running too slowly." Shi Xiaobai shook his head and said, "It's enough to do your best to rush to me. This king just woke up about half an hour ago, and slept more than 10 hours. What happened during this period?" In fact, Shi Xiaobai was eager to know how Matzi and Kevin were able to clear the 5th level. He had a nagging feeling that this matter should have been rather complicated. Kevin cleverly realized what Shi Xiaobai was asking about, so he said, "So you woke up half an hour ago? In that case, you were probably unconscious, having an afternoon nap for 12 hours. There were quite a lot of things happening during this period of time. The first oddity was the 5th level's level lord did not descend although the time was up. The next big thing was the bloody figure reviving. It began scouring the world to find people to vent its anger. It destroyed the life epaulets of many rookies, and no one could stop it. But thankfully, the bloody figure was randomly given the death epaulet. After he vented his anger for 10 minutes, he was sent away. Therefore, there were still rookies who luckily survived. Matzi and I happened to tide over the calamity. Later on, Motzi was randomly assigned the death epaulet, but by then, the top 10 in the official forecast had already cleared the level, while the remaining rookies were mostly killed by the bloody figure. In addition to the level Lord not descending, Yuesheng, Motzi and I formed a 3-person group and managed to succeed, surviving 10 minutes. Of course, it was mostly thanks to Yuesheng. After she broke through to the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, her strength was almost equivalent to Pulp Farmer and the rest. Typical rookies were no problem for her. Later on, I was also randomly assigned a death epaulet. Yuesheng protected me as well, so, Motzi and I, with the help of Yuesheng, together with the level Lord being on strike in the bloody figure's frenzy, we managed to luckily reach the 6th level. After Kevin depicted the series of events in detail, Shi Xiaobai could not help but give a like to the duo's good luck. Of course, the most important thing was because of Mu Yuesheng's protection. If not, luck would not have been sufficient. After all, the rules of the 5th level were very disadvantageous to slower moving people like them. However, there was a nagging feeling that there was something odd with the 5th level's level Lord going on strike. For some reason, Shi Xiaobai could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. At this moment, Kevin seemed to think of something as he added, "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you about the situation regarding the 6th level. During the past 10 or so hours, 4 dragons have died in the 6th level. As such, 4 Bravehearts have been sent to the 7th level. It might sound like a coincidence, but the 4 people happen to be the top 4 as predicted in the official forecast: Speechless, Mulingshi, Sunless and Pulp Farmer. Furthermore, the order in which they slew the dragons was just like their ranking. Now, the 5th dragon has already appeared in the mountain valley in front. All the rookies are basically gathered here. I did a count, with the 2 of you here, there's a total of 45 people. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he cocked his head to give a look. They were gathered here to chat, while the other rookies that were gathered on the other side would occasionally cast curious looks at them, but no one took the liberty to disturb them. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt somewhat curious. He asked, "When this king woke up, the 5th dragon should have descended, right? Why are all of you gathered here after half an hour?" Kevin said with a wry smile, "The path into the mountain valley is blocked and the outer perimeter of the mountain valley has a domain which no one can break through it. Although there's a hole in the domain, that domain is blocked by an immobile monster. No matter what we do, we aren't able to make it move." When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he was slightly surprised. What monster left so many people at their wits' end? Shi Xiaobai immediately said, "Let's go. Bring this king there." Kevin nodded and turned around to head forward. The rest immediately followed. Shi Xiaobai turned his head sideways to Ka Xiaozi beside him. Noticing how she didn't look well and recalling how this bubbly girl had been silent for a while, he could not help but ask out of concern, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Ka Xiaozi looked up and said with a smile, "Nothing. I'm just wondering what monster can block so many people." The group proceeded forward, walking past the gathered rookies. Turning round a bend, they saw a path that led into the mountain valley. A monster was blocking the path. The monster was truly extremely odd. From its shape, it was clearly a gigantic ball. Along its circumference was a disc, making it look like a medallion. However, this ball and disc were clearly made out of diamond. It had 2 eyes like night pearls that were about the size of basketballs. This was no monster. It was basically a priceless treasure. Wouldn't one try to carry away such a treasure even if it risked one's life? However, the dozens of people could only stare and were unable to move the gigantic diamond monster. At this moment, a deliberately raised voice rang out from the midst of the whispering crowd. It was filled with disdain. "Aren't you all irritating? Stop fucking talking so highly of Shi Xiaobai. Let me make this clear, even if he were to use all his strength, he will not be able to move the monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 312, it's time to bring out the big guns. Chapter 312, it's time to bring out the big guns. Aren't you all irritating? Stop fucking talking so highly about Shi Xiaobai. Let me make this clear, even if he were to use all his strength, he will not be able to move the monster. The voice was deliberately raised, overwhelming the voices of everyone else. As such, it was also heard by Shi Xiaobai and company. Everyone could not help but turn their heads over. The person who said it was a youth that looked frivolous. When the youth saw everyone looking at him, he timidly took a step back, but quickly he worked up the courage to say, even the combined forces of Feng Yuanlin, Zhou Chuchu, and Mo, and Lu Yu were unable to move this diamond monster by a centimeter. Why would Shi Xiaobai be able to do so? All of you are like brain-dead fans saying how we can soon go past this with Shi Xiaobai here? I can't bear hearing this anymore. The mood suddenly became strange. The rookies gave the youth strange looks before they gaped. Although Shi Xiaobai is two-timing, his strength is nothing to be maligned. If he can't do it too, then we probably do not have any way of crossing that. When I heard him clear the first level in less than 20 seconds, I immediately thought that it was impossible. When I saw the legions of demonic beasts during the counteroffensive against the demon city, I thought it was impossible too. Not long ago, I heard that only the Hero King had managed to conquer a level lord, and I thought no one else except the Hero King would be able to do it, but Shi Xiaobai managed to do it. So now, I believe that there is nothing Shi Xiaobai can't do. I sense some sour grapes. Although Shi Xiaobai truly makes you jealous and envious, it shouldn't go as far as suffering from sour grapes because of him, right? I'm a brainless fan, so? Are you going to bite me? Pooey. Even Feng Yuanlin and the others said that the monster will not be able to obstruct any further with Shi Xiaobai here. Are you unconvinced? What happened was rather surprising. These rookies who were cursing how Shi Xiaobai was two-timing immediately took his side and supported him. Most people believed that Shi Xiaobai had a way to move the monster as well. The youth's face turned extremely ugly. He was feeling as terrible as him having eaten a fly. He could only insist, let's see what happens. Shi Xiaobai definitely will not be able to move the diamond monster, not even a centimeter. If he could do it, I'll run naked in the woods. Hearing the youth's words that went for broke, the rookies were somewhat dumbfounded, but soon, they burst out into dismissive sneers. Who are you running naked for? Are you planning to blind our eyes? It's fine if you are ugly, but taking off your clothes to pollute the environment would be your fault. Pooey, with someone like you dare to reveal your dick? Gross. The scene is just too sick. I don't even dare to imagine. Upon hearing the crowd jeering him, the youth's expression turned even uglier. He suddenly felt somewhat regretful for mocking Shi Xiaobai out of his inability to suppress his jealousy. Fuck, all of you were having fun putting down Shi Xiaobai, but now, there wasn't a single person supporting him. What sort of magic did Shi Xiaobai have? How did Shi Xiaobai make all these rookies from various organizations, who were usually proud and mighty, so trusting of him? From afar, Shi Xiaobai heard the crowd's conversation and felt his heart warm up. He never put jeering at heart because he would quickly use action to smack faces. However, to be supported while being jeered at, this seemed to be his first. Of course, it appeared as though there was a danger to it. As the crowd had placed him on a high pedestal, he would suffer from a terrible fall from the pedestal if he were to fail to move the diamond monster. However, Shi Xiaobai was never afraid of challenges, nor did he worry about being placed on a pedestal. He only wanted to say, come on, let the praise and ratings be more intense. Xiaozi gently touched his arm and said while beaming, it's time to bring out the big guns. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised before he nodded. He had a nagging feeling that Xiaozi would occasionally say something cheeky. For example, the sentence, it's time to bring out the big guns, seemed to be something he had previously said? A coincidence? At this moment, 4 people walked out of the crowd, towards Shi Xiaobai and company. They happened to be Feng Yuanlin, Lu Yu, and Mo, and Zhou Chuchu. Other than the voluptuous Zhou Chuchu, Shi Xiaobai had a slight impression of the four. Lu Yu had once defended City Number 1 with him. He had met Feng Yuanlin on the crystalline grounds of the third level, Thousand Stone Doors. He remembered an Mo to be a person whose flute tunes were horrendously jarring to the ears. Furthermore, he had learned of their names from Mu Yuesheng just a while ago. She had also briefly described their appearances, so Shi Xiaobai was able to immediately recognize them. As such, Shi Xiaobai was the first to speak. "Thank you for protecting this king for 10 minutes. This king will definitely remember it." Remembering it was Shi Xiaobai's promise. The promise sounded simple, but its value definitely exceeded everyone's expectations. Feng Yuanlin scratched his head and said, Don't thank me. It's quite embarrassing." Zhou Chuchu immediately snapped, "Excuse me? The most shameless person is you." And Mo said with a serious expression, "Shi Xiaobai, this diamond monster's defense is crazily high. The dozens of us have attacked the diamond monster together but to no avail. Even if you used that attack that instantly killed the black-robed bloody figure, it might not be enough. However, I still choose to believe you because you have done many impossible things." Lu Yu said with sigh as well, "According to this penniless priest's deductions, it's impossible to shake the diamond monster's defense at the psionic mortal realm." When Shi Xiaobai heard what the two said, he was slightly alarmed. The attack he used to instantly kill the black-robed bloody figure was Excalibur augmented with 1 second Shura. The price he paid was extremely high. It was his strongest move at the very moment. Although his psionic power back then was insufficient, preventing him from being able to fully use his power, it was still very terrifying. This move could not even shake the diamond monster's defenses? How terrifying was this diamond monster? Shi Xiaobai turned his head to observe the diamond monster. It was laying on the ground silently. Its eyes did not even move, as though it was a lifeless object. Shi Xiaobai gathered his killing intent and was surprised to discover that the diamond monster only had one fatal red line on its body. Furthermore, the red line was located in the core of the diamond ball. The motionless line was very thin and short. This was the diamond monster's only weakness. It was completely hidden in its interior, making it equivalent to not having any weakness at all. At this moment, Mu Yuesheng walked towards Shi Xiaobai's side. She whispered, "Anything other than physical attacks seem to be completely ineffective against the diamond monster. My electric bolt, the flame and ice attacks of other rookies were absorbed the moment they touched the diamond monster. However, its physical defense is equally terrifying. Dozens of them attacked at the same time but failed to even leave a mark. They didn't even manage to shake it." When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he was slightly surprised. Non-physical attacks were ineffective, and its physical defense was extremely heaven-defying. What sort of history did such a diamond monster have? As Shi Xiaobai pondered, he walked forward and came to a spot 3 meters away from the diamond monster. Everyone gradually quietened down. They cast their gazes at Shi Xiaobai. Although they verbally said that they believed that Shi Xiaobai could change the impossible into reality, they were still not certain. This was because the diamond monster's defense was too exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that they suspected if the diamond monster was something the assessment program deliberately released to eliminate them. Shi Xiaobai reached out his right hand as a black beam of light bloomed. A black sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, golden points of light began emerging out of the ground as they quickly gathered towards Shi Xiaobai's body, giving his body a golden luster. Everyone held their breaths. Their hearts were both filled with anticipation and also disturbed. Shi Xiaobai suddenly took a step forward and slashed out. A golden sword beam struck the diamond monster like dawn casting its first light. Boom! An explosion resounded as the golden beam shattered. Dust flew into the sky and it was not immediately apparent as to what had happened. But soon, the golden light dissipated and the dust settled. Everyone drew a gasp. That diamond monster still remained unmoved. Not a single mark was left on it. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. A mocking laughter resounded. The youth from before derided, "Look, this is the Shi Xiaobai all of you were constantly harping on. Just that bit of attack, what can it do?" The crowd did not speak. They only gave the youth a glance like they were watching a retard. This strike was clearly the most simple beginner sword. Although he had activated his sword truth, this was clearly a simple move for Shi Xiaobai. He was just testing the diamond monster's defense. Everyone's eyes were on Shi Xiaobai, waiting for his next strike. The next strike was the real attack. But what astonished everyone was Shi Xiaobai putting away the black sword. Following that, he turned around and walked back. The crowd was alarmed. Shi Xiaobai had given up? Did he realize that the diamond monster's defense was impenetrable after a test strike, so he had given up? Of course, Shi Xiaobai did not give up. However, this strike that seemed like an ordinary beginner's sword actually had terrifying destructive power. In terms of destructive power, it was not much weaker than the Kuan Pang sword technique with sword truth activated. Such power could not even shake the diamond monster, indicating how powerful its defense was. I will have to use that move. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai walked towards Matzi and company. Under everyone's astonished stares, he came in front of Kevin. Kevin immediately felt a sense of foreboding as he said with a dry laugh, "What's the matter?" Shi Xiaobai did not say a word as he reached out his right hand towards Kevin's chest. This action gave everyone a fright. They had seen this scene before. Back at the 5th level, Shi Xiaobai had once retrieved a pair of shoes from the brown-haired girl beside him. They immediately realized what Shi Xiaobai was planning on doing, but they found it extremely odd. Touching a chick's chest was a welfare that made people jealous. But touching a guy's chest? Fuck, that's just disgusting. However, the imagined gross scene did not appear. This was because when Shi Xiaobai's right hand reached about 10 centimeters away from Kevin's chest, a circle of light appeared by Kevin's chest. A short sword flew out of his chest and landed in Shi Xiaobai's hand. Kevin stared at Shi Xiaobai and realized that he could not resist at all. When this scene landed in Mu Yuesheng's eyes, she gaped and thought, there was no need for his hand to be so close? Then why? Heavens, it was horrifying on pondering. Shi Xiaobai transformed the short sword in his hand into a blob of light and stretched both his hands into it. When Mu Yuesheng saw this scene, she could not help but turn towards Kevin and asked, "How do you feel now, Dot?" Kevin shook his head and said, "Nothing. That's not right. This genius is feeling pissed now. This bastard was so nice and friendly when he borrowed your powers, but now when it comes to my turn, he extracted it without a word. I didn't even get to react." Mu Yuesheng fell silent. The feeling of her powers being borrowed was bone-chilling. It made her even lack the energy to walk. But now, Kevin did not feel a thing. Could it be that there was a difference between men and women? Or could it be that Shi Xiaobai had always been going for a long con? Mu Yuesheng did not dare to think further. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai had finished his energy reconstruction. He had transformed the short sword into a meshed boxing glove. Shi Xiaobai wore the boxing glove and walked towards the diamond monster. When Shi Xiaobai came before the diamond monster, he turned sideways and arched his right knee. His right hand formed a fist as he went into a pose of punching it at any time. Everyone was alarmed. Shi Xiaobai was planning on using his fist to attack the diamond monster? Wasn't Shi Xiaobai a swordsman? Shi Xiaobai grinned and said, "It's time to bring out the big guns." Swordsman? Shi Xiaobai was never a swordsman. Sword techniques were just one of his hobbies. Speaking of which, this move had not been used in a while. It was the most damaging offensive attack Shi Xiaobai had. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, This King Has a Diamond, Do You Have Applause? Chapter 313, This King Has a Diamond, Do You Have Applause? Shi Xiaobai turned sideways and formed a fist as he went into a pose of punching it at any time. Everyone was alarmed. This was because they had an impression that Shi Xiaobai was a swordsman with extremely profound swordsmanship. And for Shi Xiaobai to suddenly pull out a short sword, form the blonde youth's body, and then use some unknown means to transform the short sword into a meshed punching glove, the series of preparations appeared as though it was for the upcoming punch. Could Shi Xiaobai be like the hero, One Pun? He usually uses a sword, but his true killer move is his punch. Using his fist to attack the diamond monster? To tell the truth, I'm not optimistic about it. Why doesn't he use that sword strike that instantly killed the bloody figure? Is Shi Xiaobai's punch even stronger than that single sword strike? The crowd broke out into discussion as they stared intently at Shi Xiaobai. They were probably looking forward to Shi Xiaobai's punch giving everyone a pleasant surprise, but they were also worried that it would not be effective. The diamond monster's physical defense was too exaggerated. What sort of punch was needed to even shake it? The people who anticipated this the most were Mozi, Kevin, and Mu Yuesheng. This was because they had seen Shi Xiaobai's punch twice. First, it was during the four-person collective training when Shi Xiaobai punched through a steel wall. The other time was when Shi Xiaobai punched through the stadium's walls during the battle exchange, appearing in a domineering fashion. They knew that the power of Shi Xiaobai's punch was extremely exaggerated, but they did not know how Shi Xiaobai produced such a punch. This was because in the two prior events, they had only seen the outcome of the punch, but not its process. And at this moment, they could finally witness Shi Xiaobai using this punch. Furthermore, he had obtained Kevin's superpower, Price of Might, augmenting that punch. The trio did not even want to blink their eyes, afraid that they would miss the stunning scene. And logically speaking, the more powerful a punch, the faster the fist was swung. Punches with explosive power usually were so fast that one couldn't even see it with the naked eye. Everyone stared with widened eyes, hoping to catch that instant when Shi Xiaobai punched out. However, 10 seconds quickly passed. Shi Xiaobai was still maintaining the pose of gathering his strength with his fist closed. Why is he not moving? Is he gathering strength? Some of the rookies felt their eyes hurting and could not help but complain. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "No, Shi Xiaobai is moving. Look at his fist, isn't it moving very subtly? It seems, it's moving forward by a tiny bit?" With this said, everyone looked seriously over. After quietly watching for more than 10 seconds, they immediately noticed a detail they did not notice from before. It's true. Shi Xiaobai's fist is really moving. It's moving, but with my titanium divine eyes, I visually estimate Shi Xiaobai's fist to be moving 0.001 millimeters per second. Fuck, what the hell is that speed that's slower than a snail's crawl? This must be a form of gathering strength, right? But if this was something cookie-cutter, shouldn't Shi Xiaobai suddenly punch out, causing everyone to fail to react in time? He is probably trying to paralyze our attention, so as to create a... Forget it, I can't bullshit any further. It can't be? Then wouldn't we need to constantly stare at Shi Xiaobai's process of him punching? Fuck, my eyes are so sore. Where's my refresh eye drops? The rookies began cursing. They now felt that Shi Xiaobai was being naughty. In order to create the effect of a sudden strike, he had come up with this lame drama to create a false impression. They could only continue waiting till the moment Shi Xiaobai was done with his games. They had to wait for that sudden and unexpected punch that struck out like lightning. That punch was definitely going to be as fast as lightning with shocking power. That was what everyone had on their minds. However, a minute passed again. The lightning punch did not appear as they expected, but Shi Xiaobai's fist had at least succeeded in moving a few centimeters forward. No, I can't take it anymore. If I keep staring with full focus, my eyes will rot from soreness. What is Shi Xiaobai actually doing? Does he really plan on using that turtle speed punch to strike the diamond monster? Don't think too much about it. Shi Xiaobai must be pulling a trick on us. Wait and see. The moment you relax, he will suddenly punch out and give you a fright. I've been places. It's cookie cutter. I've seen plenty of cookie cutter tricks of trying to create the mood. Yeah, I'm waiting. I want to see when Shi Xiaobai's punch will strike out. Sigh, it's really leaving me hanging. Some people had given up on staring intently at Shi Xiaobai. Seeing how Shi Xiaobai's fist moved forward at a few centimeters per minute, they could only say, "Bro, give us a quick one, can you?" There were others who stared even more intently, as though they were waiting for fireworks in great anticipation. If not, they were like gamers sticking to the game, bent on obtaining victory. They all believed that Shi Xiaobai's punch would be completed in an instant. And that instant was a short moment in time. It would be even shorter than fireworks, brighter than meteors, something worth looking forward to more than the sunrise. When exactly would this punch strike out in an instant? Everyone waited. Waiting and waiting. Waiting till the flowers wilted. Waiting till their eyes went blurry. Waiting till their hair went white. Waiting till the heavens aged. Waiting till the earth wizened. Waiting till the seas dried up. Waiting till the stones crumbled. Waiting till. However, there was no blooming of fireworks, nor streaking of meteors. The sunrise didn't even fucking appear. The sudden punch everyone was looking forward to did not appear at all. Shi Xiaobai's fist had undergone a long period of more than 10 minutes, crossing over mountains and seas, experiencing a series of 81 tribulations before finally arriving in front of the diamond monster at a turtle's pace. With only a few centimeters left, his fist would finally be able to touch the diamond monster. The rookies wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. Some of them had stared for too long, so their eyes were sore. There were others who were crying from their infuriation. Fuck, if he weren't Shi Xiaobai, I would have rushed up to beat him up. It's been more than 10 minutes. What are we waiting for? Could it be that his punch will suddenly do something explosive at the final centimeter? Don't be silly. An explosive punch requires the support of an arm's strength. Without a buffer distance, it's impossible to produce the strength of the arm. I guess that Shi Xiaobai will suddenly retract his arm and then strike out again. But I want to say, was all that time waiting fucking fed to the dogs? Sigh, I'm disheartened. I can't hold out anymore. Shi Xiaobai, quickly do your punch and soothe our hearts, can you? At this moment, there was nearly no one paying full attention to Shi Xiaobai. Even Motzi and company had given up the idea of capturing the moment Shi Xiaobai punched out. It had been more than 10 minutes. Their eyes were turning blind from fatigue. They could not understand what Shi Xiaobai was doing. Why did he create this cookie-cutter scene for more than 10 minutes? If the person who did so was not Shi Xiaobai, the person would have incurred public outrage. However, from what Shi Xiaobai had done during the trials, it left everyone with no choice but to wait patiently. Now, what they were waiting for was the moment Shi Xiaobai was done messing around or the moment he would stop being so naughty that made them too deep for tears. Just as everyone relaxed, Shi Xiaobai's fist slowly and gently touched the diamond monster's diamond body. Shi Xiaobai's turtle speed divine punch was finally completed after nearly 20 minutes. This was the longest time Shi Xiaobai had spent gathering strength for the turtle speed divine punch. In the past, he can only gather strength for less than 5 minutes, because 5 minutes of turtle speed divine punch was the limit of what his arm could bear. However, when Shi Xiaobai started charging turtle speed divine punch, he was shocked to discover that his right arm's defense had reached unimaginable height. Shi Xiaobai pondered for a moment before immediately realizing why. Back when the absolute choice punished him by sealing his right arm, this turtle as hardest was constantly in operation. A seal that could make his right hand completely immobile was in effect equivalent to a near-infinite damage. During the 12 hours, this turtle as hardest was constantly converting the seal's damage to enhance his right arm's defense values. As such, his right arm's defense value had reached an unimaginable point. It was practically the legendary Qilan's arm. This was probably how weal and woe depended on each other. In short, Shi Xiaobai's punch that gathered strength for 20 minutes was actually nowhere near the limit of what his right arm could bear. However, Shi Xiaobai felt that 20 minutes were already sufficient. 5 minutes of turtle speed divine punch had always been the strongest offensive technique Shi Xiaobai had. However, as it required too much time to gather strength, he had never had a chance to use it in actual battle. As for every minute the turtle speed divine punch gathered strength with, the power increased by several times. What sort of concept was a 20-minute turtle speed divine punch? Even more crazy was how this punch was augmented by a price of might punching glove. Even Shi Xiaobai was unsure how powerful this punch would be. Therefore, the moment which everyone no longer looked forward to, but Shi Xiaobai himself anticipated for 20 minutes came. His fist gently touched the diamond monster's body. A turtle speed divine punch at the heaven-defying level was completed. Boom! An explosion that nearly shattered eardrums boomed. The crowd was given a scare. They nearly had a heart attack because of it as they immediately stared at the source of the explosion. Then, they saw a stunning scene which made them exclaim, "Holy shit!" The diamond monster was gone. It had shattered into diamond fragments on the ground. The hill behind the diamond monster was gone. A hill that was dozens of meters high had been hit by the fist winds, which immediately leveled it. The rookie stared dumbfounded and remained silent for a long while. Even Motzi and company were confounded, much less Feng Yuanlin and others. Their mouths were so wide open that a few chicken eggs could be stuffed in them. This punch had refreshed their view of the world. Shi Xiaobai was very pleased with the outcome of this fist. After all, this was augmented by the price of might. Furthermore, it was the turtle speed divine punch that had gathered strength for 20 minutes. The power of that one punch leveling the hill was also within expectations. Shi Xiaobai very calmly retracted his fist while everyone stared at him in a daze. He picked up a diamond fragment from the ground. Although it was described as a diamond fragment, it was much bigger than any diamond rings on the market. And these diamond fragments were plentiful. They blanketed the ground in a nearly uncountable spread. Shi Xiaobai turned around to look at the crowd that was still in a daze. He waved the diamond in his hand and said with a grin, "This king has a diamond, do you have any applause? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 314, We Have a Deal. Chapter 314, We Have a Deal. This king has a diamond, do you have any applause? This sentence broke the silence that was a result of extreme shock. Finally, everyone managed to react. They were already at a loss as to how to express their feelings. So shouldn't they express it with applause? There should be applause here. A cacophony of cheers, deafening applause erupted. The rookies clapped with all their might as they cheered and screamed excitedly. They looked at Shi Xiaobai with shock and adulation in their eyes. What they wanted was only for Shi Xiaobai to be able to move the diamond monster that dozens of them had been helpless against. What Shi Xiaobai gave them was punching the diamond monster into fragments. His fist's wind pressure that flattened a hill shocked them beyond words. That punch had overturned their imaginations. And for them to be able to witness this punch, it was a shock, as well as an honor, but mostly excitement. This punch would definitely shock the nation. However, even if we tell it to others, others might not even believe us. A rookie at the psionic mortal realm flattening a hill with a single punch, and furthermore, it was from the wind pressure. It's as if it's a dream. The 20-minute wait was not for nothing. Shi Xiaobai is just too cool. He has never disappointed. Previously, I viewed Shi Xiaobai as a monster, but now, Shi Xiaobai is a god in my heart. Ah. Shi Xiaobai, I love you. I want to have your children. The crowd experienced in euphoria as their applause lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it came to an end. Some of their palms had turned red from their clapping, but they continued clapping with all their might. A few girls were screaming at the top of their lungs, Shi Xiaobai, I want to have your children. Mixed in it were a few shameless gays. If the various actions Shi Xiaobai had done at the trials left them in admiration and worship, this punch now made them feel like revering him. They could only use their applause and screams to vent the impulse to kneel before him. As the applause gradually waned, Shi Xiaobai was still enjoying the process. He said to everyone, take these diamonds. The ground was littered with diamonds and rightfully belonged to him. However, he did not value money that much. Furthermore, dozens of these people were his protectors. They had once protected him on the 5th level. Although they had fled because of the bloody figure, it was an understandable act. What they did was sufficient. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai wished to use these diamonds to reward them in return. When a number of rookies heard Shi Xiaobai's words, their eyes lit up as they looked at the diamonds that covered the ground. They could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, a struggle flashed in the eyes of a few rookies. They loudly said, no, we can't take it. These diamonds should belong to you. These rookies refused it as they found it embarrassing to take the diamonds. The other rookies who wanted the diamonds were momentarily at a loss whether to proceed or not. Shi Xiaobai sincerely said, if none of you are taking them, this king will not take a single one. The rookies were stunned and were unsure as to what to do. At this moment, Xiaozi suddenly walked to Shi Xiaobai's side. The rookies immediately cast their gazes on this pretty girl that was as pretty as a pixie. Xiaozi squatted down and picked up a diamond. Turning to the crowd, she softly said, this isn't a diamond, but Xiaobai's good intentions. I want one. Xiaozi kept the diamond with a smile and turned to look at Shi Xiaobai. She said gently, thank you. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised and felt inexplicably happy. Not only did the girl have beauty, she also had an empathetic heart. Shi Xiaobai softly said, you're welcome. The rookies gradually began to react. I want a piece of Shi Xiaobai's good intentions. Me too. Shall we each take one? One is enough. The rookies began muttering to themselves as they walked forward. Shi Xiaobai said, there's no need to push. Form a line, and don't only take one. Take as many as you wish. The rookies naturally obeyed Shi Xiaobai's words. Immediately, they formed very orderly lines, and as there were just too many diamond fragments, no one was afraid that there wouldn't be enough for the people in the back. The rookies began picking diamonds from the ground. Most people only took one, but there were some who were relatively greedy. They thickened their skin and took a few, but no one took more than 5. Even though Shi Xiaobai was chatting with Xiaozi and did not even turn his head over, the rookies still refrained from being overly greedy. With Xiaozi defining the diamonds as Shi Xiaobai's good intentions, it would be a waste of Shi Xiaobai's thoughts if they did not take it. If they were too greedy, it would be a defilement of Shi Xiaobai's well intentions. The rookies who could reach the 6th level were basically the cream of the crop of the organization's rookies. They had their own code of ethics. One person did not line up and instead hesitated for a long while before he walked towards Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai turned around and was slightly surprised. The person who walked over was the one who derided him of not being able to move the diamond monster no matter how much strength he used. He was the youth that had even declared to run naked. The youth walked in front of Shi Xiaobai and gave a deep bow. He said loudly, sorry. It turned out he was here to apologize. Shi Xiaobai smiled and said, there's no need to apologize. This king did not put your words to heart. It's commendable for you to take the initiative to apologize. Just take note in the future. The youth looked up to give Shi Xiaobai a glance as he said sincerely, "Thank you for your magnanimity. I was actually blinded by jealousy, so I spoke without thinking. However, after witnessing that one punch, I'm convinced from the bottom of my heart. Brother Shi Xiaobai, only a heroic figure like you is worthy of a beauty like sister-in-law." Shi Xiaobai was slightly alarmed. What the heck did he mean by sister-in-law? Shi Xiaobai immediately came to a realization as he turned to glance at Xiaozi, who was standing to his right. He noticed that she was beaming while looking at him, her eyes filled with joy and shyness. Before Shi Xiaobai explained, the youth said once again, "Brother Shi Xiaobai, I definitely am too ashamed to want the diamond. And I feel that just a verbal apology is not enough. As a real man, I have to live up to my promises. I'll run around naked in the forest." Shi Xiaobai jumped in fright as he hurriedly said, "Don't. The youth firmly shook his head, "No, I have to run naked. Don't worry, I'll stay far away so that no one will see me." After the youth said this, he resolutely turned around and charged towards the forest. Shi Xiaobai was rendered speechless. This youth was quite a character, but revealing his dick was something that hurt both others and himself. Let's hope no one is unlucky enough to contaminate their eyes. Ba. Shi Xiaobai sighed and noticed Xiaozi beside him staring at him with a burning gaze. Immediately, he felt a headache as he said, "This king already has." "I know." Xiaozi cut off Shi Xiaobai's words and said softly, "I know you have a girlfriend, and I wish that you were single-minded towards your girlfriend, never to go astray. Just treat me as a transient guest in your life. Maybe we will never have a chance to meet again after this trial. I have no other wishes. As long as I can stay by your side, experiencing an interesting escapade, it will be enough to allow me to have memories to accompany in my loneliness." Shi Xiaobai could clearly see the desire in the girl's eyes and the deep affection she had in her words, but he could not understand why she had so much affection for him despite having just met. However, Shi Xiaobai was somewhat moved. He could not refuse a small request of her staying by his side to experience an exciting escapade. At this moment, Xiaozi gave a sweet smile and said, "Later on, during the slaying of the dragon, can you stay by my side? You know that I'm very weak." Shi Xiaobai nodded and declared seriously, "This king will definitely stay by your side and protect you." The ends of Xiaozi's lips curled upward slightly as she turned her head to the side and whispered, "We have a deal." "Yeah." Shi Xiaobai nodded his head heavily. At this moment, the rookies that had lined up were finally done picking up the diamonds. Shi Xiaobai felt somewhat helpless when he turned to take a look. The diamonds that filled the ground had only reduced slightly. There were still countless diamonds that filled the ground. Shi Xiaobai said in a speechless manner, "Why aren't all of you getting more?" The rookies hurriedly shook their heads as they said, "It's enough, we can't take any more." Shi Xiaobai fell silent. How could he keep that many diamonds in his pockets? Should he just leave them there? Just as Shi Xiaobai was feeling vexed as to what to do with the diamonds, he felt something by his waist shake a few times. Shi Xiaobai was slightly taken aback as he stretched his hand into his pocket. Immediately, he touched the item that was moving. When he took it out, it was a golden ball. Master Conquest Ball? Shi Xiaobai was surprised and immediately remembered the thousand-eyed demon sovereign that was reduced to a mini white dog after it entered the Master Conquest Ball. For the ball to suddenly shake, could it be that the tiny white dog wanted to come out? With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai pressed the open button on the golden ball as a golden beam shot out. To everyone's amazement, a tiny white dog that stood up like a human appeared in midair. The tiny white dog had snow-white skin with its paws retracted to its chest. Its big, watery eyes made it look extremely cute and very clever. "Wow, so cute. What is this? It's quite cute." The crowd exclaimed in praises. However, the moment the tiny white dog appeared out of the Master Conquest Ball, it flew towards the diamonds with a swish. Its speed astounded everyone. After the tiny white dog landed on the pile of diamonds, it began picking up diamonds. Its eyes were squinted while it produced cries of happiness. However, the tiny white dog was just too tiny. It would pick up a diamond with one paw and hold the diamonds to its chest with the other. Soon, it could not hold anymore. Every diamond picked caused another diamond to immediately drop. The tiny white dog spent a long time picking, but it did not pick more than 10. It finally realized that it was impossible for it to pick up all the diamonds. Immediately, it turned around to look at Shi Xiaobai with watery, pleading eyes. It let out a whining call. It didn't sound like a dog's bark, but more like a sultry cat's mew. Quite a number of girls had their hearts melting. However, Shi Xiaobai felt a black cloud over his head. Although the tiny white dog had apparently lost its memory after being conquered by the Master Conquest Ball, making it resemble a child, its greedy nature did not change at all. Shi Xiaobai sighed. The whining calls of the tiny white dog and its teary eyes were just too cute. It made him unable to sit idly. Shi Xiaobai considered for a moment and walked towards the pile of diamonds. Opening the golden ball in his hand, he scanned the diamonds, and immediately, a golden beam of light bloomed. Like a vacuum, the golden ball instantly swept up all the diamonds on the ground together with the tiny white dog. Since the Master Conquest Ball had space within it, it was likely able to store the pile of diamonds. Indeed, the golden ball did not move anymore. The tiny white dog was probably drunk on enjoying itself in the diamond pile. Shi Xiaobai turned to see everyone looking at him with strange looks. Clearly, they felt somewhat speechless about the endless stream of weird things on his body. Shi Xiaobai coughed lightly and said, "Let's go. Let's go slay the dragon." After saying that, Shi Xiaobai took the lead to walk into the mountain valley. Xiao followed closely beside him. With the duo standing side by side, their backs looked like an immortal couple. The crowd immediately followed behind him with smiles. 3 minutes later, they had traveled through the leveled hill and finally came to the dragon's location indicated on the map. The mountain valley was large, incredibly large. The mountains that surrounded the valley were far away towards the horizons. However, there was nothing in the valley, only barren soil and desolate rocks. There were no trees, grass, or any life. Of course, there was no so-called dragon. Where's the dragon? The map indicates it to be here. We shouldn't have gotten lost, right? That's not right. The first 4 dragons were waiting for us at the spot the map indicated. Why is this dragon playing hide and seek? Hide and seek? Can you even see somewhere for the dragon to hide in this valley? Could we be scammed by the system? Think about that diamond monster. If not for Shi Xiaobai, we would have been stuck here. Now, even the dragon has disappeared. It's clearly planned so that we won't be able to clear the level. The rookies were tremendously confused as they broke out into discussion. Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings as he suddenly felt a sense of ominous foreboding. There was a problem with this place. Shi Xiaobai thought in his mind. At this moment, time suddenly came to a halt. Make your choice, youth. The familiar fiery voice resounded in his head once again as the world came to an instantaneous standstill. A few lines of black text slowly materialized in front of Shi Xiaobai. Choice 1, save all rookies in Dragon Mountain Valley, B-level reward. Choice 2, prevent Xiao from raging, B-level reward. Choice 3, push down the raging Xiao, A-level reward. Make your choice, youth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Sudden Turn of Events. Chapter 315, Sudden Turn of Events. Choice 1, save all rookies in Dragon Mountain Valley, B-level reward. Choice 2, prevent Xiao from raging, B-level reward. Choice 3, push down the raging Xiao, A-level reward. Seeing the 3 choices in front of him, Shi Xiaobai was somewhat dumbfounded. Prevent Xiaozi from raging? Push down the raging Xiaozi? What the heck was this? Did the choices mean that Xiaozi was about to rage? Shi Xiaobai could not know beforehand why Xiaozi would rage, nor could he imagine what would happen after Xiaozi raged. After suffering a headache for a moment, he decided to temporarily put aside those two choices. This time, the absolute choice did not have any gentle reminders and there were three choices. Shi Xiaobai had encountered such a type of absolute choice only twice, the first being saving little Fatso, and the second was saving Chen Lingxuan. This type of absolute choice was the kind Shi Xiaobai did not wish to encounter the most. Furthermore, this absolute choice was different from the previous two. All three choices in the absolute choice this time had very high rewards. Even the lowest was a B-level reward. According to past experience, trying to complete something with a B-level reward was already rather difficult. Heading to the underworld to save Chen Lingxuan was only a B-level reward after all. As Shi Xiaobai could only temporarily put the second and third choices aside, he could only choose the first one, choice 1, save all rookies in Dragon Mountain Valley, B-level reward. Shi Xiaobai was in no hurry to make the choice as he began to seriously contemplate. Dragon Mountain Valley was clearly the valley they were currently in. The meaning of the choice's words was very simple. Save the rookies that numbered more than 40. But in a trial, saving could have two ways of interpretation. First, it was to save the lives of all the rookies, while the second was to prevent the rookies from being eliminated. The former was much easier than the latter. This was because elimination was too simple. A random appearance of a dragon might cause a few people to shout the exit command, and if it was to save the lives of the rookies, the exit command could be used as a lifesaver for the rookies. There was no need for Shi Xiaobai to save them. However, Shi Xiaobai actually did not hope that the save meant saving lives. This was because this was a B-level difficulty choice. It was impossible for the saving to be simple. If it was saving lives, that meant that matters that would cause the deaths of the rookies would happen next. But, what sort of crisis or life-threatening danger would happen in this large and empty valley? What would cause the rookies to not be able to even say the exit command? Shi Xiaobai considered for a very long time until the absolute choice began counting down. Only then did he choose choice 1. Stop time began turning once again. A dead silence filled the desolate valley. The gray-brown earth looked rather cold and the boulders that littered the ground had been weathered by the elements. It added to the vast and empty valley an additional flavor of the vicissitudes of time. This spot was clearly where the dragon was, but not only was there no dragon, there was not even a bug to be seen. It was as though it was a holy land of dead creatures, a forbidden ground to the living. Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings once again with utmost seriousness. Other than the undulating mountain range across the horizons, all he saw was the brown soil and rugged boulders. Seeing this lifeless scene, Shi Xiaobai suddenly felt an eerie and terrifying aura. A sense of ominous foreboding rose in him. Shi Xiaobai turned his head. A pair of amber eyes were staring at him as they glowed slightly. They were Xiaozi's eyes. Shi Xiaobai immediately recalled the two choices that he could not make heads or tails of. Preventing Xiaozi from raging was the same difficulty as saving everyone. How hard was it to prevent this? Raging most likely referred to losing reason due to infuriation. Was Xiaozi actually a person who could not control her raging temper? Shi Xiaobai softly said to Xiaozi, "In a while, regardless of what happens, you have to remind yourself to maintain your calm. Also, do not go further than 3 meters from this king." Although he had not chosen choice 2, Shi Xiaobai wanted to take preventive measures. He wanted to see if he could prevent the instance of her raging, something which he had no idea how it would happen. Xiaozi quizzically blinked her eyes before nodding and saying, "All right." Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, and finally could not help but ask, "If, this king is saying if you were to encounter something that is extremely infuriating, so maddening that you would lose all reason, what might you possibly do?" Shi Xiaobai's intuition told him that Xiaoxi's raging would be a terrifying matter. Xiaoxi frowned slightly. She was clearly curious why Shi Xiaobai was suggesting such a hypothetical situation, but she did not ask. Instead, she fell into deep thought for a moment before gently saying, "I don't know. That's because even though I have been infuriated, I have never lost my reason." When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he was filled with even more questions. If Xiaoxi really never lost her reason, what would happen next that would cause her to rage? What could have happened that would reach a B-level reward when prevented? Shi Xiaobai was left clueless. He could only think of a way to not let Xiaoxi wander too far from him and see how he could do his best at protecting Xiaoxi, whether he could inadvertently prevent the baffling raging. There was something urgent that troubled Shi Xiaobai as well. He needed to save all the rookies present, even though he did not know what would happen at all. At this moment, the rookies had begun searching the valley, but they did not find even a grass, worm or fly. Why do I find this place so gloomy? The weather is clearly very hot, but my back is cold. Me too. I keep feeling like something is watching us. I'm almost having goosebumps. This valley doesn't have a dragon at all. What shall we do? Should we wait here till the dragon returns or go to the other end of the valley to take a look? This place is slightly odd. Shall we quickly get out of here? The rookies sounded out. There was nothing living in the desolate valley. The dead silence was dreadful. Shi Xiaobai thought for a moment before saying to the crowd, "Since the dragon is not in the valley, why don't we leave this place? This king also finds this place somewhat odd. Something bad might happen if we stay here any longer." Although this valley only had gray soil and rugged boulders, it gave Shi Xiaobai a feeling that danger lurked everywhere. He felt that it was best if he led the crowd in departing. Due to the stunning punch from before, Shi Xiaobai enjoyed an extremely high status among the rookies that numbered more than 40. Therefore, they would choose to listen to anything Shi Xiaobai said as long as it wasn't problematic. Furthermore, it was not only one rookie who found the atmosphere in the valley eerie. The crowd immediately echoed him and began planning to leave the valley. Shi Xiaobai warned them, "Everyone, do not split apart. Pay attention to protecting each other." Shi Xiaobai was constantly wary of danger happening at any moment. Therefore, he said those words with a very serious expression. However, the rookies did not notice this and did not put Shi Xiaobai's words to heart. The silent valley felt gloomy, but there was not a single bug. What danger could there be? The rookies nodded their heads in response. They did not gather together with nervous expressions, but instead, they walked towards the valley's exit in scattered groups. Shi Xiaobai did not say anything more as well. It was not convincing to stress the dangers of an empty valley. Shi Xiaobai could only focus on the exit. He stood in the rear, while Xiaoxi quietly stood beside him. "What's the matter? You've been looking odd from just a moment ago till now. Are you not feeling well?" Xiaoxi asked out of concern. Shi Xiaobai shook his head and softly said, "Nothing important. It's just that this king has an ominous foreboding, but..." At this moment, the rookies walking right in front had walked out of the exit. Nothing dangerous had happened, and with a few rookies safely departing, the rookies behind followed closely behind. Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. It appeared as though the danger did not lie in this strange valley. However, Shi Xiaobai did not relax his vigilance. He was still constantly monitoring everything around him. Logically speaking, this vast mountain valley had nothing obstructing it, and that should result in strong winds, but having walked in here for more than a few minutes, there was not even the tiniest of breezes. All he could hear was the shuffling of feet and the occasional conversations, nothing else. The rookies streamed out of the valley's exit, with more than 10 rookies having left the valley. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang in the empty valley. Shi Xiaobai's heart leaped as he widened his eyes. He saw in the crowd a laughing rookie walking while his entire head suddenly disappeared, leaving behind half his neck. Hot blood spewed out of the broken neck, splattering on the rookies around him. The girl closest to him had her face completely splattered with blood as she issued a scream of fear. In just an instant, this rookie, who was right in the middle of the crowd, had his head severed in front of Shi Xiaobai's eyes. Furthermore, at the instant his head was severed, his head did not fly into the air before dropping to the ground. Instead, it had instantly disappeared into thin air. What the hell was going on? What just happened? The valley was still the valley that had nothing. Other than them, there was no other creature. Yet, a rookie had suddenly his head cleaved off in front of everyone else. They did not even know what had happened. Make your choice, youth. Shi Xiaobai fell into a trance for a moment before the scene in front of him changed. Shi Xiaobai was not given any time to probe the situation. The moment the rookie's head was cleaved off, the rookie had only a few seconds of thought before dying. It also meant the failure of the choice. Time wound back to the moment the absolute choice appeared. Everyone was still standing in the middle of the valley. Time stood still, and in front of Shi Xiaobai were the 3 rows of black text that had already materialized. There were still the 3 choices, as well as the fiery voice that incessantly resounded in his mind. Make your choice, youth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Blood Red Fireworks. Chapter 316, Blood Red Fireworks. The scene of that rookie being beheaded came too sudden. The moment his head separated from his neck, it had disappeared as well, as though it had been swallowed by the air. Although Shi Xiaobai was paying attention to the movement of the crowd, the rookie was in the middle of the group, and the speed at which he was beheaded was too fast. He did not manage to catch the entire process. His timely glance only allowed him to see the rookie's neck tear apart from the middle, while blood spewed out like a fountain. The scene was bloody and terrifying, but it was even weirder. However, Shi Xiaobai had instantly forced himself to calm down. His strong state of mind allowed him to remain calm as he observed the blood-spewing wound while facing the bloody scene. Life was fragile, it was as though a gentle wind could break it. However, life was also tough. Even when beheaded, one's mind was able to remain active for a second or two. The rookie struggled instinctively before his death, buying a second or two for Shi Xiaobai. This 1 or 2 seconds were very precious and Shi Xiaobai did not waste any of it. He stared intently at the half of the bloody neck. Before the corpse collapsed to the ground, he discovered a very critical piece of information. Shi Xiaobai's eyes were very good, so when he focused from afar, he discovered that the broken neck seemed like a neat, clean cut, but through the spewing blood, he could see a tiny row of holes. The rookie's head was not cut, pulled, or twisted off, but bitten off. A cold beam flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes as the fiery voice constantly repeated in his head. Make your choice, youth. Shi Xiaobai chose choice 1 without any hesitation, save all rookies in Dragon Mountain Valley. Shi Xiaobai looked up and surveyed the air above the mountain valley. Shi Xiaobai had judged from the rookie's wound that his head had been bitten off. That meant the disappearing head must have been swallowed into the belly of an invisible monster. However, the sky was clear. There was not the slightest oddity. There was not even a gentle breeze blowing through the valley. Shi Xiaobai found his senses rather keen, with his 6th sense particularly empowering. However, he could not sense any indications of other lives. If there were truly a monster which had bitten off the rookie's head and swallowed it, that meant the monster was not only invisible, its aura, breathing and killing intent could be hidden. Its sounds could even be extinguished. If not, when the rookie's head was being bitten off, there should have been a sound, but there was none. What sort of monster could conceal itself in such an impossible manner? Could it be that the rookie's head was not bitten off? Shi Xiaobai fell silent for a moment. He said to the rookies that were discussing how gloomy the valley was, since the dragon is not in the valley, why don't we leave this place? This king also finds this place somewhat odd. Something bad might happen if we stay here any longer. Shi Xiaobai repeated what he had said previously ad verbatim. He had even deliberately mimicked his tone. The rookies agreed and began planning to leave the valley. Shi Xiaobai warned them, "Everyone, do not split apart. Pay attention to protecting each other." Just like before, the rookies did not put his words to heart as they walked towards the valley exit in scattered groups. Ka Xiaozi's concerned voice was heard once again, and Shi Xiaobai gave her the same answer. There was no difference from what had happened, as though it was a repeat of everything. And the rookie who had suffered decapitation was about to walk to the spot of his death. Shi Xiaobai had remembered the location in those valuable 1 or 2 seconds. As the rookie was walking, he was talking and laughing with the girl beside him. He looked rather relaxed. Shi Xiaobai did his best to control his emotions. He tried not to turn his gaze above the rookie's head as he hid the anger and killing intent in his heart, as though he was a killer lurking in the shadows, waiting for a prey to appear. 3, 2. A black beam suddenly bloomed in Shi Xiaobai's right hand as a black sword appeared. 1. Shi Xiaobai thundered angrily as he slashed at the rookie's head. Anger that exuded from the golden sword beam tore through the sky. If an invisible monster had truly eaten the rookie's head, that meant that the moment the rookie's head was severed, the monster's head would appear above the rookie. Shi Xiaobai's only chance was to grasp that fleeting moment. And this strike was timed perfectly. Roar! A roar winced with pain resounded in the sky above the valley. When the golden sword beam flew to the spot above the rookie's head, it had indeed struck something invisible. The sword beam shattered and at the same time, bright red blood burst out of the sky like a lotus bloom. The rookie and the girl beside him were drenched in the blood as they immediately gave panicked screams. The rookies turned their heads. Shi Xiaobai roared, "Quickly conjure your psionic barrier and defend. There are invisible monsters in the valley. Protect yourselves well." The crowd jumped in fright, but their reactions were not slow. They hurriedly conjured their psionic barriers. They looked up into the sky and saw nothing in mid-air, but there was blood constantly dropping. The monster only issued a cry after it was injured, but it no longer made a sound after that. However, there was no way to hide the wound caused by the sword strike. Blood was constantly dripping. The location where the blood dripped changed positions with every drip. Its trajectory was haphazard in the air, as though the invisible monster was moving in mid-air while rolling about in air due to the pain. The crowd could even imagine the picture of the monster flying around disorderly. However, other than the constantly dripping blood, they could not see a thing. What was most terrifying that although the monster was moving so violently, it did not make a sound. Despite moving so fast, it did not stir up even the slightest breeze. If not for the wound or the dripping blood, they would not be able to see, hear, or even sense the existence of the monster. Heavens, what monster is this? What should we do? It doesn't seem like invisibility is the only attribute the monster has. How terrifying. No wonder I kept feeling an eeriness in this valley. Just now, the monster had flown above my head. If not for Shi Xiaobai's strike, what would have happened? Would that monster mess up my hairstyle? What do we do now? Kill it? Quickly kill it. Once the blood in its wound clots up, we would not be able to see it any further. The rookies sounded out and felt somewhat nervous. There were already people suggesting to kill the monster. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai had struck once again. The rookies did not know what terrifying event would have happened if not for Shi Xiaobai's timely strike, therefore, they only panicked slightly but were not overly apprehensive. But for Shi Xiaobai, he could not forget the scene of that rookie having his head swallowed. A bloody death had previously appeared in front of his eyes as a cruel form of reality. Shi Xiaobai had to force himself to repress his grief and anger. In that previous second, he had calmly observed the wound on the rookie's neck. He also had to memorize the location of his death. The more negative emotions he had to repress, the deeper they went, and the anger that brewed turned more intense. Shi Xiaobai's killing intent was roused. Kill it, dot. Shi Xiaobai bellowed and charged at the invisible monster moving in midair. Although he still could not see the monster, the dripping blood from the wound exposed the monster's trajectory. Shi Xiaobai slashed out. Koan Peng's Sword of Wind, 10,000 Li Hurricane. A hurricane sword beam slashed into midair. There was a need for a certain level of judgment, as when the blood dripped, the monster would have moved away. There was no way to guess where it would go in the next second. There were 6 directions it could go. Roar! The sword hurricane struck something midair when a shrill roar was heard. Several blots of blood bloomed like flowers. It hit! The rookies exclaimed. It was not as simple as being hit. The monster had clearly been severely wounded by the strike. Although the monster was invisible, its defensive strength was extremely poor. However, after that one strike, blood was still dripping, and it became even more frequent. The trajectory of the moving monster also became strange and unpredictable. Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. He had a nagging feeling that the shrill cry was somewhat odd. At this moment, Feng Yuanlin roared, "Everyone attack together and kill this monster." After Feng Yuanlin said this, he was the first to throw his shield into the air. The other rookies immediately reacted. Since Shi Xiaobai had shouted "kill it," what were they waiting for? Mu Yuesheng raised her hands and shot out several bolts of lightning into the sky. Lu Yu waved upwards as numerous charms flew into the sky. And Mo began playing his flute, producing sonic waves into the sky. Zhou Chuchu lashed out with her whip towards the sky. Kevin picked up a rock from the ground and, using the price of might, hurled it towards the sky. Motzi constructed a psionic warhammer. With the burning inferno of grilling hammer, she shot it towards the sky. Over 40 of the other rookies began attacking as well, sending their attacks into the sky. However, the monster moved too fast, and its trajectory was too messy. There was no way to judge where the monster was from the dripping blood. At this moment, the crowd's attacks were not focused on one point, but spread out, nearly blanketing the entire sky. Therefore, even if they failed to accurately capture the monster's motion, there was no room for the monster to escape under such wide-scale attack. Explosions boomed one after another. The rookies pricked up their ears, waiting for the moment the scream would expose it amid the explosions. Roar! Very soon, the painful roar they were waiting for was heard, but it was not only one. Roar! 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 Roars began to fill the sky in every position like rolling thunder. At the same time, bursts of blood began blooming in the sky, as though there were blood-red fireworks filling the sky. Blood began to rain down like a torrential flood. Everyone was immediately left astounded. Shi Xiaobai similarly had a drastic change of expression. He finally understood why the second scream sounded somewhat odd. It was because the cry had subtle differences from the first cry. His 2 strikes had struck 2 different monsters. High above the valley, there was not only 1 or 2 invisible monsters. From the dense cries and blood, the number of invisible monsters probably numbered in the hundreds, into the thousands. At this moment of time, forlorn screams that caused one's expression to change were suddenly heard. Everyone turned their heads and they saw a rookie in the periphery with his psionic barrier shattered. His head and 4 limbs were probably bitten by 5 invisible monsters because the next moment, he was ripped apart. A scene more bloody than being ripped apart instantly appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, the rookies in the periphery suffered the attacks by the invisible monsters. Their psionic barriers were instantly shattered from an unknown direction, and immediately their bodies were separated for food. In just a second or two, the valley became hell on earth. Damn it! Shi Xiaobai's eyes turned red at that moment. He was extremely infuriated. Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice figuratively splashed a basin of cold water on his mind that was about to lose all reason. Time was wound back to the moment the absolute choice appeared. The 3 lines of black text in the quiet world seemed to illustrate the same thing. The second attempt at saving the rookies had failed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Massacre Induced by a Smelly Fart. Chapter 317, Massacre Induced by a Smelly Fart. Collapse. There were invisible bodies circling over Dragon Mountain Valley, invisible monsters which were impossible to detect through their auras or sounds. There was not only 1 or 2 of these monsters, but hundreds or even thousands. The seemingly clear sky was actually filled with dense monsters swimming through the air. One could not see them, hear them, or even sense their existence. When you let your guard down, thinking you were safe, they could very suddenly bite off your head, tearing you limb from limb, causing your tragic death in an unsuspecting manner. Such an invisible terror was chilling to the heart if one thought about it slightly. However, the rookies in front of Shi Xiaobai did not know they were in the midst of such horrors. The rookies who had their heads bitten off or even torn apart did not know the tragic outcomes they had experienced in another timeline. And in this timeline, without everything reset by the absolute choice, they could still talk and laugh, deriding how Dragon Mountain Valley did not have dragons, or discuss how gloomy and eerie the valley was, or chat about the impressive punch of Shi Xiaobai from before. The tragedy had yet to befall, but it was imminent. And the only person who knew of all this was Shi Xiaobai alone. He had to bear the heavy burden of saving them. But how was he to save them? Shi Xiaobai was somewhat at a loss this time. He could brainlessly use his sword techniques to attack the sky in an enveloping fashion. Even if they were invisible monsters, he was still able to kill them, but he would not be able to perfectly protect every rookie. As there were too many monsters, they could attack any person in an unpredictable manner. Shi Xiaobai's heart was feeling somewhat heavy, as though he was completely helpless. However, he could not abandon pondering over the matter because of this. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai thought of a questionable problem. Why did a monster suddenly attack the beheaded rookie only when the rookies were beginning to leave in the dozens, despite there being so many monsters above the valley? The second time, it was only when the rookies began attacking the sky did they start attacking the rookies after being injured. Logically speaking, with so many invisible monsters present, it was impossible for the rookies to withstand them if they had taken the initiative to attack as a whole. Yet, the monsters did not do so. From a certain point of view, their attacks were a result of provocation. In that case, could these monsters be mild in nature and would not take the initiative to attack the rookies? However, from the actions of them biting off the rookies' heads, they were likely brutal carnivores. What is going on? Shi Xiaobai was feeling perplexed, but his eyes gradually lit up. If he could not crack the puzzle, he might be able to do so in an opportunistic manner. Why did these carnivores that had the absolute advantage not take the initiative to attack in a group? Was it because they were gentle by nature despite being carnivorous? Or were they waiting for an opportunity? Or did they lack cohesion? Shi Xiaobai muttered to himself. Due to his heavy heart, he had accidentally verbalized the questions in his mind. However, it was extremely soft, nearly silent. However, there was a person constantly standing beside Shi Xiaobai. She had heard him utter those words to himself. Or, they are dreading something, resulting in them lacking the courage to act. Ka Xiaozi's gentle voice reached Shi Xiaobai's ears. This sentence was like the sudden sparkling of a star in the darkness. Shi Xiaobai ruminated over the words as his eyes slowly lit up. Dread. Shi Xiaobai softly said the word as a smile slowly suffused across his lips. The word dread immediately solved the biggest question on Shi Xiaobai's mind. Why were hundreds of invisible monsters, which clearly had the absolute advantage, not attacking until they were injured, an attack that was a result of rage? Why did the group of monsters pick the rookies in the periphery first when they counterattacked? Whereas Xiao Xiao and he were not attacked by any monster despite them being separated from the crowd as stragglers. The two questions could only be answered by the word dread. Were the monsters dreading him, or dreading? Shi Xiaobai turned his head to look at the girl beside him. She had long pink hair that were tied into two ponytails. She looked young and beautiful. Her eyes were large and bright, filled with vibrance. Her delicate facial features and petite body resembled that of a truly beautiful pixie. The monsters did not dare to attack even when they were injured and infuriated. They had not attacked the separated duo, either because they were dreading him or dreading Xiao Xiao. A more reasonable explanation would be that the power of his one punch had frightened the monsters. However, Shi Xiaobai had a baffling feeling. He felt that the monsters were dreading the girl beside him. Shi Xiaobai gave Xiao Xiao a meaningful glance before whispering, "Thank you." Xiao Xiao blinked and said with a laugh, "I don't remember doing anything that is worthy of being thanked for." Shi Xiaobai did not explain, but he knew how important were those words Xiao Xiao had said. Then, next there is only one question remaining. Shi Xiaobai continued, lowering his head in thought. If the monsters were dreading him or Xiao Xiao, why would a monster suddenly attack that rookie out of the blue? It seems like that is the only resort. What was that? 5 words: reconstruction of the crime scene. Shi Xiaobai repeated his actions from the past 2 timelines. The plot repeated just as the previous 2 timelines as the rookies began retreating out of the valley, with more than 10 people quickly leaving. The rookie who was about to be beheaded was still chatting with the girl beside him. In about 3 seconds, the tragedy was about to happen. Shi Xiaobai suddenly rushed forward at a very fast speed. He tried his best to suppress the sounds he produced as he held his breath. He had arrived less than 3 meters behind the rookie in an instant. He wanted to see what had happened at that very instant up close. He wanted to know what the rookie did or said that resulted in the monster's sudden attack on him. Then, Shi Xiaobai heard a loud sound. Pooh! That was the sound of a fart that could be clearly heard several meters away. Following that, a foul stench assaulted his olfactory senses. Shi Xiaobai was caught off guard as he was immediately left dumbfounded. At the moment he was dumbfounded, the rookie's head had once again been bitten off by the monster. Blood spewed as the surrounding rookies began screaming. At the same time, many rookies were covering their noses and mouths. During his first observation, Shi Xiaobai had the impression that these people were covering their noses and mouths because they could not stand the smell of blood. It turned out it was because they could not stand the stench of the fart. Shi Xiaobai turned around in silence. He was somewhat disappointed that he had failed to save the rookie because of the fart that shocked him. However, he was feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally believed that the rookie had done something earth-shattering or said something astounding or blasphemous, which left the dreaded monster no choice but to attack him. He never expected that it was because of the rookie farting. The monster probably thought that it had been attacked by toxic gases and could not endure any further. It was a massacre induced by a smelly fart. What else could Shi Xiaobai say? Make your choice, youth. When Shi Xiaobai heard the familiar voice, saw the familiar scene in familiar black text, he felt somewhat depressed. This was the 4th time he was making this choice. It was also the first time he encountered failure with the absolute choice for 3 consecutive times. In the past, he could complete the absolute choice within 3 tries. And this time, it was an exception. What was most fucked up was that the reason why he failed 3 times was because of a smelly fart. A smelly fart. Can you imagine how gloomy Shi Xiaobai was feeling at that moment in time? However, despite feeling gloomy, Shi Xiaobai was also greatly relieved. If his guess was right, everyone could safely leave the valley as long as nothing out of bounds was done. Shi Xiaobai picked the choice, save all rookies in Dragon Mountain Valley, for a 4th time. Halted time flowed once again. Shi Xiaobai immediately shouted to everyone, "Everyone, leave the valley as fast as possible. There's no time." This king will explain it to all of you once we are out of the valley. Shi Xiaobai faked a worried look. Although the crowd found it dubious when they heard this, they immediately believed that Shi Xiaobai had discovered a danger that could not be explained in time. They chose to rush to the valley's exit due to Shi Xiaobai's esteemed reputation. There was no time to explain. Run! Thankfully, the exit to the valley was large enough, and it did not seem overly crowded when the crowd rushed out. Shi Xiaobai loudly said, "Note, do not fart." The evacuating crowd was immediately dumbfounded. However, Shi Xiaobai's voice immediately resounded once again. "Do not fart. Do not fart." He repeated the important things thrice. The rookies were filled with doubts, but seeing Shi Xiaobai appearing so serious, they could only put the extremely absurd demand at heart. With so many people around, farting was something that required courage to begin with. Shi Xiaobai urged the crowd to speed up. The rookies did not dare to delay as they quickly retreated out the valley. Very soon, more than half had been evacuated. Shi Xiaobai turned his head to Ka Xiaozi and said, "Let's go as well." Ka Xiaozi nodded with a smile. Clearly, she could not help but laugh due to Shi Xiaobai's "do not fart." The two stayed behind the group and walked forward at an appropriate speed. Shi Xiaobai turned slightly cautious. A guess was after all a guess. In practice, there might be unexpected accidents, so Shi Xiaobai did not dare to relax. Only after all the rookies had left the valley safely did Shi Xiaobai feel slightly relieved when he and Ka Xiaozi arrived at the exit of the valley. He turned his head and glanced at the empty valley, hesitant if he should leave. Even though time had reset, the bloody scenes were still fresh on his mind. Shi Xiaobai's anger could not be appeased if he did not kill the monsters. And now, with all the rookies safely evacuated, he could kill with impunity. Forget it, this king will spare you for the time being. Once the choice is over, this king will come back for revenge. With this thought in mind, he walked out of the valley together with Ka Xiaozi. Outside the valley, the rookies were waiting for Shi Xiaobai to come out. At this moment, they were pinching their noses, grumbling how smelly it was. The moment Shi Xiaobai appeared, the rookie that was previously beheaded gave an embarrassed smile and said, "Sorry, I couldn't resist it." Even though Shi Xiaobai had emphasized 3 times for him not to fart, the rookie had still farted. It appeared as though he had held his fart in for a very long time. But thankfully, this was done outside the valley. Shi Xiaobai found it somewhat amusing. He had nearly suffered because of a stinky fart. Shi Xiaobai gradually relaxed. With everyone evacuated from the terrifying valley, they should be in a safe situation. At this moment, the fiery voice resounded in his mind. "Make your choice, youth." Shi Xiaobai jumped in fright as his mind went into a trance. The scene before his eyes had suddenly returned to the scene when everyone was inside the valley. Time was halted, and the 3 choices had materialized in front of Shi Xiaobai just as before. Shi Xiaobai was truly confounded this time. Time wound back, indicating that he had failed once again. But this time, Shi Xiaobai did not know why he had failed. The rookies had clearly been evacuated from the valley, so why was there still someone dying? Furthermore, the person had died without him even knowing how. Who died? Why did that person die? How did that person die? Shi Xiaobai was completely clueless this time. Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice constantly resounded in his mind, as though it was telling Shi Xiaobai that everything was yet to come to an end. No, it was just the beginning of everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, An Impossible Possibility. Chapter 318, An Impossible Possibility. Shi Xiaobai was certain that all the rookies had already left Dragon Mountain Valley because he had specially checked the valley before he left. He had confirmed that everyone had left. Furthermore, the valley was open and expansive. Even if a rookie had been playful by playing hide and seek, it was impossible to hide. But at this very moment in time, the absolute choice had failed. It meant that a rookie had died without Shi Xiaobai's knowledge. How did this rookie die? Why did the rookie die so silently? Shi Xiaobai was completely clueless. This was more mysterious than the rookie being killed by invisible monsters. Shi Xiaobai could only use for speculation the remaining time before he had to choose. Maybe there was really someone left behind in Dragon Mountain Valley? For example, the person was swallowed whole by a monster, dying only a period of time later? Or a rookie did not wait outside after leaving the valley and had instead ran off somewhere before encountering an accident? Maybe a rookie had suddenly died silently because of a disease or virus which nobody noticed, but everything was possible, even if the possibility was minimal. Shi Xiaobai sighed in his heart. Blindly guessing was not an option. All he could do was repeat it again. He returned to the same point in time for a fifth time. Shi Xiaobai did the same things as the first 4 times. He hurriedly got everyone to leave the valley, and again, he repeated the important matter of do not fart 3 times. This time, Shi Xiaobai specifically reminded everyone to wait outside the valley and not run far off. The rookies were very obedient and walked towards the valley's exit. Shi Xiaobai took this time to confirm the number of people in the valley. He quickly repeated the count thrice and finally confirmed that there were 48 people in the valley, including him and Xiao. The rookies left the valley in droves, and this time, Shi Xiaobai was faster than before. When the last rookie left the valley, he and Xiao followed closely behind and left the valley. Following that was a loud sound of a fart. Man, having come out earlier this time, he was just in time to catch the rookie farting. Everyone covered their noses and exclaimed smelly before they distanced themselves repulsively from the rookie. This smelly fart had induced a massacre before, so its powers were obviously redoubtable. Shi Xiaobai reacted extremely fast. At the instant he heard the fart, he had used unleaking turtle aura to block his sense of smell. This was the greatest advantage of a time loop, but it sure was depressing thinking about it. The moment Shi Xiaobai came out of the valley, he began a head count. He finished the count quickly thrice and confirmed that there were 48 people. Everyone had left the valley. Furthermore, everyone was waiting outside the valley. No one had ran afar. Sorry, I couldn't resist it. The rookie's embarrassed apology was heard. It was the same sentence, but this moment in time had happened earlier because of Shi Xiaobai's suggestion to come out earlier. Shi Xiaobai had no time to care about him. He carefully looked at every rookie and their expressions. Without a doubt, all of their expressions were terrible. Whoever got hit by these toxic gases probably would not be having a good mood. However, all of them looked in the pink of health. The light in their eyes did not lessen at all. No one looked sick or poisoned. There was definitely no signs of someone dying. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai saw someone's back. It was a girl standing at the peripheral. The girl had her back bent, with one hand on a tree. Her back was facing the crowd, as though she was suffering some form of pain. It's her. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He rushed towards the girl at an exceedingly fast speed. This girl could have been inflicted with some form of disease and would suddenly die silently. Shi Xiaobai was feeling anxious as he held the girl's shoulder and shouted, "Bear with it." The girl was startled as she looked up to realize it was Shi Xiaobai. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but at the moment she relaxed, the girl's expression changed drastically. Covering her mouth with her hands, her pale expression turned even paler as her shoulders trembled. "I can't, hold it in." The girl screamed and hurriedly flung Shi Xiaobai's arms away and ran to the back of the tree. She leaned down and began. "You." The girl began vomiting. Shi Xiaobai watched nervously, but he did not see the blood he had imagined. It was only the usual vomit. After vomiting a few times, the girl quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her dirty mouth. When she turned to see everyone looking at her after hearing her, her face immediately blushed. Shi Xiaobai asked with concern, "Are you alright? Are you sick?" The girl shook her head and shyly said, "No, it was so smelly that I could not help but throw up." Shi Xiaobai was appalled. It was the fault of that smelly fart again? However, Shi Xiaobai gave the girl a few serious glances and noticed that although her expression looked terrible, she was not weak. She simply wanted to throw up. It's not her. Shi Xiaobai realized this point. Time is almost up. For some reason, Shi Xiaobai was very sensitive when it came to time. It was as though there was a clock in his heart that allowed him to accurately keep track of time. In another 10 seconds or so, the moment of the absolute choice's failure would happen. Shi Xiaobai quickly turned his head to look at the rookies. At this moment, the rookies were looking curiously at him. Shi Xiaobai, you seem a bit strange? Lord Shi Xiaobai, did something happen? Why did you urge us to leave the valley so quickly? Did you discover something dangerous? I'm more eager to know why we can't fart. Please explain. The rookies clearly had a multitude of questions on their minds which they inundated him with the moment the first question was asked. The scene immediately turned noisy. Shi Xiaobai had no time to explain. He could only treat it with silence as he swept his gaze across every rookie. Shi Xiaobai confirmed 3 times once again that there were 48 rookies here including him. Due to the flurry of discussion, it was conducive for Shi Xiaobai's observations. All of them appeared energetic. Although a number of quiet rookies did not speak, they appeared very healthy. Shi Xiaobai turned his head to look at the girl beside him. After vomiting, the girl felt much better. Her face was becoming ruddy again, but her cheeks had turned as red as an apple because of the embarrassment, but she did not have any signs of dying the next moment. Shi Xiaobai scanned everyone. There was no one among the 48 people that had any signs of dying. They were filled with vitality, more vibrant than a forest. 3. There were 3 seconds left before the moment the absolute choice failed. Shi Xiaobai turned slightly nervous as he carefully studied the expressions of everyone, afraid that he would miss the slightest of details. 2. A final confirmation, there was only 48 people including him at the present location. There was no one missing. 1. Time was up. Shi Xiaobai's heart raced slightly. Could it be that by leaving earlier, he had inadvertently changed the outcome from before? A rookie that would somehow die had suddenly survived? Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice resounded in his brain, as though it was telling Shi Xiaobai. No, there was no accident. Make your choice, youth. This was the 6th time he was facing the choice. Although he had failed the first 3 times, he was able to obtain some information through each failure, allowing his actions to progress with each successive round. However, after failing a 4th and 5th time, Shi Xiaobai was somewhat dumbfounded. He had not only failed to obtain any information in the past 2 failures, the situation seemed to be at a dead end. There were a total of 48 people in the valley. There were still 48 people outside the valley after they left. At the final second, the 48 people, including him, all appeared extremely healthy. There was not the slightest hint of an impending death. If it were anyone else, they might have believed that they had missed something, but Shi Xiaobai was very confident of his observational skills. While he was observing every rookie's expression, he had simultaneously determined the count. He had even remembered every rookie's appearance. Shi Xiaobai was 100% certain that he did not miss a person. Therefore, that person was still healthy at the final second. Even if the healthiness was just an illusion, it was impossible to suddenly die in a fraction of a second, right? Yet, the situation which was currently no one dying, no one being eliminated, resulted in the failure of the choice, save all rookies. What was going on with this contradictory situation that did not seem to have a solution? There is no such thing as a lack of a solution. With this in mind, Shi Xiaobai's slightly perplexed gaze turned resolute. He must have missed something. What did he miss? Shi Xiaobai was lost in thought. Ideas churned through his mind extremely quickly, with all sorts of possibilities flashing in his mind. Even if it was an extremely unlikely possibility, he was considering it carefully. But it appeared as though there was no possibility that could perfectly explain the present situation. Each and every possibility was rejected by Shi Xiaobai, as though he would never find the answer. There was no possibility that could result in the present situation. Then, what else could it be?